hello chat. We are live for this crazy tournament and कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है but बहुत जल्दी दिखेगा. Welcome chat. मेरे साथ है सहज भाई and we are here for day one of the GCT Poland tournament. सहज भाई, are you excited?
I'm excited to see that camera, टिकू भाई. मतलब समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है क्या हो रहा है. But look at the games. Look at the games. It is, by the way, Firouzja versus Gukesh. The games have already begun. I'm थोड़ा सा late, so sorry for that chat. But Ragozin defense was employed by Gukesh with bishop b4, and उसके बाद he played queen a4 check, knight c6, and a very interesting try by Firouzja to play a3, takes and takes. So far, I think Gukesh is the one who surprised Firouzja with this bishop b4. A time difference you can see, 1 minute का है. But this a3 could have thrown off Gukesh as well. अब यहाँ पे
Yeah.
कितने games हुए हैं टिको भाई? Like one, oh, actually not many, yeah, like 300 games or so.
Yep, and I think this is going to be an important tournament chat. Welcome chat. So today the setup is we're going to be covering two events. One is TePe Sigeman, continue रहेगा day 5 after what happened yesterday. I just can't even wait to begin. आज क्या होगा सहज भाई? आज तो बस I'm just excited for that day. बहुत crazy दिन होगा of course. Erdogmus leading the event, but we also streaming GCT Poland and वो अभी चालू होने वाला है. We don't have cameras for this event unfortunately chat, but luckily we have cameras of TePe Sigeman. तो you can imagine left side में बैठा हुआ है फिरोजा, राइट साइड में गुकेश. बट रिगार्डलेस गेम्स तो है एंड अपनी तरफ से एफर्ट पूरा है. कैमरा दिए नहीं उन्होंने, हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते. बट वी विल कमिंग द इवेंट एंड सहज भाई, गुकेश, सिंदारोव इन द सेम प्लेस इन द सेम टूर्नामेंट हॉल. द टेंशन इज पैल्पेबल. बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टूर्नामेंट फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स.
Exactly, because we saw a stat टिकू भाई जो आप हमें मतलब लाइव होने से पहले बता रहे थे भाई. ग्रैंड चेस टूर के कुछ तो ट्विटर के पेज पे उन्होंने वोटिंग
इंस्टाग्राम पे
करी
देखा
एंड
था मैंने.
गुकेश हैड, सॉरी, इंस्टाग्राम पे आपने
हाँ.
देखा था कि गुकेश कॉट लाइक लेस देन 1% ऑफ वोटिंग टू विन द टूर्नामेंट. भाई ये तो गुकेश हैज टू जस्ट मेक दैट आर क्या. लेट्स गो.
Yeah. And in fact, I think the highest chances were for Wesley, which was kind of shocking for me, like 18, 90, 20%. And Gukesh get a 0.8% chances of winning the event, which was insane. Sindaro was 4.6%. So I don't know what will happen, but regardless, chat, आपके सामने, invisible फिरोजा लेफ्ट में बैठे और इनविजिबल गुकेश बेसिकली हैरी पॉटर के क्लोक में खेल रहे दोनों के दोनों सहज भाई. एंड कैन यू टेल अस अबाउट द ओपनिंग? 25 plus 10 is the time control. It is rapid chess.
Bhai, it is 25 plus 10, absolutely, and the game is going to be very exciting. And Gukesh is right now thinking for 2 minutes. I think there's going to be a lot of remembering and like trying to understand क्या देखा था मैंने and all of that. But भाई जैसे ये जो कैमरा लगा हुआ है ना भाई, इसमें white Magnus Carlsen है. ये देख के ना मुझे थोड़ा स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई. तो समय भाई हम ये मैग्नस कार्लसन का कैमरा हटा के किसी और का कैमरा डाल सकते हैं क्या, जो व्हाइट प्लेयर पे कोई भी और
हाँ,
हो.
मे भी
आई डोंट
अर्जुन
नो
का
वो
लगा दो भाई.
पॉसिबल है कि नहीं भाई. व्हाइट से गुकेश खेल रहा होता 100% भाई, विल टेक इट.
नहीं नहीं, बट आई थिंक चैट, यस वी डोंट हैव द कैमरास.
शुभ
आई
शुभ
थिंक
होना
चैट.
चाहिए. देयर वी गो,
हाँ.
परफेक्ट भाई.
हमें.
नॉर्दर पे खेल रहा है भाई ब्लैक से, लेट्स.
हाँ, हमें हमें नहीं, आई थिंक अर्जुन का लगाते हैं. दैट विल मेक मोर सेंस टू मी. यार नोदरबेक और निल्स डजंट मेक सेंस, बट यस वी डोंट हैव द कैमरा. नहीं मिले हमें, हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते. दैट्स आउट ऑफ अ कंट्रोल. बट हमारे कंट्रोल में कमेंट्री करना. वी आर हियर
भाई
फॉर इट. यू आर हियर फॉर गेटिंग एंटरटेन्ड. एंड सहज भाई
बट
चैट
अर्जुन भी तो
क्वेश्चन.
वाइट है.
हाँ,
अर्जुन भी
कोई
तो
बात नहीं,
वाइट है
चलेगा चलेगा. स्टिल मैग्नस से कम भाई.
भाई.
ऑल्दो
पहले वाला
मैग्नस.
अगर पहले वाला करते तो निल्स के 4 में 0 है भाई. थिंक अबाउट इट. शुभ शुभ,
तो
इफ यू
बेटर है ना
थिंक
भाई, ये
अबाउट इट.
बेटर है ना. वैन फॉरेस्ट
तो
अच्छी फॉर्म
वाइट
में
से अगर
मतलब.
जिसके 4 में 0 है उसका कैमरा बेटर बना.
नहीं नहीं भाई, दिस इज गुड बिकॉज
नेवर
यॉर्डन
माइंड.
ने कल मैग्नस को हराया भाई. सो नोबडी इज मोर चार्ज देन
Oh,
यॉर्डन
that
राइट
is
नाउ.
true. That is true. What a pull, Tiku bhai. I thought I had this like argument completely, but you came up with that
बट
last second twist and just khatam. Conversation over,
भाई,
bhai. Jordan OP.
exactly what Viva bhai thought yesterday, Sahaj bhai.
ओह.
I did, almost
वैभव
I
भाई
did.
के लिए तो भाई कल रात को नींद नहीं आई मुझे, कल वैभव भाई के बारे में सोचते हुए. इट वाज सो सैड. भाई
And chat,
वैभव भाई, आई एम सॉरी भाई.
welcome to the broadcast. Do like the stream. It's gonna be fantastic. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. We are ready, by the way. And knight to e4 after a long think by Gukesh, played on the board. And look at this, bishop f4 played instantly.
You know what the two best moves in this position are? The first one is knight takes c3, taking a pawn and of course giving initiative to your opponent. And the second one is g5 in this position. So let's go.
Wow.
Fire on the
Wow.
board incoming.
Chat and Sahaj bhai, I really have to ask you one question, ठीक है? Gukesh Sindarov. Simple question. Like how, oh, he takes the pawn, by the way. He's gone for the ambitious line. Who do you
As he
think
should.
finishes ahead? Not first. I think that's relative, of course, important, but first, in दोनों में ऊपर कौन आएगा in the final standings of the Grand Chess Tour Poland tournament? Sahej bhai. Super Rapid Blitz Poland.
I think a question like that is, I feel a little bit unfair to Gukesh right now because उसका मतलब पूरा साल ही उसको पूरे 2 साल ऐसे ऐसा लग रहा है कि it wasn't the best. एंड सिंडारोव इज लाइक in the form of his life. So अगर एक भी गेम खेलने से पहले अगर हम predictions करेंगे भाई तो it's very clear it is Sindarov who's gonna finish about like ahead of Gukesh in that sense. But I have to say it's all about finding your form. It's all about understanding what did Gukesh do differently from Menorca Masters to now. And if that shows in the first round, second round, third round, and if we even see like remnants of the old Gukesh back, then I'm taking Gukesh.
Fair enough.
What do
I
you
would
think?
say, yeah, I agree with you. I think the competition should be, from our past performance, that's where we should see the improvement. But also, kind of, I think Gukesh ka Minorca performance, I would not treat as the benchmark, though. I felt like that was kind of a disappointing performance for Gukesh. He lost 2 games to Nehal, lost to Rapport, like lost one to Dominguez. So I feel like maybe the benchmark should be the GCT tournament he played last year when Magnus was there and he played very, very well in the rapid format. So I'm hoping he can just replicate, maybe even if he doesn't finish first, like in the top 3, if he can stay in the rapid section and then he improves his blitz performance, which was a disappointment, of course. Like I want to see that as the benchmark. That's my only hope. As long as he's competing with himself, I'm happy with that. Chat, would love to know your opinion as well. By the way, 97 played by Gukesh after a 1 minute think.
Absolutely. With the idea of c5 and bringing the queen out to a5 to give a check to this king, because you haven't castled. And h4, by the way, was played by Firouzja. Very, very important move in this. Rapid में ये चाल खेलना, I think indicates that it's your preparation. Otherwise, you would play probably e3 first or something like
Yeah.
this. But h4 definitely Firouzja still more or less in prep. But let's see how the game progresses. And yeah, I mean GCT. I feel like because the performance has not been the best for Gukesh so far. I think it's all about finding that form and forgetting everything that happened in the past years, because भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप आ रही है एंड वी नो सिंडारोव के साथ एटलीस्ट प्लस स्कोर करना यहाँ पे बहुत जरूरी है भाई.
Agreed. And you know what? Talking about the World Championship, let's have a brief look at the Sindarov game. He's playing Hans Niemann right now with the black pieces. Both players, Gukesh Sindarov starting with the black pieces. Sahaj, what do you make of this position so far?
I think it's from some Sicilian, so e6 wali Sicilian, knight f6, so 4 knight Sicilian, very aggressive choice by Sindarov. Hans plays a3, solid approach Scheveningen की तरफ जाते हुए, bishop e7, bishop e3, castle, bishop e2, and then he plays d6. So this is what we call a Scheveningen system. And a3 यहाँ पे थोड़ा useless move रहता है, but white played it ताकि black का bishop b4 पे ना आए, तो it kind of makes sense. White goes f4 and now immediately he plays e5. So Sindarov showing that he knows like the lines very, very well, because the speed at which he played and also the accuracy is very, very impressive so far. Right now, Hans has just one way, which is pawn takes pawn, and play something like h3 to keep things equal. अगर आप castle जाते हो तो it is Sindarov who starts to push here.
Agreed. And chat, koi keh raha hai 5 out of 7 rounds ki dikh raha hai because that's the round number for TePe Sigeman. That tournament also starts in 45 minutes. So we'll keep oscillating between both these games. So it's going to be a bit of a hodgepodge beach mein kabhi wo, but maza aayega. The best part is Sahaj bhai. We have Gukesh playing. We have Arjun playing. We have Magnus playing. We have Sindarov playing all on the same day. Tell me a day in the last year jahan pe all 4 have been playing on the same day, bhai. I
भाई मैं
challenge you,
सोच
bhai.
रहा था मैं सोच रहा था GCL, but actually Nodirbek was not there.
Nodirbek bhi hai. I
Magnus
forgot Nodirbek bhi hai, bhai.
Nodirbek wasn't there and Magnus wasn't there. So
Yeah,
I was thinking GCL could be one, but maybe World Cup, but then there Magnus wasn't there. Yeah. So yeah, very, very important day actually. For
wow.
basically all the top chess players are actually playing chess today. That's crazy. Like
Agreed. So,
majority of them, let's say.
chat, do keep liking the stream because it's gonna be a huge, huge journey for us in the next couple of days, as next 3 days actually, when we cover both the events, stream like karte chalo. Let's get more people in. World Blitz maybe yes, but even then Gukesh didn't play. I think the last World Blitz, and you will still not find all those 4 players very likely. By the way, queens have been traded off by Hans Niemann. He wants an equal position. Sahaj bhai, I even see some repetitions here, like knight g4, bishop g1, knight f6, bishop e3. Not sure if Sindarov will go for it though.
I also don't think Hans will go for it. Hans is out to win this match 100%, especially with the white pieces. He's gonna push by. This is his opportunity to prove. He has nothing to prove anymore. But still, एक वो है एक tournament जीतना है Hans को, like like a big event to like prove that he belongs there as well. And I'm sure he's gonna do everything in his power to bring anyone down who is sitting in front of him. Also,
And
bhai, this f takes c5. Sorry to cut you off, Tikku. I just wanted to make one more point. But after f takes c5, d5, queen d8 reminds me of a certain game from yesterday. Chat, do you know मैं किस game की बात कर रहा हूँ? जो जिस
clearly,
game
Samayana
में
versus Viswa, yeah, from 2022
literally
COB.
भाई कहाँ पे सिसिलियन में pawn takes pawn मार के queen takes queen मारा गया था chat? Like any memories? I
And
mean, it's
chat, I
pretty
really
fresh, I
wanna,
think.
as chat guesses, I wanna point out an important detail. Chat, look at Hans and look at the opponents he has in the first 2 rounds. He is playing Sindarov in round one, and he's playing Gukesh in round two. So for him, if he wins the first 2 games, he's like world champion or challenger. Like for him, if he wins the first 2 rounds, उसका tournament आज ही खत्म हो गया भाई. बाकी
भाई
कोई
खत्म,
फर्क
वो
ही नहीं
खत्म
पड़ता.
कर देगा ट्विटर पे सबको। भाई मुझे ही
सही
बुला
में.
लो। और वो
Okay.
सीधा टैग करेगा कि आई एम ऑल्सो रेडी टू प्ले भाई, लेट्स गो।
By the way, let's jump to Gukesh's game because Firouzja has been thinking for a long time. No moves by Firouzja after knight to e7. So feels like it's not a move he prepared for. And Gukesh technically, I think, is a pawn up, right? So where's the compensation for Gukesh Sehaj Bhai? For Firouzja, that is.
I mean, firstly, double bishops. The dark bishop in specific because it controls a lot of important dark squares. And secondly, there is a king side attack building up. As black का king बड़ा easily short castle नहीं कर सकता. You have to think like quite a bit क्योंकि h5 h6 g4 g5 looks a little bit scary. And साथ में e3 bishop d3 भी आ रहा है जिसके साथ ये knight को आपको हटाना पड़ेगा. उसके साथ साथ some pressure on the h7 pawn as well. And this is perhaps what where the compensation lies. But the follow-up is not simple for Firouzja whatsoever. Like he has to play e3 and he has to basically do. He doesn't. He shouldn't castle anymore. Like he cannot castle anymore. He should play like bishop d3, king e2, or king f1. Something like this is what he should do, which is not that easy, I feel.
Agreed. And I think यहाँ पे काफी interesting decision है. आपने H pawn push कर दिया है. So whenever you castle as white, what is that H pawn doing? Is it a target? Is it an attacking asset with knight g5? So quite interesting position here, chat. And let's keep in mind, पहला round बहुत important होता है. Well begun is half done. We've all heard about it. Gukesh, imagine, yeah, he wins the first game. Suddenly, he's heading off in the next few rounds with confidence. He loses the first game, Sehaj Bhai. Suddenly, he's like, okay, this is going down the same path as Minorca. His last memory is not positive. And then the tournament could take a dark side, a dark turn. So I'm really hoping Gukesh starts off with at least a draw and likely a win.
I've noticed this about like Indian players in general, Prag, Arjun, Gukesh and Nihal, and I feel like Indian players generally start off very well. Like like coincidentally, I was looking at the last year's this event, and Prag actually started off with 2 out of 2. He was playing in this event and he started off with 2 out of 2, I believe, or something like this.
Yeah.
Against MVL and Arvind. He defeated. And it's like that's an amazing start. Yeah, आपको 3 ही round मिलते हैं. That's beautiful. I feel like this is but लेकिन जो middle का जो phase होता है, end का phase होता है, that is where I think we need to improve a lot.
Agreed. And I think even for Gukesh, like GCT Zagreb, like he basically dominated the rapid event, but Blitz में he collapsed. याद है 9 में से 1.5 point था उसका on the final day when Magnus won the event. So I think it's about making sure you are stable across the event. That's what Magnus does so well. Imagine Magnus losing yesterday at TePe Sigeman, and even then we know he's going to be fighting for first place. वो हमें confidence है because he's done it so many times in the past. We know he's going to be striking back today. So वही confidence हमें Indian players में चाहिए. And I was talking to my wife about this today morning itself कि सिंदारोव का अभी ना डर है. फियर है बाकी प्लेयर्स में बिकॉज ही प्लेड सो वेल. यही फियर गुकेश का था आफ्टर द ओलंपियाड एंड आफ्टर द कैंडिडेट्स,
Yeah, yeah.
जहां पे ही वाज डोमिनेटिंग इवेंट्स लाइक 3064 परफॉर्मेंस बाय, आई मीन दैट इज जस्ट इनसेन, आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड. तो व्हेन यू विन 2-3 गेम्स इन अ रो, व्हेन यू डोमिनेट अ टूर्नामेंट, ओपोनेंट्स फेयर यू एंड प्ले वर्स अगेंस्ट यू. वो स्टेज पे पहुंचना है.
Exactly, and I think Magnus is, because वो रहता है उस stage पे, like for the like basically for the entirety of his life, people stay in that, that वो हल्का सा डर रहता है, I think Magnus का, which we of course know as the Magnus effect. एक Gukesh effect भी था, which was there
Yeah.
when he was sort of rising up, but yeah, these days it could be called Sindarov effect as well, because he's still rising and he's still aiming for the world championship title. So let's see what happens. But that's a great point though, about Sindarov, and I completely agree with it.
Thanks, bhai. And I think Sindarov yahan pe will be also very, very focused. He knows for him as well, the start is very important because what happened against, in that Chess.com Open online event against our favorite Dubov should not happen for Sindarov. Imagine Sindarov dominate the candidates, starts off with 2 losses. Suddenly, the predictions, that we see on the internet, 70-30 Sindarov, 80-20 Sindarov will start dropping. And then he starts feeling the pressure. And by the way, Gukesh Sindarov का individual match कल है मिडिल राउंड.
Yeah.
सो दैट मींस कि आज के जो स्कोर होंगे दैट विल डिक्टेट कि कॉन्फिडेंस किसका ज्यादा है. इट्स सो क्रूशियल सहज भाई. भाई
Yeah,
एक काम कर
absolutely.
सकते
Because
हैं, कुकेश की
yeah,
फोटो उठा के लेफ्ट चेयर राइट चेयर में रख दो, फिर उसका की फोटो उठा के लेफ्ट चेयर में
भाई
रख.
छोटा करके ना उसको वहीं बिठा दो, और फिरोजा की भी वार डाल दो भाई.
आई
क्रेजी,
लव दैट आइडिया.
crazy
लेट्स
views.
गो
Oh,
भाई.
look at this. By the way, knight g5 played by Firouzja there. So not the best move, and definitely something that is out of his prep. I think he thought for about what 10 minutes. भाई शुरुआत में मुझे लग रहा 10 मिनट का ही टूर्नामेंट है, बट 10 मिनट उसने एक मूव पे ले लिए भाई. 25 मिनट है बाय द वे टोटल. दैट्स सो मच टाइम टू टेक फॉर जस्ट वन मूव, टिकू भाई.
Agreed. And somehow I don't like this move, and I have a clear reason for it. The idea is, of course, to ideally open the H file if you take on G5 and attack H7, attack F7, so on. But I've not castled. It's like,
Hmm.
like villain अपने घर पे आया ही नहीं, हीरो पहले ही आ गया. What if the villain goes to his, holiday home then? आप इतना तेल खर्च करके यहाँ पे, तेल का दाम पता है आपको हीरो जी यार, मतलब मूवी का बजट है. So I feel like कहीं ना कहीं पे knight G5 is a move too early, said by Black is not committed his king to castling, and now Black could simply change his plans.
डेट क्या है आज? है 5 5 5 5. That was a very good one, chat. I mean, if you are following the analogies like I am, I mean, you have to agree that was a very very good one. भाई ने सवाल भी किया चैट से उसके बाद. भाई व्यूज तो पता है भाई को कि व्यूज कैसे लाने हैं. यू नो दिस,
भाई
यू नो दिस
भाई
भाई.
मुझे गजनी मूवी
क्रेजी है
याद है.
बंदा.
इमेजिन गजनी में आमिर खान जा रहा है और वो विलन आया नहीं है. व्हाट्स द पॉइंट? सो या,
भाई
वेरी
बस करो
इंटरेस्टिंग
भाई,
क्वेश्चन.
मेरी मेरी
हाँ.
पेन की इंक खत्म हो गई है. और मेरी डायरी खत्म होने.
बाय द वे,
भैज भाई, अमोक जी कह रहे हैं सहज भाई कल का रोलर को, भाई कल का रोलर कोस्टर वाज जस्ट अनबिलीव.
या
आई डोंट नो अबाउट यू गाइस, बट जनरली आई डोंट रीवॉच द स्ट्रीम्स, बिकॉज जब आप अपने आप को कमेंट्री करते देखते हो, थोड़ा लाइक आई फील लाइक थोड़ा वो अजीब लगता है, तो आई नेवर डू
हाँ
इट. बट
हाँ.
येस्टरडे फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम आई वॉज वॉचिंग दैट लास्ट लाइक हाफ एन आवर. मैंने पूरा देखा भाई. इट वॉज बिकॉज आई हैड टू वॉच इट अ कपल ऑफ टाइम्स टू लाइक कॉम्प्रिहेंड वॉट वॉज हैपनिंग. I don't know, chat,
Yeah.
if any of you did this, but it was like so crazy for me.
Agreed. And I think it was exciting even while we were streaming. It was so much fun. Like we were jumping, we were shouting, and कोई पूछ रहा है, why do you shout? But I can't control my excitement, भाई. That's just who I am. अगर नहीं पसंद तो भाई, म्यूट कर लो भाई. जैसे ही मैं हाथ उठाने लगे कुछ हो रहा है, बस म्यूट कर दो भाई. Like perfect scenario. By the way, now Gukesh also thinking वो राइट साइड पे होगा भाई. He has the black pieces. We can see
हाँ, वो
Gukesh on the
राइट साइड
left.
पे होना चाहिए भाई. गुकेश को राइट साइड पे रखो. एंड
I'll
देयर वी गो, परफेक्ट भाई. फिरोजा को लेफ्ट साइड पे.
इसे बोलते हैं कमेंट्री भाई.
ओ
भाई
फिरोजा की पिक्चर नहीं, ओ
भाई,
यार. ओ,
who said we
अरे
don't
मैं
have
भेजता हूँ ना,
cameras?
रुको मैं भेजता हूँ, रुको आपको. मैंने खुद ही लिया उसकी
ऐसा नहीं
पिक्चर.
होता भाई. We need to have the rights to those images right? We can't use any image.
बट आई टुक द
So
पिक्चर.
फिर ठीक है. हाँ, फिर ठीक है.
आई एम
हाँ.
प्रेटी श्योर
तो
एट जीसीएल आई टुक अ पिक्चर.
by the way, the point is कि कौन कह रहा है कैमरास नहीं है हमारे पास? चैट, हु सेज यू डोंट हैव कैमरास? वी क्लियरली हैव. आई कैन क्लियरली सी गुकेश थिंकिंग. एम आई रॉन्ग चैट? कैन यू सी गुकेश थिंकिंग ओवर द बोर्ड? लेट्स गो.
नहीं, एक्चुअली फॉल्स अलार्म, आई डिडंट।
कोई कह रहा है कैमरे को फुल
गधा
स्क्रीन
हूं
टू
मैं
सी.
भाई।
नहीं नहीं भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. अगर 25 तो गधे हो गए रेटिंग वाले, तो फिर 400 वाले चैट वाले क्या करेंगे? बाय द वे, नाइट
मैं
जीता के बाद गुकेश इज स्टिल थिंकिंग. Yes, chat. I know हम
या
4K लाए हैं इस बार, so we thought you need the best possible experience, so we got the 4K cameras this time. We've upgraded our production clearly thanks to GCT for these upgraded cameras.
Absolutely. By the way, Gukesh इतना सोच रहा है, I'm a bit like stressed for him because we know Firouzja can. We remember that game of Firouzja versus Gukesh in the candidates. वो जहाँ पे वो 20 सेकंड के अंदर उसने वो कुछ तो 10 चालें खेल दी थी विदाउट इंक्रीमेंट एंड देन ही स्टिल वन द गेम. सो फिरोजा कर सकता है बट गुकेश को थोड़ा फास्ट खेलना चाहिए. आई फील भाई 11 मूव्स हो गए हैं. बट या
Agreed.
इट इज़ अ टफ सिचुएशन.
And if I'm wrong, like he's sitting in front of the white pieces. Clearly, players have decided कि हम एक दूसरे के सामने बैठेंगे आज. Yeah, it's like मैं white से खेल रहा हूँ, मैं black पे बैठूंगा. Like very interesting. Like love these formats of chess जहाँ पे they sit in the opposite place.
Absolutely. By the way, people are asking, will I play Delhi State? Actually, I've played Delhi State, but मैं Delhi में रहता नहीं हूँ ना. Like I used to love playing Delhi State Rapid and Blitz. I used to play. I think I've played like 4 5 times, even after like 2015, 2016, 2017 ऐसे कुछ तो खेला था मैंने. Very very nice event, but हो नहीं वहाँ पे तो it's difficult ना. Like for a classical event. Plus like the benefit is like you play nationals, वो तो मतलब वैसे ही खेल सकते हो आप.
हाँ.
So it's not really.
And Saj bhai, by the way, Gukesh has been thinking for 5 minutes now. I don't like that. I mean, he's basically equalized the time roughly, and now Gukesh Fusa's long think doesn't feel like a big problem at all. What is he thinking? Why
Like
can't he do
it
something
feels
normal?
like a big problem to me right now because I remember candidates very like way too well. Because that was the moment where both of the players were having like this scramble.
Hmm.
Gukesh was winning, complicated position. It's still relatively quite complicated. So I don't want there to be a time because I think Gukesh can play well fast, but I think this is something you have to build over time. Yeah, you can't just go from 0 to 100 just like that. ऐसे instinct build
Hmm.
नहीं होती है. तो I think वो धीरे धीरे करके थोड़ा fast खेलो and then you just become like Vishy Sarya basically.
Yeah. And I agree. He's completely tense. Looks very tense right now. He looks frozen, as if मतलब वीडियो नहीं पिक्चर है. मतलब ऐसे लग रहा है सहज भाई. As I often say, क्या चल रहा है? What is he thinking? उसकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज से क्या लग रहा है आपको सहज भाई? What is he thinking right now?
हाँ, गुकेश की बॉडी पता नहीं मतलब थोड़ा तो मतलब बहुत फोकस्ड लग रहा है. पर आई एम हैप्पी दैट ही इज़ वेयरिंग पर्पल. आई मीन इट्स वन ऑफ माई फेवरेट कलर्स. पर पता नहीं वो वाइट से क्यों सोच रहा है तो उसके ब्लैक कलर. इट्स अ बिट
हाँ, पता नहीं.
कंफ्यूजिंग नो.
I think they're just kind
इन्वर्टेड
of
कलर्स
making
है
it tougher
शायद.
for themselves. Yeah, उन्होंने उल्टी जगह बैठे. But regardless, chat, I feel like Firouzja, long thing didn't hurt him purely because Ukesh also is thinking. By the way, what are the best moves? Knight f6 here apparently is just the best move. And next, you can kick the knight back with h6. So what's the problem? Let's just do it, Gukesh. Come on.
Knight f6 h6 kind of gives you a hook, no? Then knight f3 के बाद I can go g4 g5 or something. Knight g5 actually is coming up as the best move for me. भाई but जो भी
Hmm.
चाल है उसमें 19-20 का फर्क होगा. Like I'm sure
हाँ.
whatever Gukesh plays after thinking this long उसमें 19-20 का फर्क है. तो like this is 19 हो या 20 हो, I'm not sure if it matters that much. Let's just play.
Agreed. And very important moment for Ukesh as his time drops below 14 minutes. Round number one, we more momentum on our side. अभी भी चल नहीं रहे हैं. Come on, Gukesh. We need to move right about now. This is rapid chess. Only a 10-second increment. 25 minutes plus 10 seconds is the time control. Once
भाई
you fall into time pressure, 10 seconds मिलेंगे, which is nothing in this complicated position.
एग्जैक्ट भाई मैं तो मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं फिरोजा ने ड्रॉ पूछ लिया हो तो और वो ड्रॉ करके उड़ गए हो तो इतना सोच रहा है. दैट्स पॉसिबल. हमें थोड़ी ना पता लगेगा. ओ देयर इट इज नो ड्रॉ
Oh,
चैट.
wait, what? So
नाइस मूव
C5
c5.
is very interesting, right? Like not something I considered at all in this position.
I think it's a logical move. I think he's giving the pawn. It's a
Hmm.
very human thing to give the pawn back जब भी आप pawn लेते हो because you don't want to give away initiative. So pawn ले लो वापस, just give me back my activity. So now he has to take the pawn on c5, which he does, playing very quickly now Firouzja. Bunch of moves here for Gukesh. Queen a5 check is one of them. Basically, what's going to happen is white's going to take this pawn on e4, black's going to take this pawn on c5 somehow. And okay, white के पास double bishops है, black के पास bishop और knight है. But king पे कोई danger नहीं है. Like nothing direct is going to happen right now. Also, this h4 move, it can be useful, but it can also be a disadvantage because you cannot really castle as easily as you could have if the pawn had stayed on h2. But benefit ये रहेगा, of course, आप h5 h6 खेल के आप attack कर सकते हो.
Yeah, will be very interesting. By the way, at least now they're playing quickly. Knight takes c4, d takes c5, and we can't take the c5 pawn. Sahaj bhai, now I'm a bit worried. Yeah, okay, queen a5 check. I think he wanted the pawn instantly, but I was worried about this bishop d6 move. Actually, reminded me of Menorca. मुझे trauma हो रहा था bishop d6 देख
अरे
के
भाई
तो
वो भाई Queen D7. I still remember that Bishop D. Chat, if you don't remember, if you remember this game of Nihal and Gukesh where pawns were on C5 and this bishop went to D6 and उसने E5 भी खेल दिया था भाई, ऐसे ऐसे करके bishop बैठा हुआ था, black couldn't castle. It was so scary actually. But that's not going to happen now. I think Gukesh will be able to castle in the next couple of moves. I'm guessing he can castle even right now because chat bishop b4 is a threat, but black can just go queen c7 and that defends the knight on e7. And then you can continue with your development as usual. b6, bishop b7 ho, bishop d7, bishop c6 ho. या फिर e5, bishop f5 ho. All of them more or less will make sense. I like e5 actually quite a lot because if you go bishop c3, I'll play f6. तो मेरे pawn जैसे dark squares पे fix हो गए and then my bishop becomes more active. कभी bishop f5 आ सकता है and I can dominate on the light squares like this.
I love that move e5 actually. You know, if I could play e5 and castle, I think I'll solve most of my problems. And by the way, chat, in the poll, 59% people saying Gukesh wins, 26% Firouzja wins, 15% draw. So Gukesh ko full support by you guys. Let's go, Gukesh. By the way, e5 on the board side by Gukesh going for the most ambitious line.
भाई ये नंबर I'm happy that it's 56%, but chat, this number, this is a Chess24 India channel, ये number like should be like double. If I know it's mathematically not possible, but ये double होना चाहिए भाई number फिर भी. Like
Ah,
that's how it should be. भाई we need to prepare for the World Championship as the viewers as well. बिकॉज गुकेश वो वही एनर्जी प्लेयर्स के पास जाती है एंड उसी से ही वो बेटर खेलते हैं एंड आई कैन टेल यू दिस एज अ प्लेयर एज वेल. बहुत फर्क पड़ता है जब 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 कोई होता है और जो आप पे बिलीव करता है. बहुत फर्क पड़ता है
आंसू आ गए सहज भाई जब कोई होता है आप
भाई.
पे जो बिलीव
मैं
करता
कल
है.
रोया भाई.
आह,
कल रोया मैं
मैं
एकदम
रोया
प्रॉपर.
भाई. मैं गाना गाना चालू कर दूंगा सहज भाई. लिटरली चैट भाग जाएगी. सो लेट्स फोकस ऑन द By the way, my question is there a way I can prevent or delay Gukesh's castling now? Let's say bishop b4, I attack the queen, आपको queen c7 खेलना पड़ेगा. Can I do something which makes castling a bit risky here? Because that's the only thing white has, right?
I mean, not really. Like you can allow me to
Hmm.
castle and still put pressure on the h7 pawn. So
Hmm.
I don't think you can stop me from castling. The only way would be कि you put like double pressure on the pawn on the knight on e7. Like pawn अगर for example h5 पे होता टिको भाई तो bishop b4 के बाद मैं queen h4 खेल सकता था. Like just
Hmm.
an example जिससे आप castling ना कर पाते.
Hmm. Agreed.
But since the pawn is on h4, there is no way to prevent castling. I think he should castle in the next move or so.
Come on, Gukesh, let's go. And meanwhile, let's keep in mind time is a huge, huge factor, chat. This is not classical chess. Look at the accuracy, by the way. 98 by Gukesh, 98.3. By the way, Firouzja at the board finally. कहाँ गए थे Firouzja सहज भाई? Like पानी वानी पीने गए होंगे शायद. तब से थे ही नहीं बोर्ड पे.
हाँ, of course, of course. Oh, there it ये जीसीएल की पिक्चर है भाई. जीसीएल की पिक्चर है. क्रेजी. चैट मतलब ड्रिप है भाई फिरोजा का. देखो जीसीएल के भी उस पे भी ड्रिप ड्रिप प्रॉपर ड्रिप. लेट्स गो.
Yeah.
नाउ क्वीन
And
सी7
by
प्लेड बाय द वे बिशप बी4.
Saiva, can we crop Firouzja's photo a bit? ऐसे बड़ी लग रहा है. He's the one overpowering the game right now. If you can make it equal size to Gukesh, like fair match हो,
वो
है ना? If you
समय भाई बोलेंगे कि गुकेश को एडवांटेज लेने दो पहले फिर करेंगे.
oh, by the
विजुअल
way, look at this.
विजुअल कमेंट्री चैट.
Bhai, Rook D1 played, and I'm not sure what the exact idea is, but it's like, Bishop D6 का ही लग रहा है मुझे. But apparently Black can just go Bishop F5 and that's dead equal already.
0.14, still not dead equal, but double bishops versus double bishop and knight, so some imbalance. But bhai, one thing is for sure, Firouzja has seen that game of Nihal and Gukesh, yeah, because what a
Ah,
coincidence. Bishop is now gonna come to d6, and why can't you castle here, Tiku bhai? Bishop d6, yeah, maybe.
Bishop D6 and then C5. Yeah, again that
Check,
traumatic memory
but
for me
check.
gets triggered.
क्या हो रहा है भाई? Bishop d6 check, rook d2
Rook
is there. Oh,
D2.
oh
Yeah.
भाई, that's scary. c5 मत allow करो भाई. Yeah. This is looking scary.
And
So bishop f5 first, and then you castle basically.
एंड यस Caruana is worse. We'll have a look at the end. I think हमारे लिए उतनी इंपॉर्टेंट गेम अभी नहीं है वो. ऑल्सो कोई कह रहा है कि भाई आईआईटी दिल्ली आना चाहिए था हम लोग को. भाई इनवाइट करेंगे तो हम आएंगे ना भाई, इनवाइट नहीं करेंगे तो कैसे आएंगे. आईआईटी दिल्ली जाने की औकात हमारी है नहीं भाई, क्योंकि पेपर देख के तो पहुंच नहीं पाए. शायद इनवाइट देख के someday
भाई
that will
आईआईटी
happen.
दिल्ली तो भाई ये तो लाइक व्हाट इज, ये तो आप मुझे एक्सक्लूड कर रहे हो आयुष भाई, यहाँ पे मेरा नाम क्यों नहीं था? व्हाट इज दिस? आपसे एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था आयुष भाई ये.
भाई वो उनको लगा
गाइस
होगा आप ऑलरेडी
कारुआना.
आईआईटी में हो. मे बी दैट्स व्हाई, यू नो, लाइक who's already there doesn't need to be
भाई
invited.
हाँ, जरूर जरूर जरूर. किसको लगता है कि मैं आईआईटी गया हूँ? लाइक सीरियसली, लाइक इफ
भाई
जीरो
समोसा खाने
आई
तो गए
फील
होगे मतलब.
इतनी इतनी
भाई ऐसी क्या चीज, चलो
एग्जैक्टली.
आईआईटी चलते हैं, समोसा खाते हैं भाई.
इसलिए amazing. No one, exactly. Thanks, bye. You are the only one who sort of defended me here. In some way, I guess. Thank you.
बाय द वे चैट, जस्ट वांट पॉइंट आउट कि भाई यहाँ पे 8 प्लेयर्स कौन कौन से खेल रहे हैं, बिकॉज हमारे कैमरा पे सिर्फ 2 हैं. सो वी हैव फिरूजजा गुकेश, एज यू कैन सी इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू, दोनों प्लेयर्स डीप सोच में. देन वी हैव कारुआना एंड एमवीएल. Then we have Hans and Sindarov, and then we have Duda and Vodacek. So I think ये 8 players है. In terms of top players, we have Gukesh, Sindarov, Caruana, MVL, Firouzja, Hans. So Duda also, by the way, who played very well in that tournament, chess.com Open, जहाँ पे second आए. So Sehaj भाई, fully
डूडा कौन है?
packed tournament, yeah.
डूडा कौन? किसकी बात कर रहे हो टिकू भाई?
देखो
चारों को बोले
ये
किसकी बात
इंडोर
कर रहे हैं
ये
टिकू भाई?
इंडोर टूर्नामेंट है सहज भाई. सो डूडा का
ओ भाई,
बहुत
तो
मुश्किल है
डूडा
अच्छा
तो
खेलना.
गया भाई. डूडा ये तो ऑलरेडी डिफॉल्ट सेट तो पहले ही गया.
ये धूप में नहीं खेला जा रहा.
धूप में नहीं खेल सकता डूडा भाई, क्रेजी.
If you got that reference, by you watched that tournament with us. And by
Yes,
the way,
yes. You watch a lot of these streams, why if you get the reference.
भाई
Surprising to me that
गुकेश कर
nobody
क्या
got
रहा
the
है.
reference yet. What
भाई
happened?
गुकेश कर क्या रहा है, 9 मिनट है भाई, चलो.
मैं थोड़ा रिफ्रेश कर रहा था. I was wondering if it was me.
मैं ढक्कन बंद करके
अरे
बॉटल से पी रहा हूँ भाई. इफ एनीबडी हैड
अरे
डाउट्स कि मुझे आईआईटी में इनवाइट क्यों नहीं आया, नाउ यू हैव द आंसर.
अरे 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 पीयूष भाई, of course, thank you, love you too भाई, thank you so much, but of course I was just doing some banter and everything, but love you भाई, thank you so much. But yeah, धूप तो गायब हो गई भाई. अब भाई लगाएं क्या उसका? कैसा खेल रहा है हमारा?
By the way, he plays bishop e6. Bishop e6 खेला है गुकेश ने
बिशप डी
after a
सिक्स आ रहा
long
है.
think. But I can take on
अच्छा ये
c4
तो
then.
इक्वल. हाँ, बिशप डी सिक्स, क्वीन सी फोर, बिशप सी फोर, बिशप ई फाइव, एफ सिक्स एंड बिशप बी टू. एंड चैट, दिस इज एग्जैक्टली वाई टॉप प्लेयर्स और हाउ यू रिमेन एट द टॉप इज वाया स्टडिंग एंड गेम्स. दिस इज एग्जैक्टली वाई. कुछ भी आप ओपनिंग खेलो, आप परफेक्ट चेस खेलो, ऐसा कोई वियर्ड सा एंड गेम आता है जो आपने पहले कभी देखा नहीं होगा. बट अगर आपको नुआंसेस पता है कि आपको किस तरह से कौन सा पॉन कहाँ पे पुश करना है, कैसे आपको आइसोलेट करना है, वैसी थिंकिंग अगर डेवलप हो जाती है तो यू दैट्स प्लस लाइक 200 पॉइंट्स इंस्टेंटली. एट आई मीन एट
Hmm.
मोस्ट लेवल्स आई वुड से. तो दिस इज वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट.
Wow, man. I think he took a lot of time though, Sehaj. But I think 3.5 minute is a lot of time for Bishop e6. I hope that equalizes the game. Right now, Firouzja is thinking, chat, time pressure is real. And Sehaj bhai, I think what's the main difference between classical, rapid, and blitz is the time that you can use for a particular move. And that means Gukesh is not the best, or at least not as good as at rapid and blitz as he is at a classical. So I think यहाँ पे टाइम प्रेशर बिल्डअप होने वाला है बहुत जल्दी. ही नीड्स टू प्ले ऑन पॉइंट. एंड यहाँ पे अगर क्वीन ट्रेड हो जाए, मे बी आई विल बी अ बिट हैप्पियर एज ब्लैक. डू यू थिंक दैट्स पॉसिबल?
It is possible for sure. And by the way, I just couldn't ignore this comment because it's such a like a I feel it's a comment that we should have said it ourselves. But this match is youngest 2750 player in the world versus youngest 2800 in the world. That's crazy.
And we have the
That
youngest
is.
2700 in the world coming soon. So in
ओहो हो,
about
वो तो कैमरे के
21
साथ
minutes.
भाई. क्रेजी. क्रेजी.
वाओ. आज का दिन इंसेन है चैट. कोई कह रहा है कि वर्ल्ड दिस पे भी ये सारे लोग खेले थे. ट्रू. बट क्लासिकल चेस, इन टर्म्स ऑफ दिस, लाइक वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्ज पे हर कोई खेलता है. बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ ऐसे गेटिंग देम ऑल टुगेदर, I don't think that's happened before. So very, very interesting chat this moment.
Bye.
Firouzja, by the way, also taking a lot of time. Do you think it is the first round jitters for both players, Sahaj bhai? कि दोनों players थोड़ा time ले रहे सोचने के लिए, getting into the zone of calculating.
I feel they just have to get, yeah, of course, because you are warming up. I think in the first game, it's a very rarely I feel like players will play like a couple of rapid games. I mean, आप खेलोगे भी तो किसके साथ खेलोगे, right? And all खेलोगे भी तो most likely आप online खेल रहे हो. Like I'm sure like there is that adjustment period of 1 or 2 games which where the games are a bit slow and then वो एकदम form में आ जाते हैं सारे players. So yeah, I think that's what it is for both. But Firouzja, is in particular a very dangerous player in these situations क्योंकि वो उसका डिफॉल्ट सेटिंग ही 1 मिनट पे रहता है लाइक बिकॉज ही प्लेज आई थिंक मे बी ही इज द बेस्ट प्लेयर इन द वर्ल्ड आई थिंक अंडर 1 मिनट लाइक यू कैन से दैट इजिली सो
Agreed.
या
Agreed.
इट्स अ
He's
टफ 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 स्पॉट बट बाय द वे टिक्कू
he.
भाई एक एक जस्ट दूसरे गेम पे जाना चाहता हूँ
हाँ.
इस गेम के बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज हैपनिंग
I'm So I can see clearly on the camera. I don't see a ray of sunlight. The only ray of sunlight is behind Firouzja, and he ate it. And because of that, he did not let it reach Duda. I think Voracek has good chances here.
I mean, if you think about it, if our theory is correct, Duda was actually a lot worse like 2 moves ago. Like, I think more or less black is so much better. Could there be any truth to it, Tikku bhai?
Maybe Firouzja, I don't know, like the sunlight passed through him, reached Duda somehow. And he's waiting for, वो basketball match याद आ रहा है मुझे कोई मिल गया वाला सहज भाई. It is possible. There is hope. 8 मिनट है उनके पास, 8 मिनट. Maybe half time पे कुछ होगा सहज भाई. And the sun will rise.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. But he's, I think, fighting it out right now. I think complex position, but he's also playing against Radek, yeah, who I believe was the second of
Vishy sir.
Vishy sir, yeah,
Yes.
for
Yes.
2 world championships, yeah, or maybe more even.
Yeah. By the way, let's have a look at one glance at the Caruana game. अगर आ ही गया इतना हम तो अब इतना कर लिया चिप्स भी ले ही लेते हैं. So I mean the position looks really bad. Yeah, the G3 square is available for my rook. And the knight on B6 looks impressive, but it's like a one-man army, and the queen has to stay on E1 just to defend the A5 pawn. So I love MVL's position here.
भाई वो सब तो ठीक है but what's the culprit chat in this position very very good strategic question why is white worse मतलब ठीक है आप वो आधे आंसर्स मत देना स्पेस ये सब वो सब मत बोलना देर इज अ डायरेक्ट रीजन फॉर वाई वाइट इज वर्स एंड नो इट्स नॉट गोल्डन पॉन मैं वो मतलब या दैट इज रेलिवेंट बट नॉट इन दिस सिचुएशन इंडीड इट इज पीयूष भाई who actually I think got it right this is it's the knight it looks active मतलब it's an outpost you're on the on your opponent's side you're occupying or controlling a lot of squares in opponent's territory बट इस पीस को हम कहेंगे सुपरफ्लुअस लाइक इट लुक्स अमेजिंग बट इट हैज़ नो रियल वैल्यू अगर ब्लैक ने बोला कि मैं ये नाइट उठा के ऐसे E6 D4 ऐसे करके खेलता हूँ और मैं सिर्फ किंग साइड पे खेलूंगा आई प्ले G5 H5 G4 वाइट टेक्निकली एक पीस डाउन खेल रहा है ये नाइट कभी भी वापस नहीं आ सकता गेम में एंड दिस इज वाई यू आर नॉट जस्ट -1 हियर आई फील लाइक यू आर -3 हियर इट
Agreed.
इज ट्रू राइट नाउ भाई नाइट D8 खेल नहीं सकते आप क्योंकि क्वीन C3 में ये दोनों मर रहे हैं दैट्स व्हाई वो नाइट अभी तक वहां से हिला नहीं है बट वंस ही सेट्स अप द पोजीशन करेक्टली क्वीन F6 स्टिल आई मीन इट्स ही इज प्लेइंग विद वन एक्स्ट्रा पीस एंड आई थिंक दैट्स गोना बी वेरी वेरी dangerous to Fabio. Oh, by the way, look at this B4. Yeah, very very important move to break something ताकि ये तीनों जो pawns A4, C4 और D5 के squares रोक के बैठे हैं इनको थोड़ा मतलब open करा जाए. Let's go C4 next and so we can vacate the knight. But Fabi is in deep trouble.
Agreed, Dhurandhar Knight indeed, and काफी interesting position है. Meanwhile, Firouzja की game पे jump करें, जिनके the only camera we have Sahaj bhai, he has made a mistake, and that is Bishop C3. He had to put the bishop on D6. I mean, there was literally a script written by Nihal Singh a few months back. He had to put the bishop there, but he doesn't. Brings it back to C3. Why? And now after Queen E7, Gukesh is even slightly better.
I'm guessing he didn't like bishop d6, queen f5 check, rook d2, and black could go something like long castle. And ठीक है, like you can play c5. I agree, and it's working. But like the fact that your bishop hasn't moved, your rook hasn't moved, you even if the bishop moves up, castling नहीं कर सकते. And ये rook हमेशा like it's pinned for a long time. Like there is not a single other piece which can defend it, meaning the king can be stuck to it. Then I mean there are tactical ideas like kabhi knight d4 for example, takes and maybe
Hmm.
something on the e file. And I'm guessing looking at all of this, he just didn't like the overall
Yeah, yeah.
position there. But yeah, he made the wrong move, and I feel Gukesh should know that he's much better now.
Yep. And I think the problem is, of course, the bishop now blocked by the pawn. You can always play f6 at some point. Even f5 would not be out of the cards. And of course, black is now ready to castle. Also, the h4 pawn under the eye of the black queen. So one of the white pieces has to stay there to defend that pawn. The queen doing a massive job of defending h4, defending c4. And I feel like she wanted better things to do in life, Sage, by also the a3 pawn under the scanner.
Exactly, a3 pawn तो मतलब मर ही रहा है. That's why in this position a4 is the best move, and उसके बाद कभी f5 आएगा, white की queen हटेगी यहाँ से. Yes, the queen is defending this and this, but the bishop and the rook are also defending, at least for now. But overall strategic sense, I feel Gukesh definitely is like way more comfortable, maybe even slightly better. That's only because white का pawn structure टूटा हुआ है. Like let's assume white's, if we could just put this pawn on b4, or if we could put white's pawn on b3, it would be white who has a slight advantage क्योंकि white के पास double bishop है. But since you have this pawn, you can always target. Rook c8 आ सकता है, कभी knight a5 आ सकता है, a3 तो मतलब अटैक हो ही रहा है. तो ये pawn बहुत जल्दी मरेगा भाई. Gukesh
एक
looking
बंदे
very well.
He's looking very well, as you can see on the camera. एक बंदा कहता, I just noticed the images. He thought cameras लगे हुए हैं भाई. That is epic, भाई. That is epic. So our, gamble
भाई
works, भाई, clearly.
भाई also like this means people are watching the games and people are people like it's actually good. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good thing. That's a compliment. I think of it as a compliment, bhai. Amazing.
And and by the way, we have few moves very quickly coming on the board. Bishop b2, castles, bishop e2, and rook a d8. And now if white castles Sahaj by f5 is possible, that would basically lose the h4 pawn, I think. So very crucial decision for white. What does he do? But if you don't castle, then rook takes d1, rook d8 incoming, and your king could be stuck in the center. So I feel like Gukesh has the slightly better practical position already.
By slightly better, I think is understating this. I think he's definitely very good. And if you, the only way to move forward for Firouzja is to sack the h4 pawn, f5, queen c2, queen h4 for virtually nothing. Like इसमें ऐसा कुछ immediately कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है आपको. Long term pressure है जो 6 मिनट के अंदर assess करना is very difficult. Classical में आप कर सकते हो, I guess. You can say okay c5 के बाद like black का play उतना simple नहीं है and you can kind of understand it. But 6 मिनट में आप कैसे understand करोगे? You're thinking भाई pawn मर रहा है, let's defend it. So I think h5 is very logical in this position. But then again, you will defend the h pawn, but who's going to defend the c pawn? I will take this, bring the queen out, bring the rook to d8, and Firouzja is in trouble. Bhai, Gukesh could take down, like, let's be real, guys. Black से Gukesh Firouzja को rapid में अगर हराता है, like, come on, I mean,
That's huge.
that's big. That's so big.
Yeah, that's huge. And let's hope so Gukesh can pull that off. By the way, Firouzja is 3 minutes behind. So that's already a huge lead on the clock. अब वो 3 मिनट का डिफरेंस स्टार्टिंग में उतना बड़ा नहीं था, बट अब बहुत बड़ा हो चुका है. पाल पोस के बड़ा किया उस टाइम डिफरेंस ने को गुकेश ने. एंड लेट्स सी व्हाट व्हाइट डज. ही स्टिल नॉट कन्विंस्ड ऑफ अ चॉइस. एंड शक्ल से फिरोजा काफी टेंस लग रहे हैं सहज भाई. ही लुक्स लाइक ही इज नॉट श्योर ऑफ व्हाट टू प्ले.
हाँ, अभी ये पिक्चर मोस्ट लाइकली ना उसके बाद खींची गई थी जब उसने 5 में 5 करे थे, आपको याद होगा जीसीएल में. चैट, आई डोंट नो इफ यू रिमेंबर दिस, बट फिरोजा वाज जस्ट लाइक अ बीस्ट. या मतलब एक वो जो टॉप का जो बोर्ड रहता है उनका मास्टर्स बोर्ड, आई बिलीव इट्स कॉल्ड आइकॉन बोर्ड, आई बिलीव इट्स कॉल्ड. एंड उस आइकॉन बोर्ड पे फिरोजा था. एंड बेसिकली आप 5 लोग के साथ खेलते हो एंड देन उन्हीं 5 लोग के साथ आप डिफरेंट कलर से खेलते हो. Firouzja took down like everyone 5-0 in a rapid format. So that's who he's facing right now. I mean, of course, Firouzja, we know that he's a, blitz mein, bullet mein, he's basically the best player in the world. And Gukesh was one of those players that he defeated back then, wo jo 5-0 wala tha. And now it's revenge time. Let's go.
Agreed. By the way, we have a super chat from Dr. Mr. Something Stein. Where is the camera, Tikku bhai? We want to see Gukesh. I wish we had the cameras. We tried the best to get them, but nahi mile cameras. Nahi mile. Ab organizer hai bhai. We can't force him. Bhai, aisa camera khud ka laga nahi sakte. So we tried our best. We couldn't get the cameras for GCT, but we have the cameras for TePe Sigeman. So luckily that will complement that. So we'll have cameras of Arjun, Magnus pretty soon. The match starts in about 10 minutes. And yeah, बैड लक, बट कुछ कर नहीं सकते उसमें यार, आउट ऑफ आवर कंट्रोल, एंड वी कैन ऑल वी कैन डू इज कमेंटेट एंड मेक श्योर गुकेश विंस एंड एट लीस्ट होप फॉर इट. बाय द वे, थ्री
Well,
एंड
at
a
least the
half
good
minutes से
thing
कम.
is, the good thing is we do have cameras, for at least, one event, and we get to see Magnus. I mean, we were enjoying all of that just one chat. Everything that happened yesterday is like times two from today onwards, basically. So I think that's great.
Agreed. And by the way, you guys will have cameras
Three
for
minutes.
access for the fun. Oh, H5
Dekho,
played.
exactly. As expected, he's thinking it's a pawn that's hanging, and he couldn't assess everything. By the way, he has 3 minutes now on the clock. Firouzja, of course, becomes extremely dangerous with less time, but still, this is a sizable advantage for Gukesh on the board and on the clock.
I want to make a point. All the four boards, black is slightly better. Gukesh slightly better against Firouzja. MVL slightly better against Caruana. Sindarov slightly better against Hands. And, Radoslav better against Duda. So black pieces dominating in round one so far.
Wesley also much better against Fedosiev. But ये वोइताचेक राडोस्ला किसके साथ खेल रहा है टिक्कू भाई? आपने क्या नाम लिया अभी ये?
I have no idea भाई. मैं तो धूप में निकलता नहीं, बहुत गर्मी है सहज भाई. It's 45
बहुत
degrees man.
अरे
Insane.
भाई that's too much. That's way too
नहीं
much,
है
man. That's way too
35-40, बट लग रहा है 45. बट ओके,
तो
बाय द क्वीन
डूडा
C5.
को इंडिया में मत खेलने देना भाई, खत्म हो जाए.
भाई ही विल स्टार्ट प्लेइंग लाइक स्टॉकफिश. क्या बात कर रहे हो आप
भाई वो
भाई?
तो क्रेजी हो जाएगा भाई. डूडा डूडा वो तो एकदम insane. Oh, by the way, short
वेट,
cast he
पॉन
played
क्या?
and he does sack this. But okay, bishop c2 is a nice compensation because g6 के बाद pawn takes and at least h file खुली. तो some pressure on the king.
Come on, by queen c4. Okay, which piece do we take with? Queen c4 feels more tempting to me because bishop takes may potentially the bishop can be pinned, and also bishop c2 threatens mate. Which piece do you take with Sahaj bhai?
Optically, queen looks the best. Like, okay, like queen takes, but queen takes में bishop c2, queen e4, bishop e4 के बाद, like, I'm not sure if you can save this pawn or you can play f6, but this is very, very drawish territory.
Huh.
गुकेश जीतने के लिए खेलेगा तो bishop c4 ही मारेगा इधर.
Oh wow.
Like you just know it,
Bhai,
yeah. It's Gukesh.
bhai, queen c2 only move for white, by the way. There's nothing else available. That is crazy.
Oh,
If
I
rook to a
missed that.
e1, queen a5 is winning. The rook is trapped. The rook has nowhere to go.
Oh, wow, beautiful, beautiful. I think Gukesh is taking down Firouzja then. Let's go.
Bhai,
2.5
bhai,
minutes.
come on, chat. Do you think queen c2? Oh, finds it by
Of course, he will
Firouzja.
find it, but I think initially maybe he didn't see bishop. I think he was counting on bishop c4, bishop c2, but then maybe f5 tha. He could have missed
Yes.
something, I think, along those lines. But of course, he will find moves like queen c2 on demand. वो 10 second भी होंगे तब भी निकालेगा वो. But still,
And
Gukesh is a pawn up. He has 4 minutes more, 5 minutes more.
and chat, in about 5 minutes, Firouzja के पीछे से अर्जुन चल के आएगा. डरना नहीं. They are good friends. So कांपना नहीं अगर ऐसा होगा तो. साथ में चिल करते
मुझे
कई बार वो
लगा
लोग.
समय भाई अभी अर्जुन की पिक्चर ऐसे लेके आएंगे, That would be hilarious.
Now to trade queens. Depends if we can, but the bishop pair for white will offer compensation. Right now, I am not even sure if you can trade queens. I think bishop pinned hai. So queen has to go somewhere. Queen d5, queen d5 are the two options that make sense. Where do we put it?
I think hardly a difference. Queen d5 is probably slightly stronger because it's a central square. You can also tuck the queen away to e6, जहाँ पे it can defend on the king side. Also keep an eye कभी b5, a5, b4 हो तो. But easier said than done. I think lots of moves. Even rook d8 looks kind of logical to me. I'm not sure if bishop e to b5 is. I'm sure it's completely equal because computer is not recommending that, but it's not clear to me why. So I
Yeah.
would also consider something like this as well, or queen d5.
And chat,
By
yes,
the way,
Fabi
Fabi
is.
is completely winning now.
Yeah, what a blunder, man. I think rook takes g7. What a brilliancy. Can we show that move, Sahaj, by once? What a find. Rook takes g7. By Levy's thumbnail has been decided. King takes queen
भाई
g1 check. And this is
I
over.
just I just want to point out कि हम तो सिर्फ brilliancy देखते हैं, but I want to show you what Fabi saw, right? In this position, Fabi saw कि ये rook is defended and look at the vision here, ठीक है? G3 takes and इसी moment पे उसको realize हो गया कि if I take this, he's gonna have to take back with the pawn, and then he realized the rook is left hanging. That's the vision. That's why, chat, do your puzzle rush. Very, very important.
Yeah.
You will spot these things.
Yeah. So let's jump back to Gukesh, Firouzja, as we have their cams in front of us. Queen C2 के बाद Gukesh still thinking. By the way, 5.5 minutes for him. He's 3 minutes ahead. Time में तो बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं हम लोग. But what does he do now? Queen B5 feeling tempting. And of course, I think Rook E1 is forced, right? I mean, okay, place Queen B5 on the board.
Yeah, Rook E1 now automatic. I think idea. Then Rook D8 looks good just to control one of the central open files. And I'm not really sure where is Firouzja's like I don't understand why it's 0.3 only. I feel like the advantage should be more. मुझे कुछ clearly Firouzja के लिए दिख नहीं रहा. Okay, you can say pawn on h5 is something like you can throw h6 and कभी back rank पे problems हो सकती हैं and all of that. But apart from that, I don't see any major thing. Like why is it only 0.2? Or am I missing something big here?
That's a good question, I think. I think it's again the bishop pair most likely ki any endgame probably gives white enough compensation. Also, huge chances to go into opposite color bishops, right? I could play bishop f3, bishop takes c6, for example, in some rook bishop endgame, and it's going to be very hard to convert that one as well. So I think that's
Yeah,
the details. So I think maybe keeping rooks on the board at least, it's
it's a
very, very
great
important
point.
for Gukesh if he wants to win this one. And koi keh raha hai, chal de bhai. That's the emotion we have as well. By the way, queen a5 attacking the rook. Crucial
No, no,
decision.
no.
You trade rookies or
He's
not.
going for the pawn. Yeah, he's saying to Firouzja, भाई bishop c3 खेल के या तो queen मत trade करो and I get the second pawn, or play queen c3
Wow.
and we exchange the queens. Good decision. Let's take this pawn as well.
That's a bold choice, by the way. Queen a5. Bishop refuses the queen trade. And now queen a3. You've said A, now you have to say B. Let's take that pawn, Gukesh. Let's not hesitate.
Yeah, I mean
Come on, Gukesh.
it's a tough decision. He's probably just double checking ke kuch some tactic on the cards. Maybe queen a3 also maybe allows your opponent to regroup in some way. Like queen oh, look at this bishop f3 only move. Otherwise, Firouzja is much
Wow.
worse.
Wow. Wow. Come on, let's go, Firouzja. गलती कर दे भाई. एक गलती तो बनती है हमारे लिए.
Bhai Gukesh looks fantastic. Like he looks like in much better shape, no? Like in just one. Like I know it's Eki game hai and everything, but he looks fantastic to me.
Yeah, right now. And that's a mistake. That's a huge mistake from Firouzja now. It feels like he's building up an attack, but apparently Rook D8 now is winning for Gukesh. Not an easy move to find, Sahaj, though.
Ah, I think really not that difficult because you wanna just
Really?
understand the bishop should go. Yeah. Because this is a very common I think idea. कि you wanna use this pawn. Let's say rook d8 के बाद आप pawn takes g7 मारते हो, right? You wanna use this pawn as your own defense. कभी भी इस pawn को capture नहीं करोगे, but इसकी वजह से white यहाँ पे checks नहीं दे पाएगा आपको. That's the
Bhai,
idea.
this is the real, याद है धुरंधर मूवी में दो धुरंधर थे एक्चुअली. ये दूसरा वाला
भाई
धुरंधर है
स्पॉइल मत
भाई, ये
करो अब
pawn.
चैट के लिए कुछ लोग होंगे
You
जिन्होंने ना देखा हो मे बी
हाँ, so you think this pawn is on your side as white, but it's actually shielding. That's the real Hamza Ali Masari भाई. So ये
यस
भाई अपनी ब्लैक की टीम में ही है.
ये वो है वही वाला बंदा है
जो गाड़ी में लास्ट में आया था, ये वो बंदा है. If you've not seen it, I've not spoiled anything, by the
यू
way.
आर माय सन
सहज भाई फैंटा पीने का बड़ा मन कर रहा है सडनली.
अरे क्रेजी भाई होनी चाहिए थी भाई उसके बाद तो मैं फैन उसके बाद पता है लाइक आई डोंट नो व्हाई बट आई स्टार्टेड ड्रिंकिंग फैंटा like after watching that which is crazy.
Yeah. By the way, Fabi has one, so that's one result.
Rook
Rookie
d8
had played.
played Gukesh OP let's go
Let's
let's go
go,
भाई
Rookie.
taking down Firouzja in round 1 itself वो भी black से
Chat.
beautiful.
Stream like karo. Let's get more people in. Do like the stream. Let's get to 500,000 likes as soon as possible. We have 1,800 people watching. Easily doable. Gukesh winning. When he's winning, let's get maximum people. And of course, let's not forget Sindarov also playing the same event. So this is a race to the top between the world
Exactly.
champion and the world championship challenger.
100%. And Sindarov also is putting some pressure on Hans with the black pieces as well. It's a bit better, but not like not this much. So Gukesh looking amazing, I think, on the first round. Let's see. H takes g7, by the way, is losing Tiku Bhai because after knight b4, black can resign. The bishop is gone, and
Wow.
if you take this queen b4, the rook is trapped, like we mentioned earlier. So you cannot capture this pawn anymore.
Dhurandhar ka dusra Siku, thank you, bhai. By the way, the best move is bishop b2 here, which is not easy at all. Because you kind of want to control the d2 square as well, because the rook could enter there. Also, knight b4 rook rival to some extent. So not easy to just put the bishop back on d2 where it just came from. So tough choices of Firouzja, as we can clearly see on the camera, Sehaj bhai. By the way, Arjun aa
Oh,
chuka hai bhai.
Arjun, hello.
Let's
Let's
go.
go. Let's go, Arjun. Gandhi Bam, let's go. भाई अर्जुन तू मत खेलियो बस. You focus on
हाँ भाई
that.
अर्जुन, थोड़ा ध्यान से यार, थोड़ा होल्ड भाई, होल्ड.
Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. So, uh, Arjun adjusting the pieces. Let's go.
But look at the
Firouzja has
accuracy.
33 seconds, bhai. 33 seconds for Firouzja.
Look at the accuracy so far. 97.6 for Gukesh, 94.2 by Firouzja. This is the format Firouzja dominates in. And Gukesh playing some amazing chess. Oh my God, 18 seconds. Time pressure is real.
I'm thinking of candidates again, and it's bringing back some bad memories. I feel like if Gukesh wins this, that's one step to the right direction. He will correct one, thing that happened in the past, which he probably was not the most happy with. That's a blunder. Bishop d3 ke baad, it's good. No, but then Bishop d3 is still completely winning in e4, no? That's winning.
And why it's forcing the queen trade. You have no choice. The queen has no squares to go to. Played.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing. So
Gukesh.
queen can... Yeah. Go ahead, bhai. Takes.
No, I think he's playing some fascinating chess. He's in shape so far, Sahej bhai.
Yeah, for sure. And I think also starting like this with black against Firouzja is beautiful. Who else is he supposed to play? He's playing Hans, and then he's playing... Who else is he playing after that?
Duda.
Tiku bhai?
Duda.
Oh, acha,
Dhoop
acha.
wala Duda.
Acha. I see.
By the way, e4 only move for Gukesh. Oh my God, bhai, he's in form today, brother. What is he doing?
E4 was, I think, still kind of simple, but overall the consistency he has played is just beautiful. And also, he's going to technically be 3 pawns up now. Pawn takes h6 is also hanging. That's the third pawn.
Agreed.
So in other terms, 3 pawns is like a piece, no? So this
Agreed.
is objectively winning, basically. Okay, it's not like a piece, but it's still objectively winning for Gukesh.
Okay, bishop at g4. So white is basically banking on his bishop pair to save the game now. But let's just pick up that third pawn on h6. Very important. Those 2 pawns on the queen side, chat, a7 and b7 are the star pieces. On the king side, it's roughly balanced still because the double pawn can't really do much. But the queen side pawns, let's go, a5, b5. Let's keep pushing them at the correct moment.
Yeah, and if there is anyone in the world who knows the power of the bishop on pawn on e4 and the bishop on d3, it's Gukesh. I will tell you this.
The second game has started, Sahaj bhai, so we can remove the images now, maybe, Sahaj bhai. But maybe let's just wait for this game to finish. I don't want to jinx it, maybe.
Exactly. Let's just finish the game because I think we're, he has 14 seconds only, and then we can go to check out what Arjun is doing.
And chat, there'll be pauses between the rapid games, so we'll easily be able to go to Arjun's game. Then when that slows down, we'll come back to the second rapid game. It's going to be exciting. Absolutely no breaks of, entertainment today. Madhvai Super Chat, Tuku was proud seeing Pradak, Gukesh and Arjun who it at some point. Thanks a lot, bhai. I have not defeated, Gukesh, unfortunately. I wish. But by the way, my wife has defeated him. That's a good point. So family mein andar hi sabko hara rakha hai humne. By the way, Sahaj bhai, A5. Why is he not playing it?
I'm not sure. Maybe he's thinking B5 or A5 में से कुछ. भाई मंदर भाई आप मतलब ये रियल है ना? मतलब आपका ये ऑल्ट अकाउंट तो नहीं लग रहा है मेरे को.
At this point मुझे भी डाउट हो रहा
है. डाउट हो रहा है भाई कुछ तो हो रहा है, कुछ तो गड़बड़ है.
Yeah, crazy bhai. And yes, bhai, my wife has defeated Gukesh 1 year before he became. But Simon tha bhai. I mean, it's not the same, but yeah. But okay, anyways, coming back to the game, Sahaj bhai, A5. What is Gukesh thinking? Let's do it.
I don't know why he's thinking here B5 or A5 may say it has to be one move only. But I don't know why you would... Maybe B5 you can choose because you want to play B1 ka square is guarded by the bishop, so you could justify it like that. But I will not choose B5 because the rook is defending C6 and bishop G3 ke baad, you can harass the rook. So I would just avoid that. So A5 looks it makes the most sense. Black doesn't really have a plan. Firouzja doesn't really have a plan. Now bishop G3 kheloge, rook D5, whatever. Then I just keep pushing.
Wow.
Why so? But why think so much here? I don't understand.
I think that's my only problem now. The only way Gukesh, messes this up is time pressure. So let's just kind of keep moving quickly. By the way, knight e5 is a great move as well, but it's tough to play this.
Thought about 2 minutes in this position. Yeah, 2 minutes for a5.
At least he found the best
That's
move. I'm happy with that though.
okay, but let's see. Let's see. Let's see. If he plays a couple of moves fast, I think still is very good. But jaldi खेलो भाई. अब
B5.
ये this is the crunch moment, and I understand this is high pressure for Gukesh, but we have to like start playing fast, yeah.
B5, Gukesh. Remember, you are the gold, brother. You are the world champion. Candidates winner ahead of Hikaru, Fabi, and everybody else in the world. Let's go. Olympiad winner. Let's go. World champion. B5.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. B5. Even bishop a6 works actually. Bishop a6 is even cleaner, I feel. क्योंकि कुछ you cannot even attack anything. Like no b7, no c6. Bishop g3 you can attack. Rook d8 में I'll just counter attack and continue pushing my pawns. This is I think very clean. But 32
Yes.
seconds. Why? Like it's 2.5 minutes he spent on a5 and now he had 3 minutes. One like just now 2 moves ago. 3 minutes there.
Of course, yeah. He should play quickly, Sahaj bhai, because you don't. Oh, it's 18 seconds. Time is now equal. Gukesh, come on, Gukesh. We need to. Even Arjun is playing for you, brother.
Is this a mistake? This has to be a mistake, right? There's no way this is 8 seconds.
He's thinking. He plays a4. That's a mistake. No, Gukesh. No.
Why 7 seconds?
Why did he give that pawn?
He missed bishop a8. Bishop a8 उसने miss किया. Maybe
Firouzja
also misses
bishop
this.
a8 खेला था. How can he miss bishop a8? That's the move that won him the world championship. Literally, right. That's the first move he should consider.
But Firouzja's not playing. He plays bishop a8 with 1 second on the clock. This is where Firouzja just shows his class, yeah? Now he's not gonna be very difficult. But now 18 seconds against for Gukesh. But this was, I feel, so unnecessary, yeah? A5, A4, like 3 minutes almost.
You could lose this. Bishop f6, rook c8, something. And if you move the rook incorrectly, so Gukesh should be very careful. Now a pawn here. Let's use it as a distraction. Bishop c4, maybe a3, a2. He still has winning chances though.
He goes rook a6. Okay, attacks the bishop, defends the pawn. Okay, some chances now, but the move is very difficult.
Bishop c4 is the best move. Bishop c4 is the best move.
How do you find this in blitz, bhai? No chance.
3 seconds.
Oh, he's repeating, bhai. Really... He's repeating. Maybe he's taking the time to think. I mean, that's also possible.
He should have won this, man. He was winning. By the way, Sindarov is also...
He can win now. Rook c6.
Let's go! Let's go! Come on! Rook c6 on the board. Why is again winning? Let's go.
And rook c2, rook a3, and you just push the pawns. Yeah, I think he missed rook c6 for sure. Knight b3 or a3. Anything is winning.
Bhai, just play king g7,
Golden
brother.
opportunity.
Anything wins.
Rook c2.
King g7.
Anything wins now. Bach gaye, bhai. Let's go. We needed this, bhai. We needed this. Let's go. Like the first round, mess up can really affect your... Because
let's play king g7. No, because you know what? I don't want some back rank mate. Just play king g7 for my satisfaction, Gukesh.
Please. That's what the engine is saying, bhai. No, but no.
Why I will say for the past 5 moves, bhai. King g7.
Gukesh doesn't... maybe he can play king g7. Okay, very unlikely. Yeah? Rook c2 looks way more logical.
fe4, bishop e4, bishop f6, rook d8 is mate. That's what I'm worried about.
But I have a move as well. I have rook g2 check. I have knight d2 check. I have a lot of moves. Just take on bishop. I hope he's not thinking to take on a2. That's a mistake. Okay, there it is. Bishop f6 is like -4. Completely lost.
We have rook g2.
You have to take. Enough. You have to take. There is no way that's fine for you. There is no way.
Come on, Gukesh. Firouzja thinking 10 seconds for Firouzja. The time pressure is real. 8 seconds. I can't imagine the nerves he takes on b3. The best move. You have to take back the bishop.
Rook c8 only move. Otherwise, Gukesh is lost. Rook c8 only move, bhai.
This is what I mentioned. Rook c8. Play rook c8. There's no other move.
But
rook c8 only move. Play the move, Gukesh. What is he thinking?
6 seconds. Okay. Let's see. 3 seconds mein khela usne. Very nice.
Thank God.
Position is winning. The end game is still winning. I know it's opposite colored bishop chat, but because of the rooks and because of 2 extra, not 1, but 2 extra pawns, and both of them being on the right color really helps Gukesh's case. Yeah. This is objectively winning.
Now it's smooth. Of course, the bishop stops the b2 pawn for now, but this is much smoother now. This one I can get behind, I think.
Why Sindarov drew, by the way?
Ooh, let's go. And Duda won and Wesley won. So Gukesh could be one of the leaders if he wins this one. h6, king h7. Love that. h6, king h7. Amazing.
Exactly. Endgames, an endgame masterclass here. Activate your king. Bring it to the center. Try to push your pawns. Very, very important. Very nice. This h5, h6 can be a really nice puzzle, I think. Yeah. Instructive puzzle. Very nice.
Yeah. Amazing. Because now the bishop becomes useless and now you can slowly start pushing. And I think even the opposite is the opposite of bishop endgame winning, Sahaj bhai? Like if I trade rooks, is it still winning or
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that
it's
risky?
winning. It's winning.
Hmm.
It's winning for sure. Basically, I think I told you. You basically do this like on the
Hmm.
board, and it spreads across 4 files. And if it's more than 4 files, then it's winning. If it's on four
Hmm.
files, it's a draw.
Oh, by the way, he played rook g8 check. Very interesting choice. I think h4 maybe is the plan, yeah? I'm guessing.
Or king g6, king f5 also looks simple.
True, true. H4, rook g3 was my instinct. Okay, he plays rook g5, also very logical. He's taking his time. There's no hurry here, chat. He can take his time and aram se win the game.
No, there's not enough time. Don't take your time. Just
No, I mean like in terms of moves, yeah? Not per
yeah.
move, in terms of total number of moves.
Oh, rook f5, by the way, best move here. So we might see that endgame play out.
Hmm. Let's see if he goes for it. Crucial moment for Gukesh. Will he trade rooks? That's a crucial decision. You cannot go back
But
on that. So, hmm,
just want to point out that this is how top players kind of use psychology in chess. Like, note that even though exactly, and this is a sign of it kind of working, yeah,
hmm,
because Firouzja, it doesn't matter whether the rook endgame is draw or not, because Gukesh has 20 seconds on the clock. He invited him to play rook f5, and
hmm,
now the duration of the game. No, anytime there's going to be a rook trade, Gukesh is going to think 3 4 times because
yes.
Firouzja actually provoked him to do it. So it's very important to understand these like smaller nuances, like in a game. So that was a good decision, I think, from Firouzja. Very smart.
Agreed. And now rook d7 is incoming. So Gukesh should be careful. There could be some mating ideas. Rook d7 check and rook g7 could be mates, Sahaj bhai. So he
But you
needs to
can
be
go king
careful.
g8. Yeah,
Yeah.
rook d7, king g8, and then you just run on f8 basically. This is the only time when the king should be on the back rank. The only time ever. And now rook c2 again is winning, but I'm not sure if Gukesh plays that because initially, you remember, he denied the rook endgame. He didn't play
Come on.
rook f5. He played f5.
Just do it, Gukesh. Just do it.
I'm not sure if he's gonna play rook c2 right now. If he
Come
does,
on.
it's over. Its game is
A
over if he
Nike,
plays rook c2.
a Nike sponsorship incoming, Gukesh. Come on. Rook c2. Come on. Just do it.
2 seconds. See, he
King
cannot
g8.
decide. This is what I'm talking about. That psychological thing that Firouzja did with rook f2. This is what's showing up right now.
That's why do your endgames chat. People ask, sometimes commentators, why should we work on endgames? It's going to come at the end of the game. This is why, because you can make very quick decisions. This is the moment when you won't have time on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think also now maybe because each time that Firouzja is thinking, at each move, Gukesh is looking at rook c2, like to
Hmm.
figure out whether that endgame is winning or not. And when he decides, that's why he's moving the king around a bit. When he decides, he's going to play rook c2, I feel. But yeah,
And I also love the king f7 idea because, there were some tactics, rook d7 check and rook g7 mating ideas. You bring the king to the center. I
hmm.
love that quickly using the king
King
as a piece.
a6.
It's also ready for the opposite color bishop endgame, right? To come to d3 very, very quickly.
Exactly. Once you play rook c2, you can bring the king like this to d3 and maybe try to promote or take the pawn. And yeah, looks very, very risky. Plays bishop e4. Okay. And another one of those filler moves, let's say. Again, rook c2 is winning, but question is,
And
does
by
he
the way,
play it?
this is the only game going on. All the others have ended. So,
For the
Gukesh and
last 10 minutes, it's the only game going on, by the way.
in fact, TePe Sigeman started 12 minutes ago. So we've not even looked at that game because this is so nerve-wracking. By the way, King E6 played. Sahaj bhai, can we expect some drama just like the Magnus game, or is this gonna be smooth? I expect smooth, yeah?
No, this is smooth. Very smooth, I think. Not much. The position is super simple, I think. Not really much to it. That's the only problem is that I don't think Gukesh is comfortable playing rook c2. That's the only problem I have.
Yeah. No, they will not repeat chat
Even
because the king was on h7 earlier. The king has moved. So they are basically not repeating the position. There's no way Gukesh does that. If he wants a draw, he can play rook c2 and he has at least a draw anyways.
rook c4 played, okay? So that means he does not like rook c2.
Hmm.
So in chess terms, he's not going to play rook c2 now. Or if he does, then he's probably not liking it. Let's see
And
what happens now. Maybe he's still calculating. Who knows?
oh, just play rook
h4
c2,
maybe?
Gukesh.
हाँ, h4 takes and king g3. भाई उसको h4 खेलना है गुकेश को. Gukesh doesn't want to go rook
Ah,
c2. He wants to play
that's a
h4.
that's a nice move. You know what? Because after that, the opposite color bishop is completely winning. Like he doesn't even need to calculate that
Yeah.
because two separate pass pawns, dead winning.
Yeah, because the bishop cannot defend both pawns on the same diagonal. You
Very
would have to
nice.
defend here and then there. Yeah, that's
You
the
know,
pawn doesn't
rook
even go
a4.
there.
perfect waiting move because he's waiting for king h2 and then he could play h4. But okay, bishop g7 played. Let's go rook a2 anyways.
Rook a2, but he doesn't want to play rook a2, right? This is what we're
Come
talking
on.
about. He doesn't want to exchange the rooks.
Come on, Gukesh, just do it, man. Just do it. Oh, it doesn't
But
do
chat,
it.
like try to think like that one like micro decision by Firouzja, I think is influencing Gukesh's play for the next like 10 moves, yeah, like this. And this happens so, I don't think this is a rare occurrence. It happens a lot in Blitz when you use like these slight little tricks to trick your opponent. I mean, and I'm sure if he didn't play Rook F2, I think Gukesh would have gone Rook C2 like many moves ago.
Hmm. Agreed, because you think, okay, Firouzja is playing this. Clearly, there's some substance there. My top level opponent would not make such a mistake and give me an easy win. So maybe something about my calculation is not correct. And maybe, of course, you sometimes are never sure. Yeah, opposite color bishops can be tricky. Sometimes even 3 pawns down, it can be a draw. So it's very interesting position right now. Bishop 3 still maneuvering Sahaj by 50 move rule. No, not even close. Yeah, the last exchange was a move number 43. We are on 65 right now.
भाई 50 मूव रूल तो नहीं होगा क्योंकि h5 h6 भी खेला उसने, so he has made a structural change. And I feel like before that we reach that stage he's going to offer the trade of rooks or something, yeah, because he cannot make progress anymore. So I think he has to play the best move, but not by choice. Like basically it's forced for him to play the best move.
There could be a repetition now because the king has been on e6 for a while. So I'm hoping rook c2 comes quickly because otherwise king h2, king h3, it could be a draw and we could see a claim.
Yeah, but the rook was never on c7. So this is how you would think about it. Next time this position repeats, the rook will be on c6, then it will be on c5. Like just to like spread, like, you know, stretch the game a bit, and while he figures out a way to win the game. There's also another very cool idea I see, and I'm not sure if this is working, but rook a7 and rook a. Oh, let's go! Finally on the board. It's winning.
Finally.
It's winning.
You know,
It should be
basically he
winning. Yeah.
used enough time cumulatively across the moves to figure out that this is winning.
Bye. Important moment. BC2 is a draw. BC2 is a draw. Oh no!
What?
BC2. No, bhai. Ore bhai. But this is like, bhai, in opposite colored bishops, you want to spread the pawns as much as possible. That's the goal. Like you want to spread it. जितना दूर pawns रहेंगे उतना आपके जीतने का chance ज़्यादा है. How do you like BC2? Okay, yes, I understand he has less time on the clock, but this is like Endgame 101, yeah? Big miss from Gukesh.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt a lot actually because it was a simple strategic decision. And maybe Magnus's point about his intuition is correct, Sahaj bhai. I mean, does he have any chances?
No, it's a draw. It's a draw. It's a complete draw.
Like king g5, for example, maybe?
Bishop g7, I think.
I'll give that 6 pawn. I'll just play king g4, maybe.
No, I'll play bishop e5, and bishop f4. So when you play h4, I'll take, and bishop h6 mar raha tha. f4, बढ़िया move. E f4 is though very logical.
Because it blocks the bishop's path to g3 pawn. That's the point.
Yeah.
After king g4, you can't defend with the bishop. King e3 only move.
But Firouzja will find this, bhai. This is the move you play in this position. It's very logical.
He might play bishop e5. Oh, he finds
no
it.
chance, bhai. No chance. It's Firouzja.
King
g4, king. And now you just tuck the king on h2 and it's a draw, basically.
Wow.
Man, yeah, BC2 was a sad decision. It's very, very sad decision. Like, although, like, have to give it to Gukesh that he pressed the entire game. Like, but that last, let's say 10 minutes were, and especially BC2, that's what he has to work on. Yeah, basically.
His intuition says, why? I think I'm in sync with Magnus there. His intuition, I think Magnus would have taken
no. I completely disagree with that. That's what ऐसे थोड़े ना होता किसी की intuition ऐसे थोड़ी ना खराब होती है. What is this? And how do you quantify intuition as well? It doesn't make any sense.
No, I think it's experience in that position, in sort of endgames. Ki, like by default, like the first move that should come to mind is taking with the pawn. I think with the bishop, sorry, because I want to.
But intuition तो मतलब calculate करके ही form होती है, right? You calculate, and that's how you form intuition. And Gukesh is currently the best calculator from the country. Maybe like top 3 in the world.
But
it doesn't make sense.
Time nahi tha na. Like time pressure is the problem. Like with more time, he would have figured it out, of course.
Fast. Like this is what I agree with you. Rapid and Blitz, I think we spoke about it yesterday as well, that this is one of Gukesh's. And it's showing that move, that A5, A4 mein jo 3 minute liye the, bhai. That's showing right now because this game should have been over 15 minutes ago.
Agreed. Absolutely agree. And I think 3 seconds. Let's not lose on time. Let's play quickly. 2 seconds. Bishop c1. Not much is changing actually. Alira is a monster. He, of course, is, man. Like the file
Ali, I
computation
mean, of
better
course, bhai.
was
Yeah, yeah.
crazy.
If anyone could have defended this like for this long, I mean, it's Ali Reza, yeah, for sure. We saw it by in candidates as well. Like he actually managed to win that match against Gukesh in a similar scenario where he was dead lost, but somehow created some problems. Yeah.
Agreed. Lose on time. No, I don't think anybody lose on time. They will have enough, context here. Okay, I have to keep my clock under check. This is not the first time they're playing professional chess, so that should be okay. But there is no chance of winning now. White has a passed pawn on f4. Any hanky-panky and the f5 pawn could start moving, and that could be risky. So it's just a dead draw. And as soon as this game ends, there'll be like a 10-15 minute pause, and we will jump to the Arjun game quickly, so everybody can have a look at what's happening in the Arjun game, what's happening in the Magnus game, and the Nodirbek game.
Absolutely, absolutely. I really hope that this match does not affect his like follow-up matches of today. Like still has to play two more games. He still has to remember that the game that he played was fantastic. He managed to outplay Firouzja with the black pieces very comfortably. Firouzja was never better, and पूरा एकदम end game में जाके outplay किया था. And I really
Look at
hope
this.
because like वो conversion नहीं हुआ, that affects his
Look at
play
this, by the
somehow.
way. F5 check. What a nice move. Just sacking the pawn as well, just keeping the bishop open towards h6. Now the king is tied, and this is just completely even now. Like, I love that move from Firouzja.
Yeah. Yeah. Now basically the king is tied down to the pawn. The moment you move it to play h4, you will just take on h6. So this is kind of like a fortress. But bc2, bhai, that's this decision. I just want to point out this is I think a very, very, very difficult. This is something that has to be fixed. This bishop c2. I mean, I feel like in any position bc2 is automatic. Bishop c2 is automatic here.
Somebody chat just
But
said,
follow up.
हाँ continue भाई continue. Somebody just said कि भाई मैं दूसरा tournament है भूल ही गया था. I forgot about the other tournament. So we are coming to it soon, chat. Yeah.
Just to put it out there, I feel just to on Gukesh's defense, I feel like the idea always revolves around playing f4. Okay, then that king f5, which is what Gukesh played anyway. But in the same scenario, it is always better to have your pawns way far apart. So this bc2, that's a big problem, bhai.
Yeah. And by the way, they're still playing, but not much progress happening because White can just play bishop c1 or even that, not allow king b2, and there is no way you can progress.
Yeah, king b3 के बाद king d2 और bishop h6 सभी draw है. Bishop h6 तो नहीं है ना draw actually. King d2 खेलना पड़ेगा actually.
Basically, you can't allow the black king to come to b2, and there it is. That's a draw. So Gukesh draws his first game. That will be a missed opportunity. As long as it doesn't affect his future games, I'm okay with that. But how easy will that be, Sahaj bhai? Only time will tell. So Gukesh draws. Let's jump to the TePe Sigeman Tournament now, Sahaj bhai. By the way, second round, we'll start in a few minutes. We'll come to it. Gukesh plays Hans Niemann. Super exciting.
Yeah, and we can see the cameras this time as well. But let's go from the top actually. We have d4, d5, c4. So the Slav variation, Slav defense being employed here. Knight f3, knight f6, and queen aati hai b3 pe. And chat, someone in this tournament played queen c2 earlier. I believe it was Magnus. It was a round 2 or something. It was it against round 1, yeah, against Nodirbek, yeah. Nodirbek, queen c2. So basically the idea is essentially the same, queen c2 or queen b3 का. Black capture करता है c4 पे, and चाहे आप queen से b3 से capture करो और c4 से capture करो, is the same thing. So queen b3, black plays h6. That's a new move, I believe already. And guess how many? So Tiku bhai, question for you, okay? In this position, after queen b3, I'm just checking the stats. 3,500 games were played. Can you guess how many games after h6? Question for chat and question for Tiku bhai.
50.
3,500 games before queen b3. Sorry, after queen b3. And after h6, how many games, chat? Just
50,
take any random
50.
guess.
50.
No, less.
5. Okay.
Less.
What?
Less.
1.
Exactly. There is just one game played with h6, and it's a 2,500 player, Enrique Fernandez, I believe, who played in 2024. But besides him, no other game. So Jorden, tried to get Arjun out of prep. He plays knight c3, takes, and bishop aata hai f5 pe. And now we kind of see why the pawn is on h6, because sometimes white, not in this position, but sometimes white will play moves like knight h4 and black's bishop goes to g6 and you take this bishop. But ab bishop ke paas wo ghar hai h7 pe. And Arjun, after thinking for about 14 minutes, plays knight e5, threatening mate in 1.
So that's why, I mean, that's my question pushing about that actually. Chat, why can't black just play knight d7, you know, challenging the knight? Why ye kaun sa naya scholars mate aaya market mein, you know, like it looks like scholars mate with the knight though. And is e6 the only move? I'm guessing that's the only move, yeah?
E6 is the only move, yes. E6 or bishop fk. Bishop e6 is technically possible. Who's going to play that? But I'm seeing some interesting lines here, Tikubai, which I think we should mention. After e6, firstly, the next move for Arjun might not be the easiest, because I'm thinking right now that I want to develop my bishop. I will probably consider a move like f3 to play e4, bishop e3, and then to develop my bishop at some point. But the move is actually kind of interesting. It's queen to b3, attacking the pawn on b7, and also inviting black to play b5, because queen b6 is a huge mistake here because of the move that I mentioned earlier, f3. And this is kind of known territory. By the way, e6 has been played, so this could happen. But queen b3, b5, Tiku bhai, guess the best move for white.
Queen d3, b5. Okay.
Guess the best move. Chat, guess the best move. Let's go.
f3? Hey, d4 pawn is hanging, right? Doesn't feel like it's
d4
enough.
pawn is hanging, exactly. d4 pawn is hanging. a4, no. Any other suggestions? a4, I think there is b4.
Is it some d5 or something? Could happen.
d5, then knight takes, no, d5 then pawn takes, no, e takes d5, and you're fine. Not d5, not f3, good guesses. And yes, on the Chess 24 India chart, people have found the answer. It is g4.
Wow.
Which is nothing short of absolutely insane and ridiculous. But fortunately for us, after the trauma of yesterday, I feel like we need a calmer game. So fortunately for us, Arjun didn't play this after e6. He didn't go queen b3. He plays the second best move in the position, which is a4. I think this is a pretty typical thematic idea inside the Slav defense. White tries to play a5 and a6 and to create some pressure, some space on the queen side. Black, on the other hand, should always, let's say 99% of the times, respond with a5, and that is because the b4 square is really important for this bishop. Because besides this square on b4, this bishop doesn't really have many active squares, and this is not just in this position, it's all across Slav. Wherever black goes, pawn takes pawn, let's say the main line in Slav. So bishop b4 is a very important square. So I will expect a5 from Jorden pretty soon. What do you think, Tikobai?
I agree. I think Jorden is somebody who will be high on confidence. So if there's a challenging move to be found, he's the number one player to find it right now. And the only thing that worries me is the less time Arjun has on the clock. So maybe this is not something he prepared in depth. Again, like I think we talked about this yesterday, where Arjun went for an opening where this felt like a one game idea to me at least. And that's when Nodirbek was able to outplay him somehow. And Arjun held very well at the end. Now, I just hope that's not the case. For example, the move 95 wasn't the best one, I think, apparently for Arjun. There was something better. So hoping Arjun can navigate the subtleties now. That's very important in the opening to put pressure on Jorden. That's my hope. And hopefully that extra time will help with that. So meanwhile, said
by 95 is best. 95
is it
best
the best,
here.
really?
Yeah. I was just double checking as well. I think it shows G3 as well, but if you wait a bit, it's between 95 and G3. But Tikubai, this position without H6 is very, very famous, like overall. So let's say here, Queen B3 ke baad, you go pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn. Now this is mainstream theory here. Bishop F5, white plays G3, black plays E6, white plays Bishop G2, right? So we could actually compare this position to the one that Arjun had on the board. The difference is that you didn't play G3, Bishop G2. And instead of G3, Bishop G2 up, you have played Knight C3. And on the other hand, black has played H6, which I'm not sure if is a super important move here right now. But it will transpose most likely into some version of this. Black does play H6 at some point in these openings. I've actually looked at this very deeply with the white side.
Very interesting. And as Jorden thinks, let's have a look at the Magnus game. And to be honest, this just looks like a picture to me. I mean, this could be a picture Sahaj bhai we just created with AI and people would say this is video. So by the way, wait, Zuzhina looks under a lot of stress, even though the bar says the position is completely fine. But it feels like Magnus has come up with the idea that I just want to avoid any opening preparation and play a long game.
Yeah, this is the old school way of basically playing chess. Whenever you are playing against someone who's not as experienced as you are, these are the four moves you always play chat with white: knight, pawn, bishop, and castle. And then after this, you think. And basically after g6, Magnus thought for 8 minutes. Like that coincidentally, but this is exactly what happens whenever you're playing against someone, because you want to have a game, you don't want to get caught in some preparation, because that decreases your chances of winning the game, and so on and so on and so on. Of course, people like us, we do it, with maybe 1900 players, 2000 players, but it's only Magnus who can do this against basically a 2600 level player. And yeah, still managed to put pressure. So let's see what happens. By the way, e4 played short castle, rook e1, and now Zoo has to play e5 at some point to gain some space in the center, or take on e4 and then play e5. Both of them are possible. Essentially, try not to allow e5 or pawn takes d5 type of ideas, but we'll see what Zoo is thinking here. But time is more or less equal.
Agreed. And I think for Magnus, this is an important game, right? Because Erdogmus is the leader of the event. And if Magnus, I think, is a point behind. So if he needs to win this event, he needs to win this game. If he doesn't win it, I don't think he can finish in first place, Sahaj by and chat. So very important game for Magnus. He also has the white pieces. It's going to be fun because many people would love to win this event. Would you agree with me, chat and Sahaj by also on this? Winning a event ahead of Magnus Carlsen is absolutely huge. I remember this clip where Magnus and Fabi before the World Championship were sitting at an interview, and Magnus said something like, okay, he said something which was according to him some fact, and Fabi said, I don't care, especially when recently in the tournaments that we've played, I have finished ahead of Magnus. It's a coveted thing. You finish ahead of Magnus on the final standings. That's a big, big, big thing for your career overall.
100%. I think for a lot of the players, that is the goal. However, I do feel that for Jordan, like, he has to, or he should play like the best chess of his life for the next like 3 rounds, because he technically has the right to say that I defeated Magnus Carlsen and finished ahead of him in a classical tournament, which is something that I feel in the last 15 years, very few people can say these words in the same sentence. So that's, I think, a huge thing. But yes, for Arjun as well, this can be a huge thing. But let's see. Still early days. Today, do you think Magnus is looking comfortable, or do you think, because bar wise it's still more or less equal, we're still in the opening, but looks like he's gotten what he wanted, Magnus, which is basically like a game where players are thinking on move 8 and so on.
Also, I feel like Zujiner has these very sharp games, and usually either she will find some great tactical resource or also blunder sometimes. And with that tactical variability, that probably doesn't work the best against a player like Magnus, who will not make the. Although this is not the right moment to say that, we saw at least 20 blunders from Magnus yesterday. But okay, that was an exception, not the rule. So I think for Magnus, this should be a game he should be able to win. But of course, right now it is anything but better for Magnus. It is dead
You
equal.
know,
So
I feel this is kind of where, you are kind of seeing that Magnus is not in his peak anymore, because it's the second time that this has happened, right? The first time was against Gukesh, where he was in that really big time scramble, and that match also he lost. And then this match as well, did not go his way either. And I feel like it kind of shows, yeah, maybe when it's really less time on the clock, maybe, if you can get Magnus to like half a minute, even if you have half a minute more, you do have a chance. Yeah, you can beat him, maybe technically, maybe at this stage of his life, maybe it's possible.
by the way, huge update. Round number 2 of the GCT has begun. I already see the Fedosif Caruana game. Sej bhai, whenever we have that board between Gukesh and Hans, would love to have it. But before we go, maybe one update on the Arjun game. What do you make of that position?
The game between Arjun and Jordan, you mean, yeah? Or you
Yes,
mean
yes,
yeah. So
yes. This
this
one,
game, I
this one
think,
would be fun.
still the same position. Nothing has changed. Jordan is thinking right now to whether to play a5 right now, or to delay it. Maybe bishop d6 can be an option, and to give white a5. I'm not a big fan of that. I usually don't like giving space. I think a5 is pretty pretty typical here. But let's see, because I think there is some chance that it could transpose into some kind of a Slavia, which I'm not aware of. So, for example, a6, if I a5, if I played f3, is this transposing? No, it's not transposing. Maybe G3 is transposing. I'm sure it's transposing somewhere. Like uh, something is telling me that I know this position from somewhere. I don't know, Tikku.
Very interesting. I think it's going to be fun to watch this one as Arjun is not at his seat. But you know who's at his seat? It is Gukesh. The game has just begun seconds ago. Let's jump to the game of second round of the Grand Chess 2. Super crucial game for Gukesh against Hans. I can see. Wait, why do I see a Fedosiev Caruana draw already? Wait, what's happening, Sej bhai?
I don't see the games, bhai. Gukesh and Hans have not started at least.
But I see the rest of them have started, right? It started. It
मेडिटेट
just
कर
started,
रहा
I think.
भाई वो मेडिटेट कर रहा होगा वो देखो 24:47 है मे बी वाज मेडिटेटिंग फॉर जस्ट क्विक 10 seconds.
Possibly.
Also, like after the game, like the previous game, he would be like livid with himself. Yeah, so it's very important to like get yourself together before you start off the next game because this is the hardest thing in chess to do, to
By the way,
forget your previous game. It's the hardest thing I feel.
especially in rapid जहाँ पे same ही दिन पे you have 3 games and it's not the next day that you show up. By the way, it's rapid chess. 25 plus 10 is the time control. The game has begun and Catalan on the board by Gukesh and super fast play by Hans Niemann who just drew against Sindarov. I mean, said by Gukesh, if he can win this one, I think it'll be very easy to forget about round one, what happened against Firouzja.
I no, I think that will still sting him at least today. I'm just speaking as a chess player. I feel like if I miss something like that, it would sting me for quite some time until I go to sleep. I think it's gonna sting me, but I guess every player is different. But he has to put those emotions aside and of course focus on what is ahead of him. Right now, of course, he's on half a point, but it's still only the first round. Long event ahead of him. So let's see what happens. But right now, after short castle, he is in prep. Black now has a lot of moves here. There's pawn takes pawn. There is knight e4, which is by the way crazy. Tikku bhai, I don't know if you're aware of this variation, but by knight e4 if अगर आता है ना यहाँ पे, उसके बाद guess the next two moves that black plays. Tikku bhai,
F5 and knight d7, yeah? I'm guessing.
you
F5 rook
got one of
f6.
them. You got one
F5 rook
of them right.
f6.
No,
Oh,
more.
wow.
थोड़ा और more. Give me
F5
give me more
g5.
aggressive. Yes, sir. F5
Oof.
G5 is the
Wow.
idea. And do you know what the third move is?
Don't say h5 now.
Exactly.
Wow.
I believe it was. I think it was a world junior champion from Ukraine. The name is skipping me. I always forget his name, but he's like a 2600 player, very very strong. He has a very long name, so I kind of forget his name. But he has a like basically a model game in this variation in European individual with the black pieces. Like a few years back, he went 94 f5 h5 h4 and like 20 चाल में धो दिया था उसने black से. So that's a dangerous move. Let's see if he goes for it. By the way, so far, Hans has not played 94. So maybe he could be going for a completely different approach altogether.
Agreed. And by the way, I don't know why Karuna's game shows as a draw. Maybe there's some transmission error. Sindarov, by the way, is playing white against Duda. So Sahaj bhai, maybe it's time to shine some sunlight on that game and hopefully just power up Duda a little bit.
Sunlight, I hope वहाँ पर हॉल में नहीं होगी नहीं तो good luck जावोखीर भाई. Good luck. But this looks actually a very nice version of it because it's a guess what? It's a Petrov again. D4, knight e4, bishop d3 आता है. Takes. And this is I think one of the main lines. That's why I'm going a bit faster here. Knight d7 में generally you take on d7 or you play knight c3. Both of them are fine. He does take on d7, goes short castle, and now bishop to e7. Bishop d6 is also possible, and this leads to some like messy variations with knight c3, queen h5, and so on and so on. Bishop e7 first mini surprise for me. White plays rook e1 and goes knight f6 back. And you can see now the disadvantage of the bishop on e7. Yeah, bishop d6 पे रहता तो it would have controlled the diagonal, but now it is Sindarov who has control of that diagonal. So bishop g4 and now queen d2, knight c3. Slightly better for Sindarov, but nothing crazy so far.
Yeah,
अगर धूप आ गई तो गया Sindarov basically.
Yeah, agreed. And also with the similar pawn structure, I think it's always going to be difficult. Reminds you of the London system, typical London system position with d4, c3 coming up potentially. So I think should be solid for enough for Duda to hold this game. And meanwhile,
भाई
also,
भाई अगर डोडा अगर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेलेगा तो उसका सेकंड कौन होना चाहिए?
I have no idea, bhai. Who?
रॉबसन रे. आई विश मुझे जो उस दिन याद होता भाई क्रेजी हो जाता. Because I don't think chat will know
Damn,
this, but yeah.
damn, wow, bhai. Great. Sahaj bhai,
Thanks, bhai.
goat commentator with his crazy analysis. But okay,
अरे अरे
that
भाई,
was
और किसी
hilarious.
ने सूर्या गांगुली लिखा. Just saying. That's even funnier. Why I
That's
love
even
that
better,
answer.
actually. That's even
Marine
better.
Ford,
Wow.
bhai, Marine. For that, like one membership from me to you, bhai. Just for that comment. I love that
Wow.
comment.
Wow.
Bhai, Discord or Instagram, like you can reach out to me.
And अभी of course चार बंदे आएंगे Discord पे reach out करने के लिए Instagram पे जिन्होंने same answer लिखा. By the way, if we jump to Ukesh's game, he's just played the pawn to h4. Is it potentially building up for an attack with knight g5 ideas?
Bhai, 1 second. Just pulling up Gukesh's game.
अर्जुन ऐसे देख रहा है
Uh,
यार. यार मेरी गेम देखो यार, मतलब ये क्या हो गया, कैमरा भी नहीं है तब भी सडनली तुम
अरे
राउंड फिफ्थ दिन को तुम
भाई
पलट गए.
गुकेश एकदम धोने के मूड में है. Like let's just go bishop f4 and h4. That's good. I mean, of course it's prep, but at the same time, this is a nice line I would say to go into. And this really reminds me of 2024 Gukesh. Yeah? This is exactly how he used to play. And now he's going to go rook d1, play a bit in the center. At some point, he's going to push h5 and keep the complexity as much as possible. I love this.
Yeah, true. And the question, okay, b6 played, I think definitely a good move because usually black has his bishop on c8, which is usually very bad, blocked by the pawns. So bishop b7 could happen. Then, of course, long term, the plan could be to break with c5 as well. So maybe this is the time to take on d5, Sahaj bhai. Just kind of make sure the bishop never gets out.
Yeah, that this is still, I think, very much in mainstream theory, and I don't think pawn takes d5 is the move here right now.
Hmm.
I think you do it like a bit later, like at some point. I'm not really familiar with the variation, but I know you do play knight b2 here. Like I know knight b2, rook c1, or somewhere you throw e4 as well, and that's the variation. But very, very complicated, and this h pawn can pay dividends later in the game. This can be very useful. I love this move actually.
Hmm.
By
Of
the way,
course, they could be.
someone saying Magnus is losing, but
No,
I'm
no,
just
no,
checking.
no,
No
no, no,
ways,
no,
yeah.
nothing. Chat. Please don't joke about this, brother. There are too many streams, too many games, too many tournaments to cover. If we keep jumping
Yeah,
around, then it's going to be a nightmare. Yeah. So let's stick to the active game right now in front of us. That is Gukesh, and yeah, the world champion coming up after a break. What was Gukesh's last event, by the way?
Minorca, right?
Minorca, right? And before that, what
Hmm.
did he play? Do you
He
remember?
also
Tata Steel.
played Bundesliga, if I'm not mistaken. His team won, no? Or was it Vishy sir whose team won?
No, that was not Gukesh. I think maybe a game or two he might have played, but not
I
Gukesh,
can
I think.
check.
So he
I think
played
it was
Tata Steel.
Minorca was pretty recent.
Yeah, Tata Steel and then Minorca. Only these two events, right? He played this year, I think. Hmm.
I'm just checking. I think it's more. He played in, yeah, Minorca, Prague as well.
Ah, yes, Prague. Yes, true.
That game against Arvind, we all remember that, bhai. The one time when Gukesh didn't, he was visibly quite upset after a game. And
Yeah.
generally, it never ever happens with Gukesh. So that was a big moment.
Mandar bhai with a super chat. Yeah, I mean, Duda is welcome to come to India. We have a lot of sunlight here right now. It's too hot. He would definitely upgrade his chess skills. But I'm not sure why. इतना पैसा बर्बाद मत करो भाई.
भाई 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 क्या चल रहा है भाई. अब मुझे अब ये तो क्लियर हो गया कि साहिल भाई का ऑल्ट अकाउंट नहीं है ये, क्योंकि वो तो नहीं लिखते ये जो जो भाई मंदर भाई ने लिखा है. तो अब ये तो क्लियर हो गया भाई, साहिल भाई क्लीन तो है, ऐसी बात तो नहीं है.
थैंक्स भाई. अभी मस्त नहा के आऊँ, क्लीन तो हूँ. बाय द वे, B6 के बाद, वेट, व्हाट इज Mukesh thinking again? I'm hoping he knows the theory, right? Like at this point, if knight d2 is the move, let's just play it quickly. And question to you, Sahaj bhai, like, what's the difference between, let's say, taking on d5 and playing knight c3, or just going knight d2? Like, usually you would put the knight on c3, right? Like, that would be preferable. But why knight d2 here? Is the plan e4?
ना भाई, आई थिंक द प्लान इज नाइट c3 के बाद यू कैन गो पॉन टेक c4. तो लाइक देन एक्स्ट्रा पॉन मर जाता है. बिशप a6 के बाद भी c4 का पॉन हमेशा अटैक्ट रहेगा. सो
Hmm.
नाइट d2 इज लाइक द general way of playing. And also you will put the knight on c3 when you have knight b5 or some kind of ideas on the queen side, right? Here you want to just play e4, so you also want to keep the c file open. Kabhi cd5 के बाद queen घुस सकती है आगे, तो knight can put a blockade to that. It just helps like a bunch of things, I feel, here.
Makes sense. And knight 2 on the board, by the way, 99.9% accuracy, 100% from hands. Hands clear, this is a huge game, of course, with the documentary coming in, all eyes on him. If he can somehow defeat the world champion, that would be news for sure. And he, by the way, has deserved the rank spectacularly. I think about to enter the world top 10, world number 12 hai abhi, by the way, even in classical chess. So he's playing some fascinating games, Sahaj bhai. And I mean, it's only a matter of time, yeah?
Absolutely.
He enters the world top 10.
Absolutely. Why? And Acho, just wanted to ask a question to the chat. Have you guys seen the documentary as well? The Jo Bhi Aayi Thi. Tikku bhai, you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I've seen it. Not like
Yeah.
the could have been
Not
improved
all
in
of it.
certain, yeah, could have been improved in
Yeah,
certain
in
places,
some
but
areas it was could have been better, but yeah, वो उनको मतलब I don't know. It felt like थोड़ा part play कर रहे हैं लोग. But yeah, it could have been more. But also we are very
and
closely involved. Yeah, that's why.
I also
Like
kind of liked
as chess people.
Fabi's comment about it. Like, why is Hikaru the narrator? Like, it would be much more like, like, I don't know, it would be much better somehow to have him part of the story, right? I mean, he was just kind of narrating stuff, which was like, felt like kind of incomplete from my end. But okay, it was a nice one though. I loved it. I loved watching
Who
it. It
would
was
you
nice to
have
see
as a
chess on.
narrator for this? Like in
I
this
don't know. I
situation?
don't know, but not
Levy
Hikaru.
maybe?
Maybe Hikaru is like
Levy
more
maybe?
influential and more like emotional. You can see his expressions on his face. To kind of him kind of share his opinion would have been much more better than just narrate the story for me at least. But yeah,
Yeah. By the way, people are saying Judith's documentary was way much. I really, really liked Judith's documentary. Also, it felt like you are watching Queen's Gambit like in real time. Yeah, it really had that very, very similar, especially in the like when she plays Kasparov and that whole build up was just crazy. So yeah, I really, really like that. But also, I think this was also pretty fine. But just some areas were like a bit.
and somebody says document
Um,
was pretty bad because it was common knowledge. I think it was common knowledge for people who follow chess, but somebody who doesn't know what just happened, maybe just saw like an Elon Musk tweet at some point, knew about this from a distance. I think it might have been useful information. It wasn't complete information from my perspective, though. That's the only thing. But yeah, I think for us, probably we knew majority of the stuff that was happening anyways. By the way, bishop a6 played by Hans Niemann. Very logical. The bishop on b7 probably would have been blocked anyway, so might have played on a6. Also, indirect pressure on the e2 pawn. So c takes d5. The e2 pawn could be hanging in some cases. Sahaj bhai, I'm really tempted to go e4 here. I will just take the center completely in my control.
I think you can play rook e1, which I see as the best move. E4 is another. भाई थोड़ा ऐसे prepare करना पड़ेगा I think white को to play e4. Either you play rook f e1 and e4 or you play e4 directly. Oops, not e3. That's me playing it. And instead rook a c1 also looks kind of interesting, but that doesn't really help.
Hmm. True. True.
Yeah.
But Rook F1, yeah, very logical. By the way, कोई कह रहा है Gukesh, Gukesh का ही game देख रहे हैं भाई. This is Gukesh. The camera, by the
Yeah.
way, chat, anybody joining in right
Tikku
now,
bhai,
the camera is from TePe
one sec,
Sigeman.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The camera is from TePe Sigeman. That's the classical event happening where Magnus, Arjun, Nodirbek are playing, Yagiz are playing. And the board right now is from the Rapid event at GCT. We're covering both events. We don't have cameras for the GCT tournament. We didn't get them, unfortunately. We tried our best. But now we're going to focus on the rapid chess. And during the breaks, we'll go to classical. And of course, at the end, we'll also look at the classical. So a lot of games. We have Magnus, Nodirbek, Arjun, Gukesh, Sindarov, everybody playing today. So it's a lot of fun, a lot of crazy chess to follow. By the way, Gukesh, again behind on the clock. Remember how he drew that last game? If he had an initial minute, he might have figured out the details. Should not have taken with the pawn. And now again a minute behind. I think a good strategy if you have time trouble issues is to just stay ahead of your opponent. That's the bare minimum you can kind of focus on. And right now, I think he's still thinking 19 minutes. I think e4 again feels tempting to me. That feels very logical. Just take that center. Rook f e1, as Sahaj mentioned, also makes sense. Rook a c1, I'm still not convinced because black has rook a c8 and not sure what we kind of accomplished there. Let's see, very interesting. And accuracy wise, 100% accuracy from Hans Niemann. Absolutely, bhai. The issue was that it left some interesting things from the documentary. I kind of felt the Hans first interview was missing. Like, I think that was the reason why some people even contemplated such stuff. So that interview should have been there. But overall, I think glad to see chess on Netflix regardless. By the way, Rook F1 played. Great move. Getting the rook out of the sights of the bishop. Tactically safe. I love it. And now what does black do? For example, Rook A C8 could be a nice move to play here. But then white can just go E4 and you might not get to open the c file in time. So tough decision. Maybe knight h5 is the move, trying to get the bishop pair. That's always nice. If you can get the bishop for the knight, usually a good decision. But then white might just avoid the bishop, play bishop g5 or bishop e3, and the knight on h5 looks a bit stupid. So tough position for Hans, not super easy. He plays c5. Wow. That's an ambitious move by Hans Niemann, because usually you would love to play rook c8 first, rook e8 first, prepare for this move, but he directly goes for it. And now e4 is the only move for Gukesh which gives him an advantage. Otherwise, Hans Niemann is just better. Said by e4 only move.
Oh wow, only move. Wow, that's not an easy move, no?
Yeah, but he has to find it.
Yes. Yeah, I think he finds it. No, he finds it. E4 is not that difficult because CD5, knight d5 is there, dc5. Okay, yeah, that doesn't look very good. E4 is the only option here because you want to push e5, right? And then knight g5 to put pressure on the h7 pawn. That looks very good. Also, d takes e4 ke baad knight e4, queen e4 can, oh sorry, rook e4 can really activate your rook as well. Plus the d file becomes open, bhai. That's another benefit.
Bhai, come on, quickly. We need quick moves, Sahaj. Bhai, look at this. The 3 minute time difference is too much for me personally. I feel like you should be at least ahead of your opponent, especially when you've drawn the last game purely because of the clock. If you had more time, you might have calculated it. I'm feeling like Hoki is taking too much time for this decision.
Yeah, he's also like it's the same situation, yeah, with that a5 move in the beginning. Like it's usually the pawn, maybe it's the pawn pushes, yeah, that Gukesh really thinks a lot about. I don't know, just thinking out loud here. And Mandar bhai, like exactly, जो मयंक भाई ने लिखा भाई वही मतलब
Mandar bhai, you have
what
too
is
much
this
money,
भाई? ये
bro.
छोड़ो भाई,
Just, just,
क्या कर रहे
just,
हो
just,
भाई?
just buy a chess.com membership, yearly membership. That will help
हाँ.
you a lot to get better at chess, and will give you some extra. Like the extra time you have will be very utilized after that. By the way, has he played a move? E4 played. E4 on the board. That's a great find by Gukesh.
Now I think is the bigger problem because to me I see e takes d5 as one of the best moves, but to me e5 looks way more logical, or knight takes d4 looks way. Knight d4 is something I would play because knight c6 is a very nice threat. You keep bishop on e7 is under attack, plus the e rook can also target this via pawn takes pawn at some point. But the best move is pawn takes d5 instead. And
Oof.
do you know the follow up? E takes d5, d3. You cannot capture this pawn because it is spinning. So you have to play queen b1. That's hard. That's very difficult, I think.
Wow. Okay, that's insane actually. That doesn't look better for white at all at first glance, to be honest, because black can also take on d5 later. So e takes d5. I mean, it's of course more natural than c takes d5 because then the bishop opens up, but not an easy choice.
Yeah, definitely not an easy choice. जो अभी comment section में
Wait,
वो बहुत funny था.
क्या क्या पढ़ लिया मैं
Just
ऐसा?
टिकू भाई नहीं नहीं वो तो पढ़ लो आप बस. The developments are hilarious. Sorry मंदर भाई.
I have
ये
no
हमारा
idea why.
decision नहीं था but yeah. But I think he was fully within his rights to do that. But sorry, bhai.
भाई ये तो मेरे समझ में नहीं आया comment. This is out of my comprehension, I
हाँ.
think. But anyways, oh, it takes d5 on the board, by the way. He takes the pawn, and now d3, as you mentioned, is the move. I guess e takes d5 should also be on the cards. And then, of course, we take the d4 pawn, the central pawn hanging. So tough choice for Hans Niemann. He's 4 minutes ahead. What does he play?
It's a good question. By the way, someone in the chat is letting us know Hans has been playing this opening from the black side against a Wonder Liang versus Hans match. So Gukesh should not have played this because Hans obviously prepared this light in too deep extent. I mean, I don't think that really matters if you have played a lot of game. I mean, Gukesh, by that logic, has played a world championship. He's prepared Catalan in a world championship match. Like nothing can beat that. So also like position wise, I think Gukesh is doing pretty fine. I would say is having a point for advantage. Yeah, he's a bit low on the clock, but I think overall it looks quite pleasant for Gukesh. I think it was a good decision overall.
Also, I would argue if your opponent has been playing a certain opening many times, you sometimes pair against it and you can just find a new idea and completely crush them from the opening itself. And and you always want to take up that challenge, right? I mean, just because your opponent plays a lot of opening, you shouldn't shy away from the challenge. And Gukesh, of course, will not do that. By the way, Hans is the one thinking right now. I would expect him to take quickly on d5. d3, I'm not so sure he finds, yeah? It's not an easy move.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. D3 is difficult, but okay, by process of elimination, maybe you can find it. Simply by process of elimination, like d3 pehle, because you cannot go pawn takes d5, right? Because knight d4 and it's pinned. Knight c6 is another threat. Let's actually have it on the board. There's knight c6, which is a big threat. This pawn is pinned because of the rook. Knight f5 is another threat. So if you see this, you are thinking, okay, maybe this is not looking as pleasant. Huh? But wait, I can play d3. If you take it, then knight d5, and it's a much better position, much better version of the same situation.
Very, very interesting. And yeah, chat, Arjun has an only move, and that's f3, but we saw it earlier, so he will find it. Maybe we can stick to this game for now. And
How
that's a
about a quick
classical
look at
game.
Sindarov? Sindarov is
Yeah,
playing Jadoo.
let's do it. Let's do it.
So
Ooh,
this is the position. I believe it's again like typical Petrov. अब लग रही है typical Petrov, but the one difference is he has played G4.
I'm
So he's
doesn't look like
planning.
a typical Petrov to me, Sahaj bhai. The pawn is on g4.
Put it on G2, and it looks like Petrov.
Yeah.
But okay, without it, maybe it looks like French exchange actually, not even Petrov. But yeah, G4 is the one key difference here. And of course, he's gonna double down on it. He's gonna go knight f4, h4, h5, and try to gain some space on the king side. And again, Sindarov, one thing he does really well is he that he keeps more time on the clock always. Like even now, like 5 minute difference, at least in comparison to his opponent. And in candidates we saw, yeah, that was the main catalyst for why Sendarov was sort of destroying people back to back. Time was such a big factor there.
Also, I think it's the kind of preparation he had really helped him to play quickly. Just Fabi was impressed. I imagine impressing Fabi with your opening preparation. That's just insane. And by the way, we have a crazy stat. Do you know when was the last time Magnus Carlsen played a women player in OTB classical chess?
So How You Fun was rapid, right? How You Fun was rapid, I remember. Or was that the game?
Any guesses, chat?
So I'm not. Am I right? Or I feel like I'm right. I don't know if the question was meant for me, but yeah. By the way,
No, for
that's a
everyone. For everyone.
mistake. Ah, okay.
So it was actually Huifan. You're right. It was Huifan. And I think it was the Grenke tournament in 2018 when he last played a classical game. He also played her in the Tata Steel tournament in 2018. So, and it's in fact, he's played Huifan a bunch of times. So, and he has one, two, three, four, and against Huifan, the games I can see, we have some data there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7.5 the score, Sahaj bhai. Seven and
Wow.
a half,
Wow.
half in favor of Magnus from the games that I
And the
can see.
last time I think a female player defeated Magnus was also How You Fun, obviously. But like recently, let's not include tournament situations. Let's include like shoots and different streaming platforms that Magnus has played, and that is Judith Polgar, because she
Uh,
also defeated him. I remember there was
true.
this exhibition match that they played where Judith had this crazy sacrifice, and it's a very I think famous video. I'm sure some of you would have seen it, but yeah, that's very very nice.
True. And by the way, Sindarov seems to be better now. Queen f6 after just king g2 is a nice move, apparently, using that space for an advantage. Can we jump to Gukesh's game again against Hans? Because he did actually, yeah, he found d3 actually. But Gukesh played queen d1 instead of queen to b1.
Hmm. B1 पे नजर थी, but it's also not the easiest move to play because the queen looks very ugly there. So,
Hmm.
oh, by the way, he's thinking. Hans is thinking right now. So Gukesh is up on the clock. Let's go. That's a
Chat question
W.
to
Pawn
you.
takes. Yeah.
Is that an image of Jordan or is that a video of Jordan? Is that an image of Jordan or is it a video?
It's
Come
a
on,
it's a
Saj.
video. It's a video.
Now you can see the hand moving, yeah.
Not the
Finally.
hand. I saw him blinking.
Very hard, man. In a classical chess game, it's so hard to even realize if it's a video or a image. Sorry, yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. By the way, we do have another like crazy match. Karthik and Murali is playing against Faustino Oro as well. It's a separate event, but वो भी चल रहा है भाई. Crazy. So many Indian players
Let's
playing
cover that
everywhere.
also, Sahaj bhai. I think how can we miss? There's also the Delhi
Bhai,
State
if I
Championship,
just
which
show you 2 seconds, okay, just 2 second
uh,
look, tell me you don't want to cover this. Just
Like, oh
look at
wow,
the king of Faustino Oro and tell me you're not intrigued. Okay, what opening this is, how this is gonna go. This is and it's like three different big events are happening, and so many Indian players are playing everywhere. It's so nice to see that.
that's crazy. By the way, okay, definitely
Going
want to have
back,
a look at that game. Maybe at the end. But meanwhile, Gukesh Hans just played e takes d5. Gukesh quickly played the best move knight d4, and Hans has to find bishop b7 right now. Only move.
exactly. Bishop b7. Otherwise, the pawn on d5 falls. Knight c6 is, of course, a very big threat as well. But the problem with bishop b7 is even if you do play it, I have knight f5 as a big resource that also attacks the bishop on e7 and some problems on the king. g7 के pawn पे pressure. एक बार मेरी queen आ गई किसी तरह से. Bishop आ गया h6 पे. This looks very, very scary.
Agreed. And
Also, just applauding the fact that Gukesh, since he has pushed the e4 pawn, he has not spent like much time. E4 pe he spent like a minute. Then after that, 3 seconds on this move, and then 2 seconds on this move as well. So he's playing relatively very fast now.
after bishop b7, are we planning to take on d5? Are you planning to play knight f5, which looks very tempting at first glance because I'm pressuring g7, I'm pressuring the bishop. Um, what does
Bishop
black do
c5
after knight f5?
आते हो
Bishop
आप maybe.
c5. Maybe knight
You
b3.
attack this. Knight
Oh, but this
b3.
is getting no. This is risky, no?
किसके लिए?
I have no
Risky तो
idea for
it is
for who's
risky,
this.
but for who?
I
Chat,
have
if I
no
asked
idea.
you, for who is this position risky, what would be your answer? Black or white? I think there is a clear answer here, by the way. Like this is how I
Interesting.
think you should also think of, because there is priorities you should give to like each let's say theme in chess, and there is one theme where one side is like completely better. I see white. Most people saying white on the Chess 24 India chat. Here, there's on Chess.com. I think people are saying it's mixed views, but not a lot of people writing there. It's white, I think, simply because white's king safety is much better. This is every evaluation in chess should begin with whose king is safer. Basically, if your king is more safe, then you have a better balance, essentially. But Bishop B7 played on the board.
Fair. And meanwhile, bishop b7 on the board. So Gukesh needs to find a good move here. Knight f5 an option. C takes d5, of course, just to simplify the game and make the game simpler to understand for everybody, including us, and Gukesh could be an option as well. Um, I love the knight on d4. I think it has to come to f5 at the right moment. Maybe it is right now. And since 4-minute edge for Gukesh almost now. I love the time management in the last few moves. Um, yeah, it feels like again. Oh, he plays knight f5 on the board.
Yeah, shows as an error, but I think that's a mistake. It was the best move before it was played, so I think it should get fixed at some point. He's not worse by any means. Bishop c5 ke baad, the position becomes extremely complicated. There is knight b3 as a possibility, pawn takes pawn as a possibility, and position is roughly balanced but very, very double-edged. But let's see how Hans plays. Still a big time advantage for Gukesh. That's the main advantage here.
Hmm. Man, chat with two events is getting crazy. I wonder what Arjun is thinking right now. I really want to get in that position as well. But knight f5 looks so exciting. I wish I could play. Oh, by the way, a minor error by Hans Niemann. And cd5 looks tempting to me because if you take with the knight, I get what I wanted. The queen coming to g4. That's been my dream. I don't know if it comes right now or on the next move, but that's been my dream to get the g4 square.
Exactly, and the follow-up is even crazier because only move for black is g6, and now bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, and chat white to play, find the only move to win here. If you don't find this move, you're actually worse.
Okay, rook e7 looks
White.
tempting.
Rook e7 is the second best move, by the way, so you're on the right track. You're on the right track.
Okay,
Anybody
knight
would,
e7.
yeah.
97 looks tempting. H5 looks tempting. My God, this looks amazing. Okay, H5 is knight f6, so maybe not H5.
H5 pe there's knight f6, you're correct.
Yeah. Rook e5. No, not rook e5.
Rook
Sure.
e5, no, that's not a threat. I mean, it is a threat, but okay, I think I can just move the bishop as well. The move is, I'm going to reveal it now. Haven't seen it from the chat yet, but it's a really nice tactic, which is bishop to c7. Just releasing the queen from, defending this bishop. You
Wow.
sack the bishop, and now knight takes e7 check, and then you get another piece on d5 as interest. Rook takes c7, of course, is how you should play, but then you'll be an exchange up and the position would be winning. This is what Gukesh has to find 3 moves before. So from this moment onwards, he should take on d5 if he can calculate there is that bishop c7 at the end. And he does it. Wow. Let's go with the best calculator.
Wow, this is amazing. So now what does black do? I mean, you can't take with the knight. Maybe you take with the bishop, but I can assume that the bishop has moved too many times already. You could play knight c5 and just say, okay, I'm going to defend my d3 pawn and maybe I get to the pawn later. But with the knight on f5, not an easy choice. Kasparov once mentioned, give me a knight on f5 and I'll give you the game. And this does look very, very threatening right now for Gukesh. Bishop f8 he plays. Okay, defensive move.
Yeah, defensive move and a very good one at that because the g7 pawn needed some protection. And now a rook trade is offered, and then the pawn on d5 is also under attack. So we have to solve both of these problems at once. So let's go rook takes c8 first. If black goes queen takes c8, then you bring the knight back to e3. I know this is not looking the most ideal move, at least optically speaking, but knight e3 defends the pawn, and this pawn on d3 is just toast. Next move queen f1, and ye marne wala hai bhai. Or queen b3 even. But let's see what he
You know,
goes for.
the only problem I have, Sehaj is कि structure is quite symmetrical. Like it pawn के आगे pawn है, pawn के आगे pawn है, man to man marking है basically. So Gukesh needs an attack here. Like if you simplify the position, it might send a draw with the queen trade. So really hoping that Gukesh can create some chances. Rook takes c8, definitely a good way to move forward. By the way, Firouzja is completely winning against MVL. So Firouzja, after holding that draw, is about to get his win with the black pieces. Wow.
Completely winning, yeah, -2. GG for MVL. Because MVL also lost his match against Fabi despite being completely winning at some stage. So, that it's really, really important to start off strong in events like this because you just don't have time to get your thoughts together as the next game just happens in 5 minutes after you finish. Switching back to Gukesh, tough situation, 13 minutes. Rook e8 is the move. But Tikubai, I just want to add on to your point that yes, the pawns are in front of each other, but there is a small nuance, which is that white's pawn on d5 is not as easily reachable or as easily accessible to black in comparison to us. This pawn on d3, I can attack this with so many pieces and you cannot defend. Maybe you can defend with the knight on c5 and the bishop on a6, but that's it. Plus the bishop on a6 has to attack this. Someone has to attack this, right? But I can attack this with the queen, with the knight, with the bishop. I feel like this is too much in my area.
Yeah, but it's very subtle, I think. To utilize this Sehaj, I think Mukesh will have to be very, very accurate. That's the point. And 12 minutes, 11 minutes, we are slowly reaching the time trouble phase again. So it's going to be very exciting to see what Gukesh does this time. And Chad, I think Gukesh, Sindarov battle each other tomorrow. So that means whosoever is leading the tournament after day one could have already some confidence going into that important clash. And of course, they also play each other twice in the blitz section, but that comes 2-3 days later. Um, Man, tough, yeah. Time again getting equalized, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And also we think that Arjun is thinking there, chat. That's not Arjun. It's Gukesh's match going on right now. But Arjun is also taking his time, I believe. Do you want to take a very 30-second look there
Let's go.
before we
Let's
switch
go.
back?
Let's go. Let's go.
Just to show some updates on what has happened. So f3 was played actually with the idea of e4, and black does play a5 at the end. E4 happens, bishop goes to h7, and now I think optically speaking, Arjun is slightly more comfortable because you have the center. Black would have to find some way to break this via c5 or e5 in the later part of the game. The bishop does go to b4, which is good news for black. This is probably why he's not super worse. Just change the situation of the pawns. Black pawn on a6, white pawn on a5, and black is at least -1 in this position. Like that's me being generous in this position. But because of this pawn on a5, black is surviving. You go bishop e2, castle, bishop e3, and the game progresses normally. Yeah, for black as well, bishop b4 and castle and so on.
But doesn't this look like a dream position for Arjun Sahaj bhai? I would be so happy to have this. First of all, bishop on h7 doing nothing. I have my center. I have my two bishops. I have the queen on c4. I can castle safely. So how is this just tiny bit better for white? I feel like it should be slightly more better, no?
You need another piece, I think. If the usually in these positions, white has a knight on e5, black has a knight on b6. That's what normal
Hmm.
Slav, like the main variation of Slav, more or less looks like, and that's way better because black doesn't have a lot of space right now because white is
Hmm.
controlling the center. Black's pawns are largely on the third rank itself. So if there are more pieces, then black will struggle more because black has managed to exchange that one pair of knights. The position seems a bit equal. Like it's not like black is struggling with space anymore. Yeah, we can go bishop b4, you can go castle, rook d8, rook c8. It just feels okay, but slightly unpleasant for sure.
Very interesting. So Arjun fighting it out. It's going to be a long game. So let's jump back to the rapid section where Gukesh is fighting. He's not played the best move, Sahej Bhai. He's played a logical one, but the move he played is d6, trying to hold on to his passed pawn. But that leads to a couple of exchanges, right? Bishop g2 is an exchange. Rook e1 is an exchange. Um, Again, like I don't see the attack until the knight is on f6, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. So king takes g2, black goes rook takes e1, queen takes e1. Black's knight will have to go to c5, obviously. And then the pawn on d6 is now also a target. Remember, before it was on d5, which was harder to reach, but on d6, it's in the same exact same spot as our pawn. So maybe Hans has equalized, but maybe the knight on f5 can pose some problems. That remains to be seen.
Hmm.
But I think likely result, maybe a draw, yeah, now.
Okay, I think बहुत complicated game है सहज भाई. I'm gonna be honest. मेरे हिसाब से तो like I'm just wondering how can I get the queen into the game? Is there a way I can get the queen to the king side? Is there a way I can build up an attack? Any way you can think of, I can potentially. I have the knight on f5. That's the dream square for the knight. I have the bishop on f4. I have a pawn on d6. How can I not build up an attack? There must be something, right? Like intuitionally, it feels like white should have something.
Yeah, I mean, some knight h6 check, something you want in this position for sure. But let's see. Knight c5 is one of the best moves in the position. Even queen c8 and something on the c2 square or c6 check,
Hmm.
something on this diagonal could also be useful. But I think the attack is not there by anymore. Not enough pieces, I feel.
And and now it's gotten harder to get to the d3 pawn chat. Very important, knight c5. And how do you capture that pawn anymore? It's not clear to me actually. You can't play
This
b4 to keep
pawn.
the knight away. You don't have a light square bishop to attack the pawn, so it's going to get tougher to win that pawn back.
Exactly. And if you played a3 to play b4, black could play a4 himself and put a clamp on these pawns. So difficult road ahead for Gukesh. But optically, I don't know. I'm starting to like Hans's position more because of this d6 move.
Agreed.
Before that, I
Actually,
liked Gukesh's position way more.
agreed. I think that knight on f6 doing like I don't know, like the perfect job here, sitting tight near the king. And you can see why the knights are the best defenders. Yeah, just covering that g4 square alone means the world to the black king right now. So let's see what Hans does. By the way, we also see a couple of moves in the Arjun game. We'll come to it later. Meanwhile, Firouzja has won. That game is over, out of the park. Firouzja is on 1.5 now after holding the draw against Gukesh. And all the other four games right in the middle, dead equal. Sahej bhai, maybe one look at the Sindarov game for a second and then we come back to Gukesh.
Absolutely. So this is the game. He has played that g4 ke baad h4 and h5. So he is putting some pressure on the king side. Position is completely symmetrical, same set of pieces. But because Sindarov has this space on the king side, he maintains some advantage. Also, in the long term, this bishop could actually go to c7 and take these pawns. So this is something that Duda has to be very, very, very careful of.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's a risk-free position for Sindarov. I'd be shocked if Duda wins this somehow. Like for me, it's a two-result position. Would that be accurate to say, Tikubai?
Yeah, I agree. I think black does have good pieces. I think the knight on d6 looks very solid. Bishop on d7 doing a good defensive job. The bishop on f8 also has potential, can come to h6. And white has, of course, the e file, more space, and is not really risking much. I really don't see a way black can even create any chances. You can't play c5 because d5 is hanging. And the white king is also very, very safe. So looks like a draw to me. If we throw a ray of sunlight, maybe it could be a win for black, but I think a draw is very, very likely, Sahej bhai. So let's jump back to Gukesh and see what's
I think
happening
Sindarov
there.
win is very likely here. Just putting it out there. I
Really?
think Sindarov could win this. Yeah, for sure. It's a two-result
Bhai,
position. No, you're
I,
playing
I
risk-free essentially.
I really want to say it's gonna be a draw, but I don't want to end up like Vaibhav Bhai. So I don't know. Let's see.
वैभव
Let's
यू
see.
विल भाई नो बडी विल एंड अप लाइक वैभव भाई के साथ जो हुआ भाई वो दोबारा थोड़ी ना होता, वो तो एक ही बार होता है. दैट वाज अ
Hmm.
वंस इन अ मिलेनियल काइंड ऑफ अ
True.
सिचुएशन.
He was
सॉरी
given
वैभव
more
भाई.
hope than he deserved at the end. By the way, Queenie won after Gukesh's game.
और
No
ये जो
moves by.
सुपर चैट लिख रहे हैं वैभव भाई का, ये ऑल्ट अकाउंट लग रहा है मुझे.
कौन से चांस मिला भाई? ही नहीं.
चेस 24 इंडिया पे.
हाँ, अच्छा.
ये
अच्छा,
वैभव भाई का ये ऑल्ट अकाउंट लग रहा है मुझे भाई किसी तरह से
हो
तो भाई.
सकता है. By the way, no moves by hands. He has 6 minutes. So Gukesh, just by the clock, seems to be in the driver's seat. Purely on the clock, the position is comfortable for hands. But can he come up with the crucial moves with 6 minutes on the clock? This is not going to be easy. Gukesh's time is almost double. If Gukesh wins this, I think this could still be a good day for him. He does play Duda in the final round, and maybe not the most challenging opponent in this event, at least. Knight D. Sehaj, bhai, tell me that's a
भाई
mistake, man.
डूडा
He
इज
just gave me
द
the G4
बेस्ट.
square.
डूडा इज अ फॉर्मर वर्ल्ड रैपिड चैंपियन नो भाई, लाइक फॉर आई मीन डूडा
Yeah, but
इज वर्ल्ड
it's
कप
all
विनर नो और
relative. No,
समथिंग.
it's all
No,
relative.
no,
Like,
but
it's all.
Duda is like I think in the form of his life as well. Like he also
Bhai,
last time even Magnus also struggled. He went there. It went to Armageddon, and Duda also
bhai,
beat him in the first match in the finals. Like Duda is in the form of his life. I think he's definitely not one of the easier opponents in this event.
भाई डूडा को छोड़ो ना भाई मुझे बताओ ये भाई जीत कैसे रहा बिकॉज नाइट हिल गया भाई आई कैन आई जस्ट समहाउ गेट द क्वीन टू जी4 नाउ इज इट पॉसिबल
Hmm. Right now, the bigger problem is to defend this bishop. If you can I play bishop g5 and then queen e4, queen g4 like this?
That's the
That
hope.
solves the
That's the
problem,
hope.
no?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get the queen to g4 quickly, very, very quickly, before black gets the chance to again simplify. And bishop g5 played on the board by Gukesh.
Amazing, amazing. Gukesh. Again, like Gukesh is playing so well. Yeah, I think in the first round as well, he was outplaying. Here also, it feels like he's the one putting pressure. That's, I think, a great sign that with both colors against top grandmasters, you're putting pressure. That's amazing. And of course,
Bhai,
those two grandmasters are Halireza and Hans. Both of them, in base, you could argue, are extremely, extremely good. If not, maybe they'll be top five in the world when it comes to fast chess at some
Sahil
point. But
doesn't
yeah,
seem to see title Tuesday. No, but I think it's all relative for me at least. I think from Gukesh's perspective, he will
वहाँ
feel a
पे
lot of pressure playing somebody like Sindarov right now. Um, hands maybe not as much. I think individual score also matters. Duda also, I don't know. I've not seen Gukesh play Duda actually. I don't remember
But
a
Duda
game at
was
least that comes to
known to
mind.
be a guy who has an amazing record against Indian
Hmm.
players. Like he was
True.
him. It was Duda. It was Fedosiv, Dubov. Like these guys were even Rapport now. I think is one of those players as well who has an insane record against Indian players. But Duda was there. I think he was one of the first people who was doing really well.
Hmm. That's true. That's true. I think maybe Ustempe, I think it was more Vidit and
हाँ.
Prag who were the who were the victims, unfortunately, for Duda. Duda? Did I say
Hmm.
did I just say Duda? Okay, Duda. My bad. By the way, Queen E8 played. So he's offering a queen trade now. That's going to really simplify the position, especially when White potentially wants to launch an attack. So queen trade मुझे नहीं करना है. So can I play something like Queen D1 or is it too much, Saj? It looks like it's too much.
We just know Tikubai wants to go Queen D1, Queen G4, and launch the attack on the king's side. Yeah, that's basically the intention here. But by I think there won't be any Queen G4 as long as there are two knights sitting over here because I'll play Knight F6 and you'll capture this and I'll capture it back with my other knight. And suddenly now your queen has to move again. Maybe it can go from G4 to D4. That could be possible. Maybe that's a good plan.
भाई ये D3 pawn बहुत देर तक गेम में बैठा हुआ है. I wish I could just pick that pawn up quickly and say it's mine, but I can't seem to reach that pawn. So tough choice for Hukesh, to be honest. It's not an easy game right now. If he needs to find an advantage, where is it hidden? For example, the best move on my engine is Knight C4. Trying to put pressure on the B6 pawn, get to the D3 pawn, maybe Rook D1 के साथ, also defend D6, which is not the first move I would consider Knight C4 because I again was focused on the king side until now.
Yeah, same actually. But knight c4, I think also queen f1 is something that I'm deeply considering
Hmm.
to just target this pawn. But I think it allows knight c5 or knight e5 to defend this pawn over here, which, yeah. But knight c4, I do agree with you, does not feel entirely natural. Like it's not the first move that would come to my mind.
Yep.
Because if black plays b5, there's no access points there. You probably have to go knight e3, and that just doesn't make sense.
And a good
Maybe Tikubai after knight
huh.
c4, b5, a5 is hanging. Is that the idea? Yeah, it is. Queen e8, not queen e7. Queen e8, rook e8, and knight f5. This is what Gukesh has to see and evaluate as good, because the
Oh,
pawn is on d3. How do you capture the pawn on a5, right? That
bhai,
seems
there's
practically difficult.
so much counterplay. Rookie to incoming. So tough decision. By the
Exactly.
way, chat has a good question. What happened to Fabi's game? Has he slept over the board? Because it feels like we are on move number 7 and he has 1 minute on the clock. I'm guessing it's either Fabi falling asleep or maybe just a transmission error. I don't know which one it is.
भाई फेडोसिव भी तो गया था ना, वो कतार मास्टर्स में.
Maybe it's like payback time, yeah?
इट्स पे बैक टाइम. आप किसी को याद होगा चैट में फेडोसिव लाइक लाइक ही वाज he basically left the hall like while the game was going on, and it became like a huge thing. But okay, I think
Yeah.
this is just a glitch. I don't think this is anything more than that. Cameras होते तो
And
पता लग जाता भाई.
true. Anybody joining in? Namaste to everyone. This is an important day. Two tournaments, TePe Sigeman and GCT Poland. We will cover TePe Sigeman, of course, during the break of GCT Poland. And right now, rapid chess is on our minds. By the way, jumping back to Gukesh, he's still not played a move. Time has now equalized almost. Only a minute edge for Gukesh. Pressure building up. We saw what happened in the last game, Sahaj, by a big blunder in one move, drawing a winning game. I hope it doesn't happen again.
I think that blunder was just a collection of, a couple of wrong decisions towards the end, because I'm trying to understand a5, a4, 3 minutes for that really cost him with that bc2, bishop c2 decision. But hopefully that doesn't happen. No, I mean, I think he's been maintaining his time or managing his time much better this time. He was about 4 or 5 minutes ahead throughout the entire game, which I think is really, really good. But yeah, now it's the crunch moment. At this moment, in the previous game, he was already much better, maybe even winning against Firouzja. But now it's equal, maybe slight pressure on Hans. Both have this pawn on the sixth rank. Wait, what?
Hey, he plays my move. Yo, Gukesh,
But
brother. Just don't lose now, please. Huh? Please, please, don't lose. Don't lose.
and
He played my moves. That's not a good
and
sign, by the way.
and black is now much better. And someone in the chat saying, "Stop overthinking, man. Hans wants to draw. I will promise you that's not true." I think anyone who's playing the world champion, I think plays because it's a flex, right? If you beat the world champion, like that's a big thing. You also start believing in yourself more and more and more. So I think
Um,
people will target Gukesh like that. Plus Hans is a world top 10 player. Of course he will play.
कोई कह रहा है Gukesh is tormenting his fans. नहीं भाई, he's giving us a roller coaster journey, so to speak. As long as he ends up having a good day, I think we should be happy. But of course, it's long way from there. Queen D1 played Sahaj bhai. So we did see that black is slightly better now. But what is the move that gives black the edge here? Because I again want to play Queen G4 or even just pick up the pawn on D3. Like, what is the problem with Queen to D1?
I think it's just wasting time, because in this moment the queen was on d1 and then he played queen takes e1, and now basically he's wasting time here going back to d1. I think that's pretty much what it is. Black gets an extra move with knight e5 and doesn't allow you to play queen g4. I do agree this is not the easiest move to play, because the knight has always been wanting to go to c5. And plus, if you put it on e5, you run the risk that the rook could jump to e1 and somehow pin this knight somehow, and it could create some problems. So let's see if Hans finds it, because he doesn't have a lot of time on the clock.
3.5 minutes. I think Hans should be very, very cautious about his clock. Also, I think there's something about Hans that is different than Gukesh. Hans does play a lot of online chess. He does play a lot of fast events. He's had these one-on-one matches, yeah, against like a Wonder Liang, against other players, and he's done very well. So I think, would you say, Sahaj in chat, in terms of rapid and blitz, who is a stronger player? Is it Gukesh? Is it Hans? Or is it just equal? Because classical chess, Gukesh by far is the better player, I think. But in terms of rapid chess, I'm not sure if that's an easy decision or an easy solution. What is your take, Sahaj Bhai and chat?
I think they're very close by. They're very close to each other in rapid blitz. I think even in classical, they're very close. It's not like a massive difference, I would say, between Hans and anyone. I mean, he's a top 10 player in the world, of course. So, but if I had to prefer, I would say classical for Gukesh, and I would take Gukesh for rapid as well, but blitz I'm taking Hans.
That's a fair call. I like that actually. I think Rapid maybe is tied for me. Blitz maybe Hans is better, and then classical Gukesh. But then maybe somebody might say, okay, Hans is higher rated than Gukesh in classical right now. But sometimes you cannot base it on form. I think you have to see Gukesh's highest rating is 2794. He's the world champion, and Hans's highest rating is well right now. So I think classical is a clear choice for me. But Blitz, I think also maybe Hans has a lot more experience of playing faster time controls. So by the way, less than 2 minutes. Having said that, less than 2 minutes is not enough time. It's still complicated until that d3 pawn exists, Sahaj bhai. Until that d6 pawn exists, the game is still complicated. Hans should play just about now.
Yeah, 100%. I think it has to be done instantly, but he has 1 minute almost on the clock, which is way too little. And by the way, just an update for everyone. I believe this is true. Yeah, Nils and Nodirbek have already drawn their classical match in the TePe
Wow.
Sigeman section of the group. So Nodirbek is now on 3 out of 5. Nils, by the way, scores his first, like basically his half point. He was on 0 out of 4. So he breaks the streak, and now I think it's going to be a good event for him from this point onwards.
Wow, and that draw means if Arjun were to win, he can basically go ahead of Nodebek. So let's see what happens. Glad for Nils though. He got off the scorecard there. So very important draw for him. So yeah, crazy man. We already have a result. We have not even looked at the games in depth, Sahaj. By going back to the rapid again, this is a crazy day as
No, we
expected.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I didn't really switch, but I just wanted to let the chat know. Also, someone in the chat said that Arjun is winning. Arjun is not winning right now. Arjun is still in a very complex position. I would say he's slightly better. He does have actually no time advantage either. Yeah, it's equal time, slightly better position. But I think the game will go on for a long time. So let's look at this, and then of course there's going to be a round 3 as well, and then we have the classical as well to cover after this.
By the way, Hans Niemann did not find knight e5. That was the best move. He played queen e6, also very logical, preparing the rook to come into e8. But queen f3 now. Best move by Gukesh, rook e8, and
And
now we can just pick up the pawn.
yeah, exactly. Because in the previous move, Tiku bhai, knight b4 was not possible because ये rook मर रहा था पीछे.
Yeah,
So he
yeah.
says rook e8. Let me get one more move, and now Gukesh just has to take and say not today, bhai. But after queen d3, we might think that it is better for Gukesh. But after h6, this is just a draw, bhai. Bishop e7, bishop e7, knight e7.
Ah,
It's just a draw. So sadly, okay. But still, you can
oh.
play if your opponent has a minute on the clock. I'm sure you should play. Yeah, of course you should
No.
play. Like,
So basically, the bishop doesn't have a square. That's the issue. If I could move the
yeah.
bishop back to d2, I would be better. But okay, but they're still hanging the pawn on d6. But at least I would have something, knight c4, some initiative. But with the bishop having no squares, I have to give the pawn back, exchange pieces, and then it's just a dead draw with the pawn in front of the pawn. Yeah, the similar pawn structure. So, but of course, we should play on. Yeah, we have triple the time almost.
Exactly. I mean, I was just thinking about the game of yesterday between Jorden and Magnus Carlsen. To those who don't know, I mean, we were covering it yesterday as well, that Magnus Carlsen lost his first classical game of the year, and it was a very topsy-turvy game. But the crazy thing is that in the end, both players were playing in time pressure with less than, let's say, 20 seconds on the clock. And Jordan had king, rook, one pawn. Magnus had king, knight, and two pawns, and yet still Jordan won. Which is and
Hmm.
in elite level books, this is like you already have agreed to a draw 50 moves ago, but still it happened. Yeah. So basically, any position, if there is a time advantage, you should play. And Gukesh is still again now he's taking a lot of time to think again.
Yep. Madhabai, thanks a lot, Suchat Bhai. Best wishes upcoming tournament. Thanks a lot, Bhai. Would love to have you there as well for the next event in the chat. Meanwhile, Rook E8 played. Let's see what happens. Crucial moment. Queen takes D3. Let's pick up that pawn, Gukesh. No time to waste here. Let's maintain that edge over hands at least because that's the only advantage we have. Um, and also, of course, where do we put that rook on A1 is a question because we don't have the E1 square. Maybe C1 then at some point.
E1, E1 and C?
No,
What do you
where do we
mean?
put the rook on a1 at some point, right? Because let's say queen d3, h6, we have a few exchanges, and then where do we
Right
put the
now,
rook on
we
a1?
don't touch that pawn. Right now, we focus on this pawn. We need this pawn. Otherwise, 95 and white's queen has to just move back away. So let's just take this, and
Some,
it's most likely going to go to c1, bhai, because e
huh.
square is already taken by the rook. So it's mostly going to go to c1, and you'll find some access points here. But Gukesh is just taking too much time here again. I feel this is where you put pressure on the clock.
Oh man, he must be considering something else, right? That's the only reason why he would not play Queen D3, because Queen D3 you can play in 10 seconds. So is there a
Oh,
move? Is
one
there a
second,
move?
one second.
What happened?
Ryzen G is letting us know that there's a crazy line after H6. What's the crazy line? What am I missing? Knight F3? Is that it? Yes, that is. That is working. Oh, Ryzen, OP bhai, thank you so much for letting us know. Knight F3
What?
is actually working, but it's actually, if Hans plays the best moves, this could actually backfire. So Knight C5, only move. H G5 is losing. I'm guessing because of Knight G5, mate हो रही है यहाँ पे. So Knight C5, Queen B5, and then Pawn takes G5. But then somehow you have Knight E7 check and Queen E8. But okay, nothing really major, and it is Gukesh who would have to defend this for a long time. So it's a nice line, but it's not working. Like I would go for it if even if after playing the best moves I was maybe 0.5, 0.6, or it wasn't that much worse.
Also, maybe if it was last round, he needed a win to win the event. Maybe it makes sense. Right now, maybe it's too much. Also, not that insane. Yeah, Hans would probably understand that knight takes G5 is lost because there's a knight on D5 also hanging. So possible though. Very nice idea. Knight F3. Taken the pawn.
Correct. Oh, by the way, F6 play. Oh, this is the line you were talking about, yeah? Ryzen by. Because I was looking at, I thought H6 is very logical because, of course, golden pawn, you never touch it without a big reason.
Oh,
And in
so
this situation, knight F3 is possible.
Oh, wow. That is insane, actually. Knight F3, just a piece sack for nothing, yeah?
FG5, knight G5 is winning, so it's not technically a piece sack. By the way, he has a minute and 15 seconds on the clock. I really hope he plays fast and he has looked at F6 prior,
Yeah.
because this is
See,
exactly where you can panic. And
this is what I personally don't like. He had triple the time Sej. By 3 guna time tha. He had almost 5 minutes. Hands had 1.5 minutes. The point of thinking for so long doesn't make sense because you've basically squandered every advantage you had. Now you have no time to calculate. And suddenly, if you had to choose a side, now you would pick hands, right? Because he's ahead on the clock, basically, in an equal
you
position.
play
So,
knight F3, there is no one, I will tell you, there is no one in the chat who's going to choose black here. There is no way, because
no, but again, does
FG5,
he have
knight
the
G5,
time
you
to
see there
figure
is a
out
mate
knight
happening.
f3? Does he have the time to
Yeah,
figure out
but
knight f3? That's my point,
that's
right?
the
Because
thing.
if he
He
had to,
has no time for anything right now. It's 30 seconds on the clock.
but exactly, he should have taken on d3
So
quickly.
two
Oh,
moments. So basically two moments where he had a sizable time lead. Let's say a good position as well. Previously it was winning. Now it was, let's say, more or less. Uh, at least Gukesh was
भाई
pressing,
भाई
and then
15
he thinks for
सेकंड
3 minutes,
भाई
and खुद
चलो
का ही time कम हो जाता है.
13 seconds for Gukesh.
I would really love to see how Gukesh. Oh, Bishop E3 played. Actually, that was not the best. But these are the micro mistakes you make that leads to that position where you have to make one only move, and if you don't play that, we call that a blunder. But it's not that. It's not the blunder that's the problem. It's situations like this, I think, which needs to be addressed here.
Yeah, this is the problem, by the way. This is a huge problem now. 97 best move played, exchanging pieces, realizing that he needs to simplify the game right about now. Which
Let's go.
piece
Let's
can
go.
black take with? Because there are a
Bishop
couple of
E7.
options.
No, knight is more superior than the bishop. I think bishop
Hmm.
E7. I would go. Also,
I thought
like
knight because I
at
would
this
love to have
point,
the bishop defending my king side.
but by at this point, because
Maybe
Gukesh
bishop
played his
also
last
d6.
move, Gukesh played his last move with 1 second on the clock. I am trying to win now, so I'm gonna go for a bishop versus knight or some imbalance like this. Like you see, pawn e3 pe chala gaya, that's an imbalance, right?
Hmm. Okay, but this should be equal. Yeah, I'm hoping. Okay, knight c4 now. Let's go. Defend the pawn. King f3, there's knight e5. That's a free tempo. Don't like that one.
Knight e5 played, and now rook c1 is not possible because of knight d3
Come on.
check.
I think Gukesh is trying to give us a thrill of yesterday. It's not possible, Gukesh. I mean, that game was just. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Someone said, "Wait, is that true?" Someone, the chat is letting us know that that Guki knocked the pieces somehow. Not sure if that's
Really?
true, but I did read it in the chat. Yeah, it could be true, but it can very well happen in a situation like
Why?
this. We don't have the cams, so we don't know for sure.
But right now, rook c2. If anybody is better, black is better. Yeah. I mean, I have the
For
c file under
sure,
control.
These pawns are horrible. Knight g4 is an outpost. This pawn is under attack. h5, and you will always be in trouble.
So Cookie knocked the pieces. Hans got extra time. Yes, 3 minutes and 19 seconds now. Look at Hans's clock. Look at Hans's
That's
clock.
it should have been the other way around, I feel. It was the other way around, like just 10 moves ago.
Tough for Gukesh now, I think. Okay, the knight on
Let's
e5 is an
see.
absolute beast.
Yeah, but I think it's
We
still very much savable though. Rook c2 pe at least there is a4 and there is no plan for Hans. And Gukesh can activate his rook via rook f4, rook d4, rook d6 like this. And the knight does a wonderful job of defending the b3 pawn and also keeps all the checks that the rook has at bay. It's a great defender in this scenario.
Yeah, I would love to play rook f4, king d1, play knight f3 at the right moment, exchange the knight, even b4 just to trade pawns. By the a4 only move played. It's not easy for black to progress
This
as
is
well because f6 is kind of hanging. And if you play f5, then the knight is not stable on e5, right? So it's a tough decision. Not easy for Hans to make progress.
difficult, yeah. Very, very difficult. Say with 23 seconds, like anything is difficult. Yeah, we have no idea the type of thoughts that Gukesh is going through.
Chat
But at
question to
least there is
you.
a one clear idea rook f4, rook d4, and that makes me very happy. Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah. I think chat question to you, Gukesh, win, draw, loss. Do you think he holds this, yes or no? He can't win this one, so draw or loss. Do you think he holds this to a draw comfortably, yes or no?
भाई मैं दोनों चैट्स पे यस लिख रहा हूँ 100% यस लेट्स गो
Wow. Why chat genuinely has faith in Hans as well. Yeah. Although Rook F4 kind of gives me a lot more confidence that, Gukesh is going to hold this, but some people are supporting Hans, like he can push here.
I mean look objectively only Hans can push but I think there's not enough merit not enough substance in the position. I feel like he needs another piece like rook c1 rook g1 I guess is another way to target this but usme b6 a5 I can start to look at like rook d4 rook d8 is a plan here for example.
Hmm.
Even king d1 looks very nice. Just kick the rook.
Okay,
Okay, rook
Rook
a2 played.
A2. I think it's basically avoiding B4, right? Because I can take on A4 now. So a prophylactic move. But how do I exchange pieces? Can I? I wanted to play King D1 just to allow Knight C4. My goal is to exchange knights, but then of course the rook gets access to G2 square, which I don't really want. So maybe just waiting, yeah, calmly
Hmm.
is the best.
8 seconds. 8 seconds for Gukesh.
Bye. Gukesh keeping us on the edge of our seats, by the way. Rook D4 played.
With 3 seconds only. King e7 guarding all the squares. Makes sense. And now rook d5. Key move to play rook b5. I think he finds this. Yeah, let's go. Actually, maybe I think in some distant like 3 to 4 moves, I think Gukesh can start to put pressure here because look at this, Tikuvai. Knight d7 goes. I can put my rook on b5. I can play something like e4, king e3, and now this knight, which is now basically
Hmm.
doing nothing besides defending, I can go knight c4, and who's going to defend this? At least there is a
That's
plan.
a fair point. That's a fair point, actually. King D3, nice move
Hmm.
also. And where do you put the knight now? E5 or C5? Both squares look tempting, actually. Rook,
Difficult question. Very difficult question.
rook B5, let's go.
Or
Oh, rook
wait, he
D4.
goes rook d4.
Why rook
What?
B4? What's the
I
idea?
think he
Does he want to play?
rook
He
g1.
can't play B4.
He wants to
What's
play
his
g4
plan?
after rook g1. I think that's his plan.
Okay.
That's not the step in the right direction because now he cannot play rook b5 anymore. And look at
Hey,
this only move. G4 is actually a blunder because rook takes g4 is there and knight e5 check. Wow, he missed it. He
oh,
missed
no,
it.
he missed it. No way.
Mm.
How he missed rook takes G4 tactics has by the time difference. If he had that extra time, this would not happen.
Pardon. Pure pain. This is yeah. This is very very painful. Oh, this must hurt for Gukesh bhai. His first game completely winning. That position goes to a draw. Now this game completely fine, and in the last one, same way he's losing. Yeah, and yeah, this is sad. And now, those extra 1 minute that you have on the clock really, really pays dividends, because now Hans can sit and actually calculate who is queening first, because white is probably going to go knight c4, knight b6, black's going to push some pawns. And now you can sit down and calculate that. Those extra 1 minute really, really helps. This is why Hans is thinking right now. Oh, mistake. Let's go.
Oh, wait, what? Wait, why
Okay,
would he not take
okay.
with the rook?
Maybe
Why would he
extra
not
time
take with the
helped.
rook? No,
But
but why would he
probably
not take
because
with the
after
rook? That was
takes,
a weird decision from Hans, right? Because I mean, you want to exchange
because
rooks.
takes knight c4 was there, and knight takes b6 is hanging, and then b4 if, and he didn't have time to calculate all of that. But let's stay with the game. Knight
But
c4.
okay. Okay, that was a weird decision, I still think. But okay. Um,
Let's
H5
take on.
feels.
Oof.
Oh, but
Rook knight
G5 is
versus
incoming.
rook. Are
G5
we
is
predicting
incoming.
rook knight versus rook? Chat. Are we predicting rook knight versus rook? I think it's happening. Very, very big chance.
Sahej, you still have to kind of back hands here. I feel like the pawns are just running, yeah? The H pawn is just going to run like crazy, and Gukesh will have to be so accurate to hold this. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to
Yeah,
be
but
easy.
that's what he's known for. No, this is his.
I mean, not in this game,
I
Sahej,
think. Oh, eight
unfortunately.
seconds. That's
Come
difficult.
on,
That's difficult.
play.
4 seconds. Bhai, what is going on? Rook d7 check. Okay, played. Rook h7. Only move played. Let's go. Rook
Nice,
h7.
nice,
Bach gaya,
nice,
bhai.
nice move. Nice move.
And if gh4, there's rook h5 and the pawn also falls. Unless you play rook h1 and then a5 bhi mar sakta hai. Bhai, crazy. Nice move. I
By the way,
think
this
Gukesh
is
can still win this, by the way. I'm backing Gukesh to win this, by the way.
By the way, Rook H1 is a crazy move for black. If Rook H5, then Rook H4 wins. So Rook
Oh,
H1 could
wow.
be a nice try.
Because the rook is then boxed out and you are forced to trade this. Does he
Yeah,
play it?
not yet. Hands, by the way, again in time pressure, building up 30 seconds for hands. Oh, he takes on
gh4
H4. Good.
played. Oh, knight d5, knight f4 is also there. Badhiya. This position is completely safe. I think still Gukesh can win. Let's go.
Oof, this is a tough moment. Okay, now how
Knight
do
d5 we will
I...
see, no? 1 second, I think he will play it.
Wait, I would just play
Maybe
B4.
not.
I need the pass pawn set. I would just play B4 here. Just
Oh,
play the
knight
pass pawn, place
d5
knight
is
D5.
way. I think it's better because you can go knight f4 and you can take the pawn and then you can bring the rook
Okay.
back.
Okay. Fair. Now what does black do? King D6, knight F4 anyways, I'm guessing. Doesn't change much. And also now I can attack the A5 pawn in some cases. Although E3 is hanging.
Yeah, but do I need... I mean, I need to defend this h3. That's the most annoying thing here. This knight does a wonderful job of defending this. Now, if somehow we can get this pawn, these pawns are more dangerous.
And Rook A5 is a mistake right now. So he needs to play something
Yeah,
else. Rook A5, H3, and the pawn gets to H2.
correct. So you have to time it in the right way, basically. Take it when h3 is not possible.
8 seconds. Oof, King D4 feels a bit suspicious to me somehow. I don't know why.
Okay, let's go. If I just wait here as white, how is Hans making progress? So let's say rook h6, 7, sorry, h6 पे तो मर रहा है.
No way, man. No way. Where is the king? I told you it felt suspicious. It just felt suspicious. I want to push my passed pawn, Sahej, by B4 with the king on C3. Like, it just felt suspicious in its blood, like the king D4 move somehow.
Oh, that's a very unfortunate mistake. Yeah,
Because knight F2,
very,
yeah?
very, very unfortunate. Because knight h3, rook h3, rook h3, knight f2 check, and the rook is gone. And I think now Gukesh is completely lost. Also, this is defended. Like you can just
Okay,
move
I
the
mean,
rook.
this is
Takes
just
check.
really, this is just, I think, the wrong plan, I feel, in this position. Yeah, it's completely busted now.
Yeah, nice game though from Hans. Have to give it to him. Also, someone saying rating means nothing. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but Hans's classical rating, I think, is like 2730 or 2740 or something like this. So
There it
it's pretty
is.
high.
I think a great endgame by Hans Niemann to kind of outplay Gukesh in a drawn endgame. That was, I think, a couple of big blunders by Gukesh in that game. And I think it's not even about the moves. Yeah, he had 4.5 to 5 minutes. Hans had 1.5 minutes, and pretty soon it just switched. I think that to me was the bigger mistake, taking like 3.5 minutes for like a simple move, Sahej. By that to me felt like the game losing move, not the actual blunder.
Exactly. Twice it happened. Yeah, two different moments where he had 3 minutes more than his opponent. And then, yeah, I just went on this long thing. And I guess it happens. But hopefully he can make a comeback in round three. He is playing against Duda, with the white pieces. Look, doesn't look very promising though, but let's see.
By the way, Sindarov drew his game against Dula just now. So Sindarov is now on 1 point. And Firouzja is on 1.5. So it feels like Gukesh will be at the bottom of the table, at least in this lower half. Doesn't look great. Wesley, so by the way, is winning, or at least close to winning against Watercheck. So shall we go to the classical game now, Sahej Bhai? Maybe switch to TePe Sigeman. What's your take?
Exactly, because Arjun is now at least a bit better in this position. You
Oh,
were right in
nice.
saying the bishop on h7 is a bit bad, but what was Arjun's last move? So in this position, Arjun played knight a2, which is very important for context. Bishop d6, bishop takes d6, and queen takes d6. So we do understand why Arjun played knight a2. It was to kick the bishop. But now my next question to you, chat, is that what do we make of this knight? Is there a better place for this knight? Any future for this knight?
Sahej Bhai, Arjun is leading us by showing the future right now. He just showed us the future.
Arre, beautiful. Beautiful.
There it
That's not what
is.
I had in mind, by the way, but still a good idea regardless.
You just said, okay, that was my plan anyways, yeah.
No, no, I was thinking something else. Like knight c1 is very nice here with the idea of knight d3 and knight c5. And I thought
Yeah.
just like the knight going from here, 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 here. It's such a nice thematic idea, such a nice strategic idea to show.
Yeah.
Oh, सहज humble भाई 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 अच्छा है भाई
Bhai,
चलेगा
honestly, I
ये
mean, you
तो
can't blame
ट्रेंड बन गया
Sahaj
भाई अब
for.
तो ये
Hey, chat, come on, यार, Mr. Lover जी, क्या आपका नाम है भाई? ये क्या है? Blunder गुकेश ने पीस दिया सहज हम्बल. That makes no sense.
भाई
Unless you have
एटलीस्ट
Vaibhav
ठीक
Bhai
है
called
भाई
account.
मेरे पे ही होने दो मेरे पे ही होने दो
Unless you
उसका
have Vaibhav Bhai
उस
called account, then it makes sense. Then
एक
I
काम करो
understand. Then
टिकू भाई मेरी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप नहीं है इट्स फाइन लाइक दैट
But
इट्स मच
okay,
बेटर
okay,
लाइक
okay.
दैट
Chat. See, it's our job to support Indian players. I think that's number one. Gukesh did make a huge mistake, but he knows exactly where he went wrong. Like it's not a
प्लस
surprise for him. So hopefully he works on it. And the third game should be an example. If he stays ahead on the clock from his opponent for the entire game and has more time in the final moments, I think he learned his lesson. If it happens again, then he's not learned it. So let's figure out in the final game for today. Meanwhile, we come to the TePe Segment tournament where we need to look at Arjun's game and Magnus's game before played Edge by take us through what's going to happen in the game.
So after b4, a takes b4 is what Jordan responded, which by the way was a slight inaccuracy. And now knight takes b4 or queen takes b4, both of them are promising a slight advantage to Arjun. And I think the reason is that, remember in the previous variation, we were going knight c1, knight d3, knight c5. Arjun, I think in some way, because of this inaccuracy with ab4, he managed to get that same scenario with knight d3, knight c5, but I think in a better version because this pawn doesn't exist. And if the knight is sitting on c5, you are attacking b7, and then you can also push a5. Now, previously, a5 was not possible for white because black pawn was sitting there. So this way, if you can put the knight on c5 and like this, knight d3, knight c5, and play a5, this is a permanent weakness on the queen side. Good development, I would say, overall for Arjun. Only two
You know,
moves that Jordan can play, which is holding. Otherwise, he's much, much, much worse.
this is the perfect moment to try out two things which we won't be able to try otherwise. One is the bird's eye view of all the four games. Let's have it on the screen if possible, if we can, and then the full screen also, Sahej Bhai, which I sometimes miss. Yeah, I love seeing the players up close. Would love to see the expressions of the players, and of course, we also have to look at the Magnus game, Sahej Bhai, because apparently Zuzner is holding our own so far. Magnus has absolutely no advantage if we switch to that game.
Yeah, just a second. Okay, but all pieces are still on the board. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very, very far from getting anything. I would say that in the next like three moves, Magnus is gonna play Queen C1, and you'll play G5. Either I sack something on G5 with Bishop G5 or Knight G5, or I play H4. And I mean, that does look really scary, no?
It
I feel
does. It
even though
does.
it says a couple of zero, not even a single pawn is traded in this position. This is how slow Magnus can play sometimes. आज तो भाई एकदम full mood में होगा. I think Magnus, like because of yesterday. It's not every day that he loses in a classical match.
Can we go full screen? Is that possible? That would be awesome. Would love to see the players up close. By the way, the position does look like it's still in the opening. Both players taking their time. Only what, 11 or 12 moves up so far. And yeah, I think
Which
the
game?
e5.
Arjun
No, I think I was just talking
or
about the
this
Magnus
one?
game, but we can go back
Hmm.
to Arjun. Also, want to look at the Erdogmus game, Sahaj Bhai. Very important once because he's a tournament leader now. If he keeps winning, he is gonna win the event. So, and feels like gravity is, uh,
हल्की
flowing in
सी
a certain
tilted.
direction here, Sahaj Bhai. I can see it towards the left.
um, but actually, he's playing another youngster, Andy Woodward, who is basically on half score right now, 50%. He is 2 out of 4. He lost his last game. He had a spectacular first 3 rounds, defeated Grandelius, drew to Nodirbek, drew to Jordan, and then in the last round, he had an unfortunate loss against Zhu Jinner, who played who played basically a perfect game, more or less. And now it's against Yagiz versus Andy. And somehow, Tikubai, I feel Yagiz's position is a bit scary. He does have the full center on the board, this d4, c4, bishop on f4. Black pieces are looking a little cramped. Plus this h4 move. We've been seeing this idea of h4 throughout today. And with this h4 move, how are you castling? Because the moment you castle Tikubai, knight g5, bishop takes g5, pawn takes g5, and suddenly this rook and the queen connect on the h7 square, and that's a big, big, big problem.
Yeah. And
I
reminds me
think
of
Andy
the.
takes this by.
Bhai, there's a very similar idea to the Gukesh Firouzja game from round one. There, I think just knight
Yeah,
g5
yeah, yeah,
happened
yeah.
without
Yeah.
black castling. And if black castles, I would not be shocked. Of course, the e5 break at some point would be helpful, but right now, white does seem to be in a comfortable position. Although maybe I would still say Yagiz in form. Probably this ends in a draw. As of now, I'm leaning towards a draw, but white does look very comfortable here. No issues, more space, potential attack. King is very safe as well.
Hmm,
So
exactly.
Andy Woodward, after that loss yesterday, coming back, guns blazing.
Yep, true. And by the way, Zoo Jinner has just made an inaccuracy. Let's do check it out before we move on to Arjun. Knight b6. I think the first inaccuracy on this board, on this match, on this game actually. And now Magnus has just one move to take advantage. Okay, there is b3 as well, which I really, really like because knight takes c4, b takes c4 would be like a fantastic structure. But there is another move here, which is knight a5, and it's a bit difficult to explain in strategic terms. But I think the idea is that this knight acts like a defender to this bishop, looking at the b7 pawn. Maybe it puts some pressure on the e5 pawn as well. So if you had to choose between exchanging this knight or this knight, you should be choosing the c4 and c6 knights, is my understanding.
Yeah, but knight b6 also, why would you move the knight away from the center, Sahaj? Is my question. Knight on d5 looked amazing, right? Right in the center, controlling important squares. Why would you move it back to b6? What was the logic there?
I think just to try and simplify the position is my guess. Because okay, not a single, it's not normal, I think, for a game to progress for like, even 12 moves. I know it's a bit early, but still on move 12, it's a bit strange that not even a pawn has been traded. So, she's trying to, I think, simplify the position. Maybe she doesn't like the knight on c4. Knight base is definitely is a mistake for white because that brings out the queen, attacks the b2 pawn. So it kind of makes sense, but yeah, it is a mistake.
Hmm. So Magnus Carlsen having a chance there to gain an edge. Of course, time-wise, the position does seem even. It's kind of shocking to see Magnus on 2 points out of, I think, four. Not normal for Magnus, but of course, we know by the end he will be in the top two, if not the winner. So crucial game. Let's jump back to Arjun as well, Sahaj Bhai. Let's have a look because we have a queen trade on the board. And if you ask me, I really like Arjun's position here. I mean, look at the knight on g8 and the bishop on h7. They seem to be having a party when there's a war on the other side of the castle. Yeah, like I feel like they really have no idea what's happening on the other side, on the queen side.
Why this is such a sad placement for the knights, yeah, and for the bishop as well. The bishop also doesn't even have like any active squares to go to. It's not like if you play bishop g6, it's gonna be anything better. Actually, f5 could be a move to try and activate the bishop. And now that I
High
see
mistake,
f5 is actually one of the best moves.
mistake, a big mistake by Jordan. And now a5 gives Arjun a huge edge.
Okay, a5 is normal. I mean, you want to play a6, take the pawn. Also, we were talking about knight d3, knight c5 wale plans as well. I think this looks very, very promising, no?
Basically, chat, we need the pass tape on somehow. Knight d3, knight c5, take on b7, push the a pawn, and because black has two pieces on the king side, they simply cannot come back in time. This is
Yeah,
basically the winning plan, I think. And this is timed because the black pieces will come to the game now, one by one. So you cannot wait for long. And this also involves a pawn sack on the d4 pawn sedge by knight d3. So not easy for white to consciously. A5 is, I think, possible, but to play knight d3 and knight c5, a tough decision for Arjun. He's giving up a central pawn.
100%, 100%. By the way, question for the chat. Basically, in this position, let's say black goes rook a7, black wants to double up and take this pawn. Now, I'm going to make a bunch of moves here to try and set up the position. So, white plays king f2. And now black, let's say, says, okay, since you're not doing anything, I'm going to make a waiting move, rook d7. White plays the move knight d3. And now my question is, chat, can black play rook takes d4 here? It could be the
Oof.
best move or not.
Oof.
Black
I love that.
rook d4, is it possible? Yes or no? And if not, then why not?
भाई जब अपनों ने दगा दिया तो गैरों में क्या दम था भाई ओहो भाई ब्यूटीफुल
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है. Exactly. Knight e5. What a beautiful tactic this is. Because now I'm threatening your rook, but I have a much bigger threat, which is if you take the rook and nice, that maybe the strongest intermezzo in chess, a checkmate. And that would be game over. So that's tactics like this, like these are on the cards. It could happen. And it's only, tactics like these are only possible because the placement of the pieces are really bad. This is why they say activate your pieces, because then these types of tactics are very, very less likely to work. Sahaj, do you think Erdogmus can win the tournament and beat Magnus? So I think it could be possible that he can win the tournament, but beating Magnus, I'm not so sure why. That I will say no.
also when Magnus might need a win in that game to win the event, that's going to really make it a spicy game regardless. Um, so let's see what happens. I think we are still 2 days away from that game, but it's going to be a super exciting clash because some people say Dogmas is the next Magnus, could be the greatest player of all time. Later on, the youngster, 14-year-old reaching 2700, the youngest to do so. Like that game is going to be exciting to see. It's like,
Yeah, but I
if
mean,
Dogmas were to play a good game,
I really don't like that people call him the next like Magnus in the sense, because I feel like it puts so much pressure on, the player itself to perform in such a in like a specific way. Um, Yeah, I mean, we saw this happening to Wei Yi, for example, and Ali Reza, for example, who were, okay, they were a little bit older than Yagiz in this sense, but they were still at that level. Yeah, but that classical, breakthrough did not happen there, at least not yet.
maybe it's like I'm reminded of when Carlsen was 13 and played Karpov, defeated him, played Kasparov, drew against him, and then we had that journey where Kasparov was even like a big fan of Magnus. Yeah, like how he thinks, and then they also ended up working together. It's very similar for me in that way that Yagiz is the youngster who's rising up the ranks, and if he can put up a tough challenge to Magnus, put him under pressure, get a better position, winning position, like I don't know what will happen. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like it's gonna give him the confidence of a lifetime. Like when Magnus defeated Karpov and Drew Kasparov at age 13, I can't imagine the kind of psychological boost it must have given him. I'm already playing the goat of chess at 13, and I'm just kind of better. I'm pushing with the pawn up. Like that's I think could be the push he needs to maybe become the next a legend of the game, or at least a very, very strong player. So it would be exciting exciting to see that game, yeah, how Magnus plays. So maza aayega.
Yeah, and it's also set up in the perfect time. It's going to be the last round. So it's going to be very, very exciting to, watch that match. Let's see what happens. And right now, by the way, Arjun's still thinking 42 minutes on the clock. By the way, the other matches have not begun yet, right? There's one more match, I believe, for Gukesh.
Yes. three rapid games every day. He does play Duda with the black pieces now, so that's not going to be easy. Of course, Sindarov plays Radoslav with black, and Hans plays MVL. So will be fun, man. I think GCT is going to be an exciting event. Could set the tone for the World Championship as well, at least psychologically for the time being. Because how many times will Gukesh and Sindarov play each other, Sahaj and Chad? Because it's going to be 3 games here. It could be 1 game at the Olympiad. We are not sure. Unlikely also because we don't know. Maybe Nodirbek plays board 1 and then it's not going to happen, right? So when do they play each other before the World Championship?
I mean, look, Tikubai, I think it is possible for sure that they could play before the World Championship. But we don't know what's going to be board 1 for us. We don't know what's going to be the board 1 for them. But it is likely, yeah, even though I believe it was India versus US where I think it was I think it was Prague who took a rest day on that day. So it's also possible that even if you are not on the same board, you could still play against each other on that day itself. So let's see. Also remember that India versus China में Gukesh was sitting on board 1, but Ding ने उस time पे rest उस दिन उसने rest लिया था. So it's very, very important to win these battles, I think, before the World Championship actually happens.
No, exactly. And Olympiad, maybe it's a 50-50 chance they end up playing each other. But I don't see any other events where they play each other. So the number of games between these two players before the World Championship is limited. And I feel we might get most of them or all of them here itself. So psychologically, if Sindarov dominates Gukesh in the blitz section here, it could give him a psychological edge to some extent for the World Championship also, because the last memory will not be positive for Gukesh. So let's see what happens. And that game is tomorrow, of course, and mouth-watering clash, to be honest. Meanwhile, Arjun is still contemplating if he can play A5 and sack the pawn. 98.3 is his accuracy compared to 95.2 for Jorden. Playing a great game. And if he wins Sahaj, he again enters the world top 10. Yeah, no, he's already world number 9, I think. Yeah, he drew yesterday. So he could become world number 7. Yeah, he could be world number 7 today if he wins this game.
Yeah, possible. Definitely possible. And yeah, chat. Sorry, I think that was I mixed up the teams. It was not US, it was China, where I think Vidit took a rest and Hari was playing. Like I remember this very clearly. We were talking about it as well when those 2 knights versus rook endgame was happening. I remember talking about it as well then. But yeah, in any case, good position for Arjun overall. यहाँ पर तो सोचना बनता भी है. It's classical.
And
But
Sahaj
many ways.
Because we have 2 streams and we have people from across the world, I would love to ask a question. Who do you think wins the Olympiad in 2026? Which country? Because, of course, India won it in let's consider the open section for now, because I think the women's section is much closer and harder to predict. We don't know what China's team will be, for example. So open section, we have a very, very strong US team likely to be seed number 1. Then I think India still could be seed number 2, depends. Then Uzbekistan will be very, very strong. We don't know. I mean, Uzbekistan, US, India, China, 4 teams very strong. We don't know what will happen with Russia. I don't know if they're playing. Any other team, Sahaj, but you consider as a contender for gold?
It's a good question. Germany, I would consider for sure. Because I think they have a lot of very strong players who are, I think they're quite compatible with each other as well, which I think is a great plus when you're playing a team event. Armenia is another I would consider, but okay, top 3 may I think I cannot predict who's gonna win, but I think top 3 is the 3 favorites I think we have in front of us. I think it's India, Uzbekistan, and US, and I think I would still choose. I mean, look, people will say that I'm being biased and everything, but I'll tell you my logic. I think it's because India has a very strong 4th board. I think that's where the difference actually lies. Because remember last time in the Olympiad, Arjun, the guy who was on your screen right now, he was playing board 3 at the Olympiad at the rating of 2780 or 2790. I mean, that was ridiculous. At board 3 with this rating. So I think that's largely the reason why I would choose India to be like a slight, favorite there.
Very interesting. But I think board four against Uzbekistan, I think I'm on board with you. I think that makes sense. But for US, maybe that's not the a defining factor, right? Because they also have a
Yeah,
very
but I
strong board
feel
four.
USK players are not like they're not necessarily working together. I feel like them I felt like they were if I'm not mistaken they were also staying in different places. Okay, that's a different thing. But I think एक वो unity थोड़ा कम दिखा था मुझे overall. But yeah, that it does apply to them. But they didn't had have Hans or Hikaru in the team. If
Hikaru
Hikaru
did
is there or
say,
if Hans is there, by then it is crazy. Then that team is
no,
a huge problem, I would say. Big favorite, I would say.
Hikaru did say he might play. In fact, Wesley tweeted this out. He wanted Hikaru to play the Olympiad, and that could really make US such a strong team with the world number two, world number three in their ranks. And then
You
the Olympia is
understand
going to
if
be crazy.
Hikaru plays, Aronian is going to be a reserve player. Like, just imagine how
That's
strong
hilarious.
this team is. The guy who has won 2 World Cups basically has won every single. Like, he's won World, Chess 960. He's won World Rapid. He's won World Blitz. He's won. It's like a guy who is fourth highest rating in the world, I think, ever. 2835, and that guy is going to
Hmm.
be a reserve player, which is ridiculous.
It is. It absolutely is. So, chat, that will be a crazy event in September. But just a discussion because I think the game was moving slowly. Meanwhile, Arjun's
Let's
still
go to
thinking about the
Gukesh. By the way,
position.
the game has begun.
Let's go.
Against Duda. So it was a Spanish opening right here with bishop b5, a6 आता है, bishop a4, and then he plays bishop to c5. So Gukesh definitely has this prepared. This, generally speaking, you play knight f6 here or you play knight g7 as well, but knight f6 is basically the main line. And bishop c5 के बाद your idea is knight usually goes to e7 and then to g6 and you castle and okay, the game progresses. I think we saw this very recently, this knight g7 c3 d4 stuff. It was in TePe
Hmm.
Sigeman itself, Tikubhai. Which game was it? It was some game
You're right.
yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday we saw it. I think Yagiz game. Yes.
Yagiz, exactly.
Yeah.
Who will be our reserve player, Arvind or Hari? I'm not sure. By we're not the ones making these decisions, but whoever it is, it's going to be a very strong player. Yeah, you have Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, and then there is Vidit, there is Nihal, there is Arvind, there is Hari. Between these players, I think 5 will be selected.
And currently, I think that would be with it. I don't know if he has completed the games for his qualification, but if he does and maintains his rating, I think it will be with it. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because very, very close. Hare Krishna, Arvind, Vidit, and I think Nihal is definitely in. He's way ahead on the ratings, so he should be in. But the reserve player is still up for grabs. Meanwhile, um, we can see the Gukesh game edge by 1.5 minutes ahead. So he is moving quickly. That's a pleasant sight for me, at least.
No, he plays rook e1 after some thought and now short castle. But yeah, that's a great sign that he's playing quickly. But Dikubai, like we're in game one also this happened, in game two also this happened where he had more time on the clock. Just those moments where he's taking 2 to 3 minutes in the end game is where he has to just play a little bit faster, I guess. That's the one change, and I feel like you can turn those half out of two into at least 1.5 out of two.
Agreed. And I think there's a lot of discussion going on in the chat about criticizing players. I think I'll share my opinion on that one briefly. I think you don't need to be a GM to criticize players. You can criticize their play, but not the players. I think criticizing somebody's play just because if we watch cricket, I'm definitely going to criticize Virat Kohli's shot, but I'm not going to criticize him as a person. I think that's the difference, which makes sense. Meanwhile, coming to the game, King H8 played Sahaj. So Gukesh playing very, very quickly, getting the king out of the bishop's diagonal, the A2 G8 diagonal. Is he planning some sort of attack here? What's the plan for black?
I think black wants to play f5 or d5 at the right moment, like takes d5 or f5 maybe at some moment. I have a lot of games in this position with the white pieces though. I really like it because black plays f6 and golden pawn being touched and all of that. But it's a simple position to play. But definitely Gukesh has something up his sleeve in this position. I'm guessing he's planning some knight b2 takes d5 something like this, like d5. Sorry, could be dangerous. But by good thing is you are right. 26 minutes and 16 seconds. He started off with 25 plus 10, bhai.
Yeah, I think that's a huge lead on the clock already for Gukesh. A 3 minute lead. Meanwhile, Duda, by the way, has 1.5 out of two. He defeated Radoslav and drew against Sindarov. So a much, much better start for Duda compared to Gukesh. Gukesh, I mean, if he had won the game against Firouzja Sahaj by this could have been a completely different event. But now, even if he can go into day two with 1.5 on the scoreboard, he would be very, very happy. So super important game. The last thing he wants is to lose this game because that's going to be misery for Gukesh. I mean, he will not be able to sleep tonight. I think if he loses this game.
I think that sleep is more or less gone as it is because after that first round shocker against Firouzja, I mean, I'm sure he's not in the right frame of mind already. And of course, second game also was a bit of a shocker as well. So sleep is gone as it is. But let's try to, savor what we can and let's try to win this game. Nice. And I think, by the way, it's a great opening to try out, I think, to play for a win as black because once again, you're not trading any pieces early on. You can play d6, you can wait for the right breakthrough, whether it is f5 or whether it is d5. That remains to be seen. But I really like the opening choice though.
Yep. And Gukesh has not joined this tournament. He's playing a separate one. Like TePe Sigeman is separate, where we have Carlsen, Nodirbek, and Arjun. He's playing a separate event that started today. That is GCT Poland, Super Rapid Blitz Poland. That's something we're also covering, but we don't have the cameras. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it from the organizers, so we are focusing on the camera for Arjun. But we also have the games for Gukesh and Sindarov and the others. By the way, a huge time difference already, 5 minutes almost. So this is what I want to see, Sahaj Bhai from Gukesh. Play very quickly in the opening, especially when you know the theory, build up that time pressure. And if you have certain problems, you cannot play best of your best game when you have 30 seconds on the clock. Let's just make sure you never get to that stage. If you have 5 minutes on the clock, your opponent has 30 seconds, guess who's more likely to blunder? It's not you.
Mukesh?
क्या हो गया भाई?
No, I'm just wondering.
नहीं
He's
नहीं
15th
गुकेश
right
नहीं
now.
भाई, it's Gukesh's opponent.
I was just joking, bhai, but yeah. But this is, I think, a nice idea from Gukesh because knight c7, I don't believe was played because I've actually looked at this. Oh, Tiku bhai, I'm not sure how we missed this, but Nepo versus Gukesh in 2024 was played in this exact opening. Was that candidates? Can you please
Which
check? After h3 instead
candidates?
of
Oh
knight
wow,
c7.
really?
Yeah. Nepo played this against Gukesh in 2024. Can you just tell me if it was candidates or not?
I'm checking.
So I can't click on the thing. So after
Hmm.
h3, you can do the search.
I'm checking. Wow, if that's the case, that would be very interesting. I mean, and that would explain Gukesh playing very, very quickly. Um,
Yeah.
but I can't. How do you check the tournament name for
Wait,
that?
I'm just going to quickly change this like this.
Huh. Huh.
I'm just going to put it up on mine. It's fine. I think it is from the candidates though. But let's see. I will just confirm. But in any case, Gukesh has played this opening before, which is I think great news. But instead of knight c7, he played d6 last time, essentially.
Hmm.
So knight d2 played, and now d6 would I think more or less transpose into the variation. But you can also go takes takes and play d5 as well. Both of them are possible.
And that was a 90 move marathon. So very interesting. And by the way, now Mukesh is thinking for the first time in this position. Apparently, e takes d4 is the best move. I would consider d6 or d5 as well. That does make a lot of sense, breaking in the center. E takes d4. Not sure if that's something I would consider, but okay, that is the best move indeed. And it's e takes d4, bishop takes d4, and c5. How natural is that, Sahaj bhai?
E take bishop. No, it's natural. C5 d5. I'm
Hmm.
guessing is the plan. No, I mean my plan changed because you didn't take back with the pawn.
Hmm.
You took back with the bishop, so you changed the outcome there.
Hmm.
So I have it in front of me. I'm just taking a look. It was Bucharest Superbet Classic that Nepo played against
Okay.
Gukesh.
Not the candidates.
This exact position, and actually it was h3 and knights. Actually, no, it was this exact position was played, and Nepo in this position, knight d2 was not played. He went for bishop b3. Then Gukesh went d6 and then he played knight b2. So Gukesh could still be following his preparation there.
By the way, chat, sad news, but Arjun didn't find a5. And now, if black can play f5, it's close to equal. Now, Arjun is still clearly better. There's no doubt about it. But he didn't find the critical move a5. So he had a long 21-minute think almost. So a missed opportunity for Arjun. But okay, he still is better. Could win this. Going back to Gukesh. He takes d4 on the board.
Yeah.
Arvind Bhai saying, script of the game, Gukesh will play brilliant chess early on, will put pressure, and then commentators will say, great, Gukesh came back, and in last time pressure, Gukesh will blunder. Well, that does sound like a script we've seen before, but hopefully Gukesh has learned from his mistakes. Yeah, that's the main point. If he's learned from his mistakes, and I can see that he's learned, yeah, he has a 4-minute lead already. So that's a good sign. Maybe that doesn't happen
बट
now.
वो तो पिछले मैच में भी था ना भाई. वो तो उसके फर्स्ट राउंड में भी था 4 मिनट का लीड.
हाँ, but I think starting में नहीं था. He got that lead later in the middle game.
I think
Starting में I think he was lagging behind the clock.
like the good part is that I think the problem is becoming more and more clearer to us. Then I think it's becoming more and more clearer to him as well. Like way more obviously. Yeah, he must be thinking about this a lot. So that means and anything is fixable. I think anything is fixable in chess. So it's only a matter of practice.
Optimist होना चाहिए यार. होना चाहिए optimist life में भाई. It
Hmm.
helps. And by the way, now Duda is thinking, which is interesting. I mean, C takes D4 with the normal move, but then of course D5. मेरी सारी पिछली moves were kind of preparing for D5, right? Moving the knight away, moving the king away ताकि bishop B3 ना आए. So it just makes a
Wait, this
lot
is
of sense.
Magnus's game? Which game are you
one?
talking about?
No, I
Which
think
game?
that with the Gukesh game, yeah.
Duda
With
and
that.
Gukesh, right? Okay, yeah,
Yes.
sure. Bishop d4
Takes with the
played.
bishop.
Yeah. By the way, just trying to compare with the other game, वहाँ पर भी ऐसा similar हुआ था. The game between Nepo and Gukesh, by the way, from 2024. In this position, bishop b3 was played. Then he goes d6 here, takes, and here Nepo took with the knight. So basically, the same position happened where Duda took with the bishop instead. And now I think, oh, he does find c5. Nice, but he's basically out of his prep now. Bishop e3 and d5 played.
Oh, that's a nice move. Now knight takes should be automatic because हमें e3 bishop चाहिए. That's a strong piece. If I get that bishop, I'm kind of happy. Also knight f4 in the air to potentially build up an attack. Although this f pawn. Saj, my question to you, if you had the choice, would you put that pawn back on f7?
In a heartbeat, I would. In like 1 second, I would. But okay, bishop g5 then would be possible. But okay, in a heartbeat. This is why, white played bishop g5 and bishop e3 to provoke the golden pawn, essentially.
True.
And now, basically, aren't you losing this bishop for free? That can't be good for you.
I guess the light square bishop compensates, yeah, because you have some weak light squares. Maybe that's enough compensation. That's what I can guess from this.
To mean light bishop से धूप आ रही है मतलब. It had to be the light bishop,
fair
yeah.
Point. That's a fair
point. It had to be the light bishop. It couldn't be the dark bishop.
True, and blacking ने pawn भी push कर ही लिया है तो ज़्यादा धूप आएगी. G8 square तक पहुंच रही है धूप का असर, like it's reaching all the way to G8. So yeah, and by the way, huge update. Hans Niemann is again winning. So he could be leading the tournament after day 1 if he wins this game, which is insane.
Wow. Very impressive. He's playing against MVL, by the way. Dead winning, yeah. I think he's a pawn up and some attack. Okay, no attack building really. But yeah, some compensation still for MVL. But yeah, borderline winning. Hans is dominating. By 2.5 out of 3 he will be, yeah? If he wins today.
Exactly. I have to be honest though. I want Gukesh to dominate this event, man. Because, think about it from Gukesh's perspective. He had not terrible, but a disappointing Menorca. He had a slightly disappointing Tata Steel. Like it was maybe not ideal. Thanks to that blunder against Nodirbek. I don't know. Like he plays Norway chess next, where he's going to face Magnus, which is going to be the toughest event for him apart from the World Championship. So, and after that, I don't know. Like he's playing, I'm not sure. He withdrew from the Grand Chess Tour, so he's not playing those events. Which is the next event? It's the Olympiad, right? So he has this event, then he has Norway Chess, then GCT, which is again Rapid Blitz, and then Olympiad, then World Championship. If you count the number of events, logically, one, this one, second, Norway, third, GCT, fourth, Olympiad. So 4 events in total he has to kind of gain his form back. Now, Olympiad is a big one where he usually performs well, but he only has 4 events. If he goes into the World Championship with this form, like he will not feel confident about his play. So there's not much time, Sahaj Bhai, is what I'm trying to say. Only 4 events for Gukesh to gain his form back.
Yeah, of course. And okay, but I think we'll have to give him time to grow, and we have to give him time to fix whatever needs to be fixed. But in the meantime, let's focus on the games. Let's actually go back to Duda versus Gukesh, see what the updates are. He has gone knight f1 here, and he's inviting knight takes e3 and wants to take back with the knight as well. Again, for the focus being on the light squares with the bishop. If black plays bishop e6, that would already give Gukesh maybe a slight advantage in the position.
Hmm. Interesting.
This is a difficult move though, Tikubai, because it's falling into some discover
Hmm.
attack ideas with bishop c5 or something like that.
Hmm. Agreed. Not an easy move, actually. And we have Super Chat Mother saying, see the first Super Chat, Gukesh must take a long break. I think he has taken a decent break. Look at the number of events he played this year so far. We are already in May, so 4 months completed. And in those 4 months, he played one Tata Steel and one Prague Master. So 2 events in 4 months. I kind of think that's a break, Sahaj Bhai. Like, that's not like packed. I mean, Prague used to play 2 events a month in 2025 and played very well. So I don't think he's too like like into that zone where he's playing an event every month, because he also withdrew from the Grand Chess Tour to take a break. So I think he's gotten a break, to be honest. um
Yeah, yeah. Also, I think the quality of chess is a little bit better, at least. Like, not, I think a lot better than it was before. Like, I remember his game against like Menorca again. I'm thinking of that game against Nihal. I mean, from that moment to this one, I mean, it feels amazing. Yeah, that's great progress. He was taking out Ali Reza. He was in a much better position, like completely winning against Firouzja, and then against Hans also.
Sahaj
Same problem, bhai.
bhai, I think we need to change the game for a minute. I'm sorry,
I
but
know,
let's go
I
to the
know.
Magnus game. What is happening, Sahaj bhai? Magnus is worse. What was knight h4?
I mean, it's very normal, I think, for top players to try and purposefully get into a worse position to create some complexity and try to out calculate, out maneuver, out strategize, of course. So it's pretty typical, I think, from Magnus's perspective. He's trying to play for a win, basically. And sometimes to win, you have to make some compromises, yeah, let's say.
भाई अगर एक थोड़ा और एक दो compromise हो गए ना, then suddenly if Zuzina beats Magnus, I can tell you that's gonna be huge. That's gonna be a huge win. So, and Queen D7, love that move as well from Zoo, who's slowly bringing the bishop to h3. Maybe this g4 in the air. She's connected the rooks, and the time situation isn't great for Magnus either. 26 minutes versus 30. Chat, question to you: do you think Magnus will win this game? Yes or no? Like, based on the understanding, based on your faith in Magnus, do you think he wins this game? Saj, by your take.
Yes, like
Hmm.
without it's the easiest yes of my life, I think. I mean, no, like of course, Zujiner is a very strong player, but Magnus has just lost a game in the previous round. Like, tell me the last time it happened where Magnus lost 2 games in a row. Probably you have to look very far back.
Man,
And also the position is very complicated, I think. It's
but
I
like he
know
played
point
h4.
6 whatever. Yeah, but
He
I
played
think point 6, point
h4.
7 is all numbers. I think it doesn't matter. G4, knight h2, h5. I mean, we can do the Tiku test here as well. I feel this is very hard to play as black. F3 bhai. Like what are like gf3, queen f3, you're just getting mated here.
Okay. We shouldn't take on f3 for sure. If h5 falls, then I'm gone. Okay. That makes sense. So, what's the plan for black after f3? Like, what's the move I need to play?
The move is, of course, when someone makes a breakthrough, what do? You ignore. Chat, don't do that. You never ignore, but this is an exception. You play knight e3. And I'm trying, but it's not a move that makes a lot of sense to me. Or there is
Okay,
knight
my
c3 as well. which is also
Yeah, knight
fine.
c3 is what my
Then
engine
queen
screams.
c1. By open, it will go up and down. I don't think it matters. Even now, this would have gone up for you as well.
Not yet. Maybe your engine is slow, yeah. That's just like my
What do you
soap, but
play?
still, man. A queen c1, and black has to now play f6 apparently to open
f6,
the h
f
file.
take f6 is a slight inaccuracy. F takes g4 is already like you are in deep trouble.
H takes g4,
And then there's bishop h6. Equally maybe tak.
bishop
It
h6,
should say.
knight b4.
So it's not saying 000 for you right now.
For me, it's not. I kind of hate this because I know your engine is stronger.
ef6.
So ef6, ef6,
Bishop takes g7.
king takes g7, important
And
move.
then knight e5. Boom.
95, queen d6.
Oh,
It
maybe you
still
were right,
shows
yeah.
black is just
How is
close to winning
how is
actually for
that
me.
possible? Oh, wow, the position is so complex that even one engine is even wrong here. Crazy. So let me go back. We were at this moment, basically, f3. I think that's what's going to happen because Magnus has just played
Yeah.
h4. And after this, black will play g4. This is forced. You will go knight h2 to attack, not really attack the pawn, but okay, to put pressure on the pawn. Otherwise, you'll play h5 yourself, and then the pawn could become loose. And then black plays h5, white plays f3. This is this. So this position is happening by force, right?
Hmm.
You're playing knight c3 in this position.
Yes.
Okay, now I'm a bit worried.
And
Actually,
that's the
yeah.
only
Oh,
move.
actually, we can check Sessi as well, no? Sessi is also there.
Yes, and that's the only move, though. I think it's a good bet by Magnus, though, Chad. I agree with your initial assessment, Sejwai. I think it's a way for Magnus to make the game so complicated that he can assess the position better. And knight c3 is not easy to find because the knight ideally wants to go to the king side. So if she doesn't find knight c3, then Magnus is just steamrolling this position. ef3 already is just lost, as you mentioned. So practically a great weapon. But if Zuziner can find the next 5 moves, Sehaj, then Magnus could regret his decision of playing knight h4.
Yeah, could be. Could be for sure. Could be for sure. Oh, भाई,
Bye.
someone in the chat saying Indian chess में कोई dominate नहीं कर रहा है भाई. Like in both Open and Women's World Championship, there is an Indian player. Even PogChamps winner is also Indian, chat. Did you guys know that?
Super PogChamp, bhai,
Super
not PogChamp.
PogChamps winner is also
Huh.
an Indian player.
By the Women's World Cup winner is an Indian player. Like, if that counts.
I mean, of
Definitely
course,
counts.
like
Definitely
just
counts.
like everything, you know.
By the way, if we jump back to Gukesh's game, he's made a mistake. So let's see how Magnus do play this. But in fact, दोनों clock पे same time. At 26 minute was what the
Like
rapid players
Gukesh
also had.
guys.
But
Let's go
look
back
at
to
this
Gukesh
move.
bhai.
Look at the move, chat. White to play. What do you think is the best move for white? Come on,
Arre,
chat. This is a very nice move.
we
Very,
know,
very nice move.
we know धूप आ गई है अगर उसने खेल दिया तो है भाई.
Why?
धूप आ गई है. It will be sunny
But
in Poland.
honestly, Saj, भाई दिल पे हाथ रख के कहना, ठीक है? Put your hand on your heart and tell me, if white finds this move, are you scared for Gukesh?
I don't, I mean, 100%. I'm scared right now. I don't like this position as it is. Like knight d5. I mean, I don't like this development whatsoever with bishop c2 and this knight h. Look at this bishop. Look at this bishop. Look at this queen coming to h5. All of them putting pressure on the h7 pawn. And if we make that, rectangle again, I mean, I'm basically have one, two, three, four, and okay, five, six. This piece I'm counting for sure. Queen is also looking at h5. Like so many pieces against a rook and a knight. That's not even a fight.
Chat, some of you are absolutely correct. I really want to commend you if you found it on your own. Indians say, nah, but if you found it on your own, you definitely have a spark in your chess skills because knight h4 is the move. It's a simple piece sacrifice, a temporary one though, but it opens up your queen on d1, the deadly piece. And if you take this, which you have to, otherwise I take on g6 and win a pawn, queen comes to h5, threatening mate in 1 on h7 and threatening the knight. And now, even though material-wise it's equal, compare my queen to your queen, compare my king to your king. Sejwai, this would be so hard to defend for anybody. And Gukesh, of course, will not be in his peak shape because he lost the last game. So looks tough. Duda, crucial moment for him, I think.
I think you can whenever there is an attack like this that you face in any game of chess, usually there is a way that you can simplify the position by accepting a worse endgame. That's possible here as well. You can go knight f5, for example. That's like saying takes, takes, and okay, I'm worse, but at least I'm not getting checkmated. He could still try to save this. I don't think this is losing. He can definitely. It's very
Yeah.
well within range to save this, I think as well. So not really a big worry if even if he finds knight h4. What I'm more worried about is a4 here, Tikubhai.
Ooh,
Because
that's an
threat
interesting
is
idea.
better than execution. I like that I have this threat, but I think if I just keep this as a threat for a long time, I think Gukesh is gonna keep
Hmm.
thinking about it over and over again.
Interesting. So the fact that Duda has two options is not really helping Sage, but to be honest, he has a4 on the queen side, he has knight h4 on the king side, two completely different plans. And just because you do one doesn't mean you can't do the other. So it's only getting more and more complicated. By the way, time situation, not a huge focus on the clock now, only 2.5 minutes compared to close to 5 minutes earlier. So Ukesh also taking a lot more time. And again, that f pawn is the problem. Put that pawn on f7, suddenly the knight on g6 is defended. The king on h8 feels very safe. And Gukesh will be very happy. In fact, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take this position. I'm going to
Yeah,
put
yeah, yeah.
the pawn on f7. I'll tell you the evaluation now. Give me a minute.
And just to while you're doing that, I just want to bring another point that if the pawn was on f7, the knight could always go to f6 to defend h7. So these ideas of knight h4, queen h5 would never work if knight f6 was possible. So that's a bit
Hmm.
sad here for Gukesh.
Yeah, interesting position. The f pawn definitely counting for a lot of that
Oh,
evaluation. What happened? What happened? Oh, he finds it.
I mean, we did look at the line, but just the fact that it's a brilliancy really elevates the line a bit more. But okay, I don't think it's that much better yet. But it does look like a
Sahej
nice
bhai,
brilliancy, though.
if
We
you
can
put
agree
the
to that.
if you put the pawn on f7, it's even worse actually because there's knight g5.
Okay, but
But but the
when
king is
we
on
make
h8.
strategic
Yes.
but when we make
Yeah.
strategic comparisons, we have to eliminate tactical possibilities
Yeah.
completely.
Hmm. Yeah. The king
Just
should be
because
on
knight
g8.
g5 is there in that position doesn't mean the pawn on f7 shouldn't be there.
By the way, yes. And what's the poll result? I think you guys can already see it. 42% people saying Gukesh wins, 42% saying Duda wins. It's neck to neck. And knight h4, definitely a huge, huge moment for Duda in this game, who could also join hands as the leader for day one if he were to defeat Gukesh. And Gukesh would be zero point 0.5 out of 3, Sahaj Bhai, as he heads off into his clash versus Sindarov tomorrow. It's crucial game. Do not lose this, Gukesh. Do not lose this. And who does he play in the first round tomorrow? I'm also curious about
Right?
that. Actually,
I'll give you a choice, okay? You either win this tournament completely or you beat Sindarov. You are Gukesh. What do you choose?
win the event. Win the event.
Win the
100%.
event?
100%.
It's a good
There's no
answer,
doubt
I
in my
think.
mind.
It's a very good answer.
Because the kind of confidence you get from, for example, Zujinaya, she played horribly at the Prague Masters, but she did defeat Divya. But it didn't really help her that much for the candidates. She still had these, twists and turns in her games and couldn't really convert winning positions. But if win the event, that's a huge boost because it's something which has not happened for Gukesh since he became world champion. So definitely choosing the event overall. Meanwhile, I'm checking Gukesh. Who does he play tomorrow? He plays Radoslav in the first game tomorrow. So, okay, that's a relatively, okay, nothing easy, but relatively easier pairing with white. But he has black against Sindarov, Sahaj bhai. He has black against Sindarov. That's going to be
I
interesting.
think black or white hardly matters against an opponent like that because you are heavily researching them. And also, Sindarov and the Uzbek chess school itself, have been saying this constantly that black hote hain to you can prepare easier. So from that logic, Gukesh will
I
have an easier time, preparing with black, I guess. And let's not forget, last time when they played in Tata Steel classical match, Gukesh was pressing in that Carlsbad position. We spoke about it a bit yesterday as well, but Gukesh was pressing again in that Carlsbad position for 6 hours against Sindarov. So he was pressing, but again that final blow was missing from that game, and Sindarov, drew that match and then went on a rampage after that as
I
usual.
have to read this comment. It's hilarious. Somebody said Hans hacked the EVMs. Like, Oh, sorry, ये क्या था? Where did this come from, bro? I mean, that was insane, but okay, hilarious.
I don't even get the reference, but okay.
Okay, that's great, Saj, bhai. That's great. By the way, Queen H5, Bishop 5 played. So Duda finds the best move. There are a bunch of trades now, and
Now
again
I
that
feel
F
left
pawn.
out.
No, no, bhai, kuch nahi. It's just a joke. Just a joke. Now, Saj,
Uh,
bhai, I think we take the bishop, right? Because that could be a nuisance later on.
Bishop on a7 or knight takes e3, you mean, in this position?
Yes, yes. Knight takes
Yeah, yeah,
c3.
we were discussing this earlier. No, knight e3, rook
Hmm.
e3. We were looking at knight e3 actually.
Hmm.
And yeah, this is a worst sort of simplified version, but at least you're not getting checkmated. At least he has made sure that यहाँ पे checkmate नहीं होगा. Rook, you don't have to take knight e3 though. You can play rook e5 as well, which I think is the first move that I would look at because you are preparing to double up on the e file. You can move the queen away, maybe to c7, rook e8, and that looks fine. I don't even know why white is so much better here. Like it just feels wrong. Is it just because I've committed f6 and maybe you can put the queen on g4 and play knight g3, knight h5, something like this?
Also,
That
rook a
seems very
d1 is
like a
a.
small reason for why it should be
But
this much better.
rook a d1 also is incoming and
No, rook
kind of.
e5, where does the
Rook
queen
e5,
go?
queen f3, and now rook a
So
d1
you
is
see
incoming.
now, I think now if I asked you a question in this position, are you putting the queen on f3 or g4? I think a lot of people would put it on g4, Tikubai.
But not now,
Because
right?
you want
Because
to
now
see
I'm
knight
not
g3, knight
really.
f5. Bhai,
I don't think that's a serious plan now, though, because I feel like the d5 knight for me is the target. I want to play rook a d1 and make sure queen stays on
but
d8.
पूरे गेम
But
में तो किंग साइड पे टारगेट था ना.
हाँ, but अब pieces exchange हो गए ना, like we exchange the bishop, we exchange the knight. So now I don't see a kingside attack happening here. So I would also, there's a pin on the rook on a8, right? There's also a pin there. So I feel like rook d1 incoming feels rather more scary to me now.
What? I can play queen e8 also. Okay, let's play queen e8, let's say.
Why the rook e5 on the board? On the board, rook e5 right now.
भाई वो क्वीन g4 खेलेगा ना मैं रो दूंगा. क्वीन f3. You were right. Let's go.
Why? नहीं मतलब like I think also knight on
बचा
f1
लिया आपको
has.
डूडा ने भाई आज. You know this.
I gave him the sunlight. I gave him the sunlight. Oh, but the queen
Do
g8. Okay, that's a very interesting square for the queen, yeah? All the way to g8.
yeah, but I think if you wanted to bring the rook to e8, it makes a lot of sense. Plus, yeah,
Search by
what happened?
Arjun
Yes.
game. His opponent just blundered. Wait, what is this move? Wait, what?
I'm sorry, what just happened? So g5, h3, and e5. So I'm just trying to comprehend what he could have missed here, because
Wait, he
e6, knight
wants.
c. So d5, knight d7, e6, knight c5, e7, rook e8, bishop h5, rook e7 is hanging. And if I play d6, knight c5, something is there. So takes.
Ah.
No, don't tell me. Bishop
Chad, it's not a
g4, I
blunder.
guess.
It's tough. It's tough. It's tough, actually. Can we
E-
go full screen if
d5,
possible
knight
here?
d7, e6, knight c5, e7, rook e8, and rook c1.
Yes. And now it's a
And
queen
rook
as well.
d7. And rook d7.
Yes, exactly. And if you can go full screen
For
for a
it.
moment, if it's possible, actually, yeah, it's a four sequence. And I think rook d7 is what Jordan missed. Can you show us, Sahaj, by the variation?
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if it's working. We just wanted to get that it's correct. But yeah, e7, rook e8, rook c1. You move knight a4, I guess, and then rook d7. Yeah, basically.
But also important, there is knight takes e4 there after rook
Oh, I
ac1.
missed this completely.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then rook d7 only move. This is what he missed, I think. Knight e4, rook d7 is what he missed. Because if you take with the bishop, then rook e7 and your bishop is pinned.
Yeah. This is again, I think intermezzo's are very, very easy to miss because in your mind, I think after knight takes e4, you're only looking at bishop takes e4 because it's human. Yeah. Because I just made a capture and that's a recapture. Simple. You miss intermezzos like that. And I think Arjun will find it though. Easy.
He will. He has enough time. And of course, it's a forcing sequence. Now, he shouldn't trust his opponent. Sometimes the problem is you can trust your opponent too much. Okay, if Jordan is playing this, it must be working. You really need to test your opponent's calculation here. And said by Arjun, great calculator should find the entire sequence. Because if he doesn't, it's kind of equal. Although there is also d5, which, my engine is screaming is also very good. So If there's an alternative, maybe Arjun goes for it also.
I I mean, d5 is something you play when you are lazy, like you're basically lazy and you don't want to calculate pawn takes pawn, basically, for the lack of a better word. But it's something you would play in a blitz match. Let's say you have half a minute left, your opponent plays e5, you cannot calculate pawn takes pawn, but you know d5 is going to be better because it's a passed pawn, or your rook is behind it, you're putting pressure on b7 in the long run with d5 d6, and all of those reasons. But since Arjun has the time and more than enough time in this position, if he finds that critical rook d7 move, I think he should find it for sure. I think it will be good, no? Meanwhile, how is Gukesh doing?
Oh man,
Shall we switch back?
let's go. Let's go. By the way,
Oh, Gukesh still thinking after a4. Bishop b6 played.
um, just an update. We can go to Gukesh's game, but Zuzuna is still better against Magnus. We have reached h5, so f3 is incoming soon. Would love to check that game also later. By the way, final game for today in the GCT event. So Saj, bhai, kya lag raha hai? Is Gukesh gonna give us some hope, or a5 seems to be much better for Duda right now?
a5. Even if I tried, it looks very difficult to explain why a5 is such a big move in this position. Maybe a6 pawn is a weakness, but it's not apparent why a5 is good. It's definitely not in a rapid game, at least. I'm not even sure what your a5, bishop a7. What's your plan, Tikubai? Okay, I see rook d1. I go rook e8 or something. Okay, no ways that I think this happens. It's very, very difficult because now you are supposed to play rook e2 and rook d2. So my question is, why not take the pawn on b5 then? Because that's
That's a good
exactly what he
question.
will be wondering, no? Because why not just simply take or keep the pawn on a4 and keep the option of playing a5 or a takes b5? Why commit to something you're not sure if it's going to work or not?
Because my logic was at some point you want to go b4 or c4 as white and you want to use that pin, but it doesn't seem to be working in any case. So I'm not sure a5 is going to be easy. And if not that, then is there something else I could play? Just keep that tension, like keep the pawn on a4. Is that an option, Sage? By not commit to that pawn either way. Not take. If I take, I
Yeah,
don't want
yeah.
to
Rook
exchange rooks
d1.
basically.
Rook d1 I quite
Hmm.
like. Like I just want to get your rook away from the a
Hmm.
file, and then I can take and play rook a6. I don't know, something along those lines. That looks very,
Hmm.
look at this. Rook d1 is the move that Duda goes for.
Wow.
Wow. And it's a mistake though, but it's very human, I feel. And you look at this, Tikubai, after rook d8, like a5 is a stronger move than a takes b5. That's very, very nuanced.
Yeah, I think very hard to find this in a rapid game, these subtle differences. And I think the good news for Duda is even then he has a great position. And
भाई ये चैट में लोग सहज टेस्ट क्यों लिख रहे हैं लाइक कौन टिकू टेस्ट सुना था सहज टेस्ट कौन सा आया भाई
भाई
नया है
चैट में
कुछ
कुछ भी चलता है भाई। एक बंदा चल रहा है इस साहिल बंगाली और कश्मीरी भाई चैट में अलग ही डिबेट चलती है भाई मतलब इट्स लाइक ओ बाय द वे रुक b8 okay that's the square I didn't have in mind and apparently still a5 is better which again makes no sense because I can take and put the rook on a6 in some cases.
Yeah, that looks way more pleasing. But that's why he played rook b8, right? To keep the bishop on base. Because
Hmm.
Arjun is also expecting Duda to take on b5.
Gukesh I think.
xm5 or by xm5a. The same one that I had for the last 2 years.
By the way, Hans is completely winning against MVL. The game is basically over. There's a pawn on h6. If we can show that game for a second, say, I think it's basically good night curtains.
Oh, teri.
The knight on d5 looks like it's about to eat at least four of black's pieces, and the queen has not even joined.
भाई ये है असली धुरंधर. What if I look at this plan? Bishop h5, bishop g6. Forget Nihal's bishop on d6. Let me show the bishop on g6 instead.
Wow. This is
Crazy.
insane, actually. I think, would you agree with this chat and says Vaiki, in the last couple of years, not couple, I mean, last year, so to speak, we've had a lot of players kind of rising up the ranks of all ages. Be it somebody like Jordan, who's reached the top before, fallen back a bit, then risen up again. Look at what Esipenko did by qualifying for the candidates. Look at what Yagiz is doing. Basically, the competition for world top 10 has increased dramatically. I feel like there's so many players who are fighting for that 2700 plus spot now, and it's getting so hard to predict who's going to win an event. Earlier, you would have two names. You would consider, okay, maybe Carlsen, Karuan or something. Nowadays, you can't make a prediction. Like, there's nobody you can say he has no chance of winning this event. Yeah, all the 8 players have chances.
Yeah, more or less. I think you are absolutely correct in that sense, because I think because of how chess has developed, I think everyone having the resources and the time to invest into chess, I think gives them a fair chance. I mean, before the candidates began, I think a lot of people had Sindarov as a number one, but no one thought he's going to dominate. Like, not a single person I think could have predicted that he would win like that. But yeah, so anything is possible.
And and also, let's keep in mind, if you want an example of that, we have a live example right now, chat. Fedosiev is defeating Firouzja with the black pieces. Right now. Right now. So that tells you, you cannot. And look, wait,
By
why did the knight come?
Fedosiv, just so you know, by Fedosiv is the defending champion of this tournament. Like, he was working with
No,
Roman
exactly.
Vidoniak last year. But chat, by the big news here, Roman Vidoniak, who was the coach of Sindarov, worked with Fedosiv last year for this tournament, and Fedosiv won. And this year he's working in the same tournament with Sindarov. एंड ये वही रोमन
So,
विदोनिया है जिसने कैंडिडेट्स में वर्ल्ड कप में हर जगह सिंडारोव की मदद करी है बेसिकली.
but exactly, like it's like he's won it last year. So he's also a name, but it's not the name that comes to mind first as a potential winner. Like last time, it must have been a surprise. But now, for me, at least, it's not a surprise even if he wins this event. So many names who are contenders now. So the field has basically opened up a lot more than it was earlier. Nowadays, anybody among the 8 players could win. And by the way, Firouzja is losing to Fedosiv. So what will Gukesh do, Saj, by 10 minutes
कैन वी
versus
से
8
दिस इज
minutes?
लूजिंग? कैन वी से
Yeah,
दिस
I
इज
think so,
लूजिंग
no?
और नो?
I think so, no? Because at some point, rook a6. I don't know how I push c4. That's the main move I really want to play. But I can't really do it now. But it should be losing, I think. It should be losing.
बाय एक एक मैगी फिरोजा विल सेव दिस.
Done. Done.
डन.
Done.
ऑड्स दे रहे हो?
Done. Done. Odds kya, bhai? I mean, have faith in your bet, no?
-2
Odd.
पोजीशन है भाई.
Ah, but it's also, you said like it's holdable. And I agree with you. There are some chances. King
आधा
can
टाइम
come.
भी है भाई. आधा टाइम भी है.
I mean, nahi, odds nahi. Like, 1
वन
on 1
इज टू
kala to
टू
I'm okay.
सिंपल. 1:2.
Nahi, nahi, nahi.
सिंपल.
One,
एक दो
one is to
पे
one.
क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
Nahi, nahi. 1 is to 1.
Chat,
1 is to 1, I'm
chat.
okay.
Is he being fair? I feel like he's not. I thought we haven't done
Nahi,
Maggie
nahi.
bets in a while. Yeah. Let's do one. Okay. I think Firouzja will
Huh.
save this. Okay. If you wanna
Chalo.
pick
You
one,
get two
if you
results.
wanna
Nah, you
pick
get two
one,
results.
no. Then you take one result, and the third result is null. That's zero. What's your result?
Mine is Ferocious wins, I think.
I think you should have chosen Firouzja winning this, because that's a much better chance here. You'll see.
Nahi, nahi, no chance, bhai. No chance.
Why Firouzja is very tricky.
By the
Chat,
way,
what do you think is gonna happen here? Going
oh,
to
Arjun
Gukesh?
has taken that pawn. Arjun
Ooh,
has taken
okay.
that pawn. Super crucial moment there. Wow.
E6 played as well. Amazing. Gearing up for the 7th rank. That means Arjun has spotted Rook D7. Let's go. Arjun
I
is
think we
gonna
should
take down the guy who took down Magnus. Let's go, bhai.
I think we should go full screen because I think at least like either Arjun finds it and then we see that realization on Jordan's face, or Arjun doesn't find it and then we see some realization on his face. So this could be a moment, a game deciding moment. Let's go full screen. E6 on the board. What will Jordan do? The move is knight c5. He could play knight e5, but that's basically admitting that he's not going to get the pawn back. Crucial moment. He needs the pawn, the e pawn. And look at the bishop on h7, Sahaj bhai. Not doing anything right now.
तब से
Still
वहीं पे
hoping.
बैठा रहा है. तब से वहीं पे बैठा रहा है and hasn't even moved once.
Oh, he's holding his head now. He's holding his head now. He's holding his head
Yup.
now. I think
भाई
he
25
realized.
मिनट. Yeah, of course, because he saw Rook D7 and he's like, oh, that means this is lost. Yeah.
Wait, I think
Oh,
इसका
by
चेहरा
the way,
लाल हो रहा है भाई.
95. हाँ भाई, वो पहले भी तो हुआ था ना, I think when he's stressed,
हाँ,
like I think it happens to a lot of
yeah,
players, I think.
yeah. Are you saying?
Fedosiv will humble you. So Shashank, bhai, Fedosiv has actually humbled me in the past before. Just so you know, I have played him before in a classical match. I think it was in 2014, 2015, something like this, in Dubai Open. And it was a very long game. Loved that match actually, but I sadly lost. Like in the last minute, by last minute, 0-0-0 position. Seconds पे I made like a one blunder. 0-0-0 से plus 12 गई थी position. And that hurt. That stung so much. I can tell you. So I've been humbled by Fedosiv chat. Just so you know.
बट अच्छी बात है ना, अगर जीता तो क्या बताओ टूर्नामेंट छोड़ के निकल जाता फिर बीच में, तो फिर इट वुड हैव बीन लाइक मिस्ड अपॉर्चुनिटी. सो खर्चे में
Yeah.
रहा था. बाय द वे,
Tiku bhai,
आई डोंट नो इफ
just
यू वेंट फुल.
can
हाँ,
I
श्योर
just
श्योर.
go to one game? I just have to. I'll just be back
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
second.
yeah.
Yeah. Which
Let's
game?
stick here. I think let's go full screen on Arjun. I think this one is the best one for now. Really want to
Yep.
see Jordan realize
Yep. There it
he
is.
realized the
I'll
mistake.
be
I
right
think
back.
he did. Okay, we back and forth क्यों हो रहा है सर भाई? अच्छा ग्लिच हो रहा है क्या? This is like control Z, yeah, undo. But anyways, okay, chat, Gukesh game, not much has happened. We'll go to it. He seems to be losing right now. So that's not a good sign. Arjun seems to be winning. And with this, Arjun is going to gain a few more rating points. And if he does win, he's going to be world number 7. He's going to cross Firouzja and Vincent in one go. So that's a huge upgrade. There was a time when we had no Indians in the world top 10. That was kind of sad. It's nice. Gukesh should forfeit? No, brother. I don't think that's how it works. Everybody has phases where they're not in good form. It just takes one result, one kind of tournament or one game to go your way, and everything can change. And yeah, it could be any game. Meanwhile, of course, that could be tomorrow's game against Sindarov. Who knows? Hans blundered winning position. He's still better though. He's still better. In fact, Fabi is better against Wesley. Hans better against MVL. Duda winning against Gukesh. We'll go to that game soon as Sahaj Bhai is back. Meanwhile, we can see Jordan turning a bit pink, actually, I think. This is where he realized, I think, that this was a mistake. And a huge win for Arjun, I think. By the way, I must point out, Carlsen is still worse. Like, he's still slightly worse, actually, against Zujina. So the game is very interesting. And let's see how that... Sahaj bhai, I think what we need like a 30-second analysis of Arjun's game, Magnus's game, and then Erdogmus's game, and then we jump to Gukesh quickly because that game could end.
So Arjun, of course, we've already done the analysis. He's completely winning, right? If he plays knight c5, we had e7 and then that critical move rook d7, which is happening. Rook c1, of course, a very important move to add in the beginning. Knight takes e4 ke baad, rook, which is by the way a crazy find there. Rook d7 is completely winning because next bishop h5 would win the game. So that's number one. If you played knight e5 or something, then okay, you're not targeting the pawn. I can play bishop h5, control the square, and still e7, e8 would be winning. So that's winning. Next, which game? Shall we go to Magnus's board?
For sure.
So this is Magnus's position. On the bar, it says slightly worse. This knight is a bit bad right now, but I'm guessing f3 will come at some point or the knight will reroute itself to e4. But by 14 minutes only for Magnus and 16 minutes for Zhu Jinner. Wow, this is getting very close for comfort.
Exactly. It's getting too close for comfort. You stole my thoughts, Sahaj bhai. And I thought after you stole my, the pencil that day, will not do it again. But that's crazy, man. Like Zuzhina fighting neck to neck with the god of chess. Right now, what do you think is going through her mind?
I think the moves, nothing else. At this, you don't think about any other thoughts when the game is going on. You only think about this. That's it.
Oh man, that's very interesting. So that means the game is, completely crazy right now. We cannot predict who's going to win this. Of course, Magnus is Magnus, but Zuzhina is playing some good chess. Finally, the game of Erdogmus said by, is he going to win and maintain his lead?
Oh, by the way, another mistake by Magnus.
Bhai, he's objectively losing right now. Magnus Carlsen is... Yeah, it shows minus 1.9 for me, Sahaj bhai.
1.1 for me, bhai. Let's do the test. Let's go. What's the best move for black?
King h7.
King h7, bishop d2.
Okay, bishop d2, and now the best move is f5 apparently.
And then f4. Okay, it's minus 1.9, really?
Now it's minus 1.5. It's still pretty strong, yeah. Minus
It's a
1.5 is
fortress. It's a fortress, but it will be difficult to break, I think. Difficult to break. But I don't think Magnus will play f4 though. So let's go king h7, bishop g7. Let's look at the more direct line. Rook g7
hmm.
you'll capture?
You want to take on g7, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, rook g7.
And now f takes g4.
F takes g4. Bishop takes g4 is crucial, apparently.
Yeah. E takes f6. E takes
And he takes
f6.
f6. Yeah.
Still, it's -1 for me. Like, not really losing.
It's yeah, but it's still, yeah, it's like minus
Windy
one is also
two.
pretty significant. For me, it's minus 1.4, but let's assume it's minus one.
I'm just trying to put the bar off for a second.
Hmm.
Does white really look that bad to you? Like in general? Like I'm just
Uh,
wondering because I feel
so
like black's king is also a bit exposed. Yes, you have the g file there, but you can target the g3 pawn. But I can play knight f1 always to defend this weakness over here.
So if I have to choose a color, I will choose black. Does it look as bad as minus 1.5? Probably no. But I would choose black for sure. That G3 point somehow feels too weak. The E3 square, the C3 square, the E5 square, the knight on C4 moves. Somehow there's too many holes in white's camp, and it's not easy because I want to put the rook on F1, for example. Rook F1, rook E1 is what I
Hmm.
want to play, but I can't do it because I'll need that square for the knight, for example. So
Yeah.
black's play somehow feels much like I would look at this and say I want to be black at least very clearly, even though it's not minus
Yeah.
1.5 in my head maybe.
Yeah. I think I would agree with your statement that I would choose black, but I don't think it's -1 point whatever the thing is saying. I think that I completely agree with.
And meanwhile,
So and also by
13
14 minutes versus 13 minutes. Yeah. That's very, very
exactly.
important here.
And let's keep in mind this could be a career changing win for Zuzina if she does win this one with the black pieces against Magnus. And we could also see some table banging, of course, but Magnus will use his experience to confuse Zoo. Let's see how it works out, Sahaj bhai. So let's jump to Gukesh's game maybe.
By
And
a
Hawa.
question, just a
Ah,
question, I'm just wondering, has it ever happened that uh, um, someone has like a female player has defeated a world champion in classical? Current world
I
champion, I know
mean,
it's not there. I don't think that has happened, if I'm not mistaken.
um,
But
I mean,
well, I
was
know
Gary?
I know
Huh.
Judith defeated
Hmm.
Kasparov, but that was rapid. That was not classical. So I'm asking whether in classical if it has happened. Yeah, how you find defeated Magnus? Yes, that is true. That was classical, no?
I don't think that was classical. I don't think so. That was classical, actually. I don't think so. That was classical.
Oh,
But
you don't
but
think it was
okay.
class.
I mean,
But I mean,
but
sorry, I
okay.
was talking about like I mean the question was more about a current world champion, but okay, I don't think we can call it for Magnus either. By the way, big mistake by Zhu Jinner
Oof.
under time pressure and allowing Magnus to take on g4. And remember, Tikubhai, that black cannot go bishop g4 anymore, which was the best move earlier because knight g4, h g4, and e6 is gonna pin and win, essentially. Magnus is now
Wow.
back. The complications worked.
They worked, and that means Magnus can at least hope for a win here now. Although the time situation makes it so difficult to understand the position. I mean, look at the number of pawns, by the way. It looks like some, like a zigzag puzzle or something. Yeah, pawns in all places: c5, d5, e4, f6, e7, g4, f3, h5, like crazy position. So, well, let's jump back
Mhm.
to Gukesh maybe because that game might end soon. We'll come back to the classical as we'll have more time. Gukesh, by the way, is also lost right now. Look at that knight on d6. Look at the weakness on a6. Black's king is weaker. It feels like he's going down again.
Oh yeah, this is borderline lost. I feel bishop d6, rook d6 would just be GG because a6 and f6. Remember, principle of two weaknesses. There are two weaknesses on the board. Of course, a6 is a much more permanent one, and yeah, no counterplay either. If you played f5 to try and create some open files for the king, white can just play g5 and say, now what?
Oof. Meanwhile, Sindarov is slightly better against Radoslav with black, so he could end this tournament with 2 out of 3 on day one. And what does Mukesh really do here, Sahaj? I'm not really sure. What's his next move?
Very difficult to say. Very, very difficult to say. से- सहज भाई अगर गुके अरे भाई 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 तुम कुछ भी बोलते हो भाई. Oh, f5 played. Let's go. Looking for some counterplay, and now g5. Yep, responded.
Oh man, I mean, this is so tough, man. This is so tough.
h6. He plays queen e6.
This queen
Okay.
e6. Okay, but there's not really a threat, no? I can just continue maybe. Like, I don't know what do I
h4.
play, but
Yeah.
h4, yeah, exactly. That looks nice.
h4 is very nice. Yeah. It's completely ignoring. Rook e8 possible ही नहीं है. Rook d8 पे knight f7 check है. So h4 is looking very, very nice. And then again, Gukesh will be in a situation where he doesn't really have a clear plan and he might invest more time. And that could be very dangerous for him because that's time pressure territory.
Actually, black does have a plan that's f4. So if you waste a move, like it can be a bit tricky. So h4 kind of is a nice move there, just supporting the g4
But
pawn.
f4 also I have h4, no?
Exactly. But I think what would you play? Let's say you play a move like queen b7, like I wanted to get to the a6 pawn. Now you move the queen away and f4 is very strong actually.
But that's
So
also because there is f4 and f3 check.
yeah,
So the queen
exactly.
also
Exactly.
defends that square. So queen should not move here whatsoever because there are no
Yeah.
defenders for the king. Only the queen is defending the king right now. So the queen cannot move. All the other pieces can move. Yeah,
He
h4
plays
he
h4.
plays and
Wow. Wow. भाई
chat is like रोहन अच्छा भाई ये दूसरा रोहन था.
Chad is saying Arjun is winning. Yes, we know chat. Arjun is winning. We just had a look at that game. रोहन ने क्या आग लगा दी भाई?
अरे मैं कुछ और सोच रहा था. नेवर माइंड.
What is
मैं
Paneer
रोहित
Tikki
सोच रहा
Masa?
आई तो मैं रोहित सोच रहा था भाई. रोहित मेरा सोच रहा था मैं तब से.
Ah, okay. Meanwhile, okay, look at this. Black's top three moves for me are Queen e7, Bishop c7, King g8. Basically doing nothing. That's so hard as Black just to sit tight. This is tough, Sajbhai. This is tough.
Very tough. Almost impossible. Fabi also completely winning against Wesley, by the way. And Fedosiev still having a good chance against Firouzja. By Firouzja playing on 39 seconds. Let's do a quick check on that game as well because it's very, very spicy position. Look at that. Knight g6 check incoming and some back rank ideas. Tiku bhai, डर लग रहा है.
But Black to play, why? I'll just take the pawn on f5 and I'm
Knight
happy.
g6 check. Why?
King
And then rook
e8.
b2. Rook b2. And then rook
Is it really
d5
that
only move,
scary?
yeah? Isn't it?
Ah, it's the only move, kya?
Only move, I think. Or rook d3, basically. You have to cover the d8 square.
Fair, fair. थोड़ा tricky तो
And
लग
then
रहा है,
rook and
लेकिन
then e7, rook b8 check. I don't know. I'm not so sure, Tiku bhai.
भाई ये feather
I
ने
think for
सही कर
sure
दिया यार.
Firouzja will draw this. For sure he will draw this. You could also win this, yeah.
Wow. Meanwhile, Gukesh has played Queen e7, so keeping it solid,
Okay.
not committing to a plan just yet.
Oh, by the way, just a great, great update for everyone, by the way, chat. Arjun has found rook a c1. That means he sees the
Let's
plan of
go.
knight takes c4 and rook d7, and Arjun is about to win his match. Let's go. That's amazing. He would be one of the leaders, no?
Yes, if Yagiz draws, he would be one of the leaders. Also, Magnus is better against Zujiro. So if you're a Magnus fan, time to cheer because I think he is likely to win as well. I think Bishop 6 was a mistake. Two minor mistakes back to back turned the well from slightly worse to slightly better for Magnus now.
Exactly. And he takes the pawn on g4. Black has to capture back with the h pawn, and she does it. And I see that it's a bad move, but I am wondering, and I'm always wondering in such situations if a move like rook takes e6 is, just completely strategically killing black or not. Because, this bishop seems to be holding the position together. It's covering all the important light squares in the position. And I always wonder if rook takes e6 is working. Here, it's not really that bad. It's maybe slightly worse for white, but I think kind of unnecessary because the position is already a bit better. No need to complicate.
Yeah. By the somebody said, Sej by Sahil by Abdul Chashma same hai. Lens card pe 1+1 pe liya hai kya? I mean, maybe by, I don't know if lens card delivers in
सेम है क्या
Budapest,
देखो.
but similar hai,
आप
like
सेम है क्या.
size wise, frame wise, maybe it's similar,
हाँ हो सकता है मे
yeah.
बी.
It is similar,
नाइस
thoda bahut.
नाइस नाइस नाइस. Sahaj bhai, in a losing position, wouldn't you try complicating line instead of the top lines? Yes, generally speaking, you do want. This is what you call a desperado. Basically, जब आपके पास कुछ नहीं होता तो आप tricks like धुपली, for the lack of a better word. That's what you try, because basically anything that can trick your opponent into making a mistake. That's what you do. But in Gukesh, अगर आप गुकेश के केस में बात कर रहे हो तो there, because the position is extremely symmetrical, everything is like the same. There's not like I have two pawns, you have a piece, or there's no imbalance. Like only bishop and knight, and that can also get traded off. उन positions में ऐसा complicate करना is next to impossible. सहज भाई, ओपनिंग स्टडी किए बिना जीएम नहीं बन सकते क्या? आई वुड से नो भाई. आई थिंक ओपनिंग स्टडी किए बिना आप आईएम भी नहीं बन सकते भाई. इन दीज डेज नो. इंडिया में आप 2000 भी नहीं कर सकते भाई, अगर आप ओपनिंग स्टडी नहीं करते. लेट्स बी रियल. पारस दिल्ली ओपन में ही वहीं पे तो
भाई
वो लग
India
जाएगी.
may play any rapid event in any city, some remote city, you will have like 5 IMs trying to win that rapid event, and there'll be like 1800 rated players trying to steal your ratings. So it's so hard to play in India. If you wanna really test yourself, come and play tournaments in India. Go back home with -500 yellow and then chill. But yeah, Rukesh C1 played by Arjun. Magnus also slightly better, looking great. But is Gukesh fighting back? Not just yet, by the way. If you can go back there, I think knight takes c4 is apparently possible. He doesn't find it. Knight takes c4 was a move, a legit
But he
move there.
also has a minute on the clock. So it's the third time that it's happening. Basically, third time in a row where Gukesh is playing basically the fast, high pressure game. The first two, let's say, were not ideal results. Like जहाँ पे win चाहिए था वहाँ पे draw हुआ, जहाँ पे draw चाहिए था वहाँ पे loss हुआ. But can he make a comeback now is the question. Oh,
Oh,
uh, I'm sorry, but why is this a blunder again? I have queen c5. How is that working? Okay, there is no way he plays rook d7 and he finds queen b7. No ways. Chat, not a blunder. I don't think Duda is gonna go knight b5 here. He could go knight c4, but I don't think I don't think knight b5 is possible. That's why it's a blunder, but it's a very sharp
yeah,
line,
yeah, yeah.
and he only has 37 seconds on the clock, so I don't think he's gonna play it.
Yeah, Queen b7 is hard, very hard actually.
Knight b7 played. Okay, rook e4 instantly responded, and now rook d7 only move for Duda. Plays
Finds it.
queen e5, another only move.
That's why he played King F1. That's why he played King F1. For this, he had prepared this variation. And now Queen E5, there's no Queen issue check for Gukesh.
But queen e5 तो खेलो भाई यहाँ पर. Is he calculating rook e1 check maybe, or?
No.
Okay, queen e5 again, only
Yes.
move knight d8.
Oh, knight D8. Oh, that's a blunder
Let's
actually.
go. Okay, golden opportunity for Gukesh to take back the game.
Come on,
Rook
Gukesh.
f4 and rook takes f2 check is the move. Very, very hard. 40 seconds on the line.
But he can also play Queen H2. That also looks tempting. You cover the H file. The H5 move now looks stupid, Sahaj. By Queen H2 also looks very logical.
Oh, queen h2 is beautiful, but you don't have a check. But
But
then
I can wait.
maybe then you can play rook f4.
Exactly. I can just wait for a while. Your queen is now stuck to F3. You cannot move the
भाई
queen.
वो
Queen H2
वेट
will be
क्यों
made.
भाई वो क्लॉक पे क्यों वेट
भाई
कर रहा है
चलो.
इतना? दैट्स व्हाट. वो क्लॉक पे बहुत वेट कर रहा है बस गुकेश.
Okay, 10 seconds for Gukesh now. This is getting
भाई
a
this is
bit.
getting way too close for comfort.
भाई चलो Gukesh भाई, come on
4
यार.
seconds. 3 2
भाई इतना रिस्क ले
1.
सकते भाई, come on यार. एक
Oh,
भाई
by
he
1
played
second.
with
You are
1
joking
second.
me.
This how is this legal? How is this legal? After what happened yesterday, we can't do this again, Sahaj bhai. We can't do this again. We have one heart.
Why
We
it's the
can't.
third time. I'm pretty sure in
can't.
each game Gukesh has played a move with 1 second on the clock. In all 3 games he has. Whether he's training this or not, I don't know. But this is scary, bhai, for sure.
Chat, if you were here yesterday for the Magnus, game, you know what we're talking about. We can't take another day of this. I'm sorry. Just keep it calm and composed, Ukesh. Just let's not play with 1 second on the clock.
By the
And
way,
what does White do
Arjun
now?
completely winning. Arjun is dead winning. Like
Oh, that's
Jorden is
nice.
about to resign. Just so you know. Just now. Oh, what?
What?
Wait, Gukesh is winning. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Gukesh is now -4.
Come on.
Takes the
Come
pawn on
on.
h5. He missed it. Duda missed it. Rook c1, rook c7 is not hanging. Queen takes d1 is just a checkmate. Bhai, maza hi aa gaya. Rook h4 is incoming.
Hey, rook h4. Rook h4. Rook h1 check. Game over. Come on. The queen is lost. The queen is gone. Rook h1, rook h2. Played.
Oof.
Let's
Okay.
go, brother.
Nice. 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 In crunch time, yeah. Let's go.
Bhai, +3 se -9. That was the quick transformation. That's why rapid chess is crazy. Bhai, sunlight khatam ho gayi, raat ho gayi, Sahaj bhai. That was the point.
Yeah, for sure. And chat mein people are saying you are biased and everything. Bhai, like I think as an Indian, fan in general, like I've been waiting for a moment like this for Gukesh for quite some time, where it's a crunch moment and then he like plays better than his opponent, and it's the first time I'm seeing it, so it's a big moment. I think we should celebrate that.
And
But of
chat,
course,
this
like hard
is
luck to Duda, but Duda is also like he's a tournament leader at this.
and
He's at 1.5 out of 2.
and chat also this is like chess 24 India and chess.com India. So थोड़ा वो logic. But okay, by the way, rook h1 only move. He has to give
वो
that
सब तो
check
चलता
now.
है भाई.
Played. King
Isn't this
f2
queen?
now.
Isn't this queen trapped?
It is. It is. Now rook h2, I think. Just wins the queen, right? It's
No, no,
over.
no, no, भाई. फालतू का rook. Oh, okay. He
Yeah,
plays
actually play
it.
king
Rook
g7,
f8.
right? I attack your rook and attack your queen.
Yes, because it's a check. It's a check. Very nice.
So
So Gukesh is winning.
I think it's time to resign. I think Gukesh wins. Oh man, that's a huge win for Gukesh, by the way. He needed that win, Sahaj, by before his match against Sindarov tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This would give him some confidence for sure. A decent day, I would say. Yeah, 1.5 out of 3 is. I mean,
Sindarov
50%.
is
You would
also
expect a little bit better, but yeah.
Sindarov is also winning, by the way. And he wins. Let's go, bhai. There I am, agar durust hai. I think he did lose a drawn game and he did draw a winning game. So this is pretty fair at the end. Sahaj bhai, a good turnaround at the end for us, yeah?
Loving it, by loving it. Gukesh OP, hoping he can continue this streak. Yeah, I mean, I also just have to say the first 2 rounds also were very, very impressive. But in that last crunch moment, it was something was lacking. But looks like it, he has managed to overcome that on this day itself. So looking good, very good. Let's actually go back to now India number 1, Arjun Erigaisi, and let's see how
Sahaj
he is
bhai,
winning. Yes.
Sindarov for 1 second maybe. Because look at the position. If we have time, if Arjun's game is
Yeah,
not
for
ending.
sure, for sure. I'm just trying. भाई Sindarov का game नहीं खत्म हो गया ना?
नहीं है. I think it's not over. हो गया क्या?
Okay, one sec.
Oh, by the way, Arjun win. Arjun won. Arjun
Oh, amazing.
Erigaisi has won his game. That's a huge win for the India number 1, who's jumped from world number 12 to world number 9, and from world number 9 to world number 7. He is inching up the rankings towards 20 rating again. And this was a smooth win. Sahaj bhai, he is now leading the event officially.
Amazing, bhai. Amazing.
Let's
Good day. It's
go.
been a while when Gukesh and Arjun won on the same
Yeah.
day, bhai. It's been a
Yeah.
while since that happened. So absolutely loving it. GG to Arjun. And by the way, he's now world top 9, 2755 rating to be pretty
7
exact.
by 7. He's world number
Oh
7
yeah,
now.
he won again. Yes. He
Yes.
just overtook Firouzja and
Yes.
Vincent Keimer. Amazing, yeah. Nice. GG for Arjun.
And chat, the craziness is not ending because Erdogmus is slightly worse. If he loses, Arjun will be the sole leader with 2 rounds to go. That's up for debate. Magnus is again. Sahaj bhai, why is Magnus taking every single day now?
भाई वो टाइम प्रेशर की वजह से थोड़ा स्ट्रेस में आ गया मैग्नस नाइट F1 ही plays but I think it's a logical move because you want to reroute the knight to D2 and E4 honestly a move that I think a lot of chess players would play knight C3 and knight F2 basically the position is so complex that in this position the engine is shouting put the knight back to H2 now chat like let me ask you a question a strategic question yeah you ask this question to anyone should the knight go to D2 or should the knight go to H2 everyone is going to say put the knight to D2 yet this is an exception here knight on D2 which is what Magnus played is okay not a blunder but like a let's say a mistake of sorts and she plays bishop D5 knight H2 pe rehta so you would have controlled the G4 pawn and then moves like
And
bishop D5 would be less likely
at the risk of stating the obvious chat, it's Bishop to have played. Both players have 7 and 8 minutes respectively to play 15 moves. So this is time pressure just like yesterday. full pressure on Magnus and Zoo. And if Zoo can somehow win this, Sahaj Bhai, this is going to be a historic win. And Magnus could drop below 2830. I mean, we're all cheering for Magnus, of course, but what a great game so far by Zoo, I think.
I think yeah, for sure, and she's fought really well so far. But I feel, with players like Magnus, the game has not begun yet. Like it only begins middle end game phase, where that's where Magnus completely wakes up. So it's gonna happen, I believe, in the next 5 to 10 minutes when the time just goes a little bit lower. But the game is not beginning. Look at this. Chat. Take a guess. Best move. Okay, the blue arrow just kind of showed it to
Wow.
us, but I'm so happy that it did because it's an incredibly difficult move to see, and there is no way that I would see something like this over the board with 8 minutes on my clock. Can Zhu Jinner sacrifice the rook? Is the question.
Of course he can. I mean, by chat, come on, this is insane, yeah. Rook f3. And if you take, I take with the pawn and the queen comes all the way to h3. Goodbye, Magnus. This is crazy, Saj, by very hard to find. I don't think she does, unfortunately.
She just has to channel that inner levy, bhai. Just वो videos जो thumbnails जो दिमाग में आ रहे होंगे, sacrifice the rook. Just this is the time when you do it. Go for it. And
Yeah.
because if you don't play rook f3, you might be too late to do other things. Because this is a more or less a race of some sort. It's not an end game, but it's like a race. Yeah, because both kings are a bit unsafe in this position. Black's king is unsafe, white's king is unsafe. So whoever attacks faster is going to win. If you now waste time with something like b6, white could gain that extra tempo in that move.
Yeah, man. Levy was way ahead of his time, yeah. Clearly. He knew what was going to happen. And by the way, even if she
Also,
does take on e4,
marketing OP, yeah, because generally you are sacrificing the rook the most, if you think about it. There's the dragon sacrifice, rook takes c3, rook takes f6 sacrifice. I mean, all sacrifices generally happens, like majority of them are happening with the rook, no?
true, agreed, and that's why they are beautiful, right? Because they are
Yeah.
valued more, and when you sacrifice them, it's something crazy. By the way, Firouzja did lose to Fedosif Sahaj, so I would love that Maggie anytime. And can we go full screen now?
Oof.
Because the Grand Chess Tour is over for today. That will be back tomorrow at the same time. But now it's just TePe Sigeman Chess. Arjun has already won. He's in the lead. Now, this is the only main remaining game for us. Will Magnus Carlsen be worse or will Zuzina put pressure? Crucial moment for her. She has 6.5 minutes compared to Magnus's 7. This is crunch moments with 14 to 15 minutes to go.
Firstly, I'm wondering 40 move rule से पहले ये game खत्म होगा कि नहीं? In chat, do you think this game goes beyond move 40? I think the likelihood is very less. Even if it does go beyond move 40, I feel like the outcome would be decided already. Like one side would be completely winning. And yesterday, Magnus kind of was struggling a lot, especially in the time pressure. We all remember this too well, how the bar was jumping up and down in that crazy king rook versus king knight position. That could happen again. You never know. You never know.
Yep. And yes, the Erdogmus game is also on. I think that's likely going to end in a draw. It's dead equal in a queen endgame, so I think they should shake hands any moment. I think that will end very quickly, definitely before this game. So this is the crucial one here. Magnus giving us full-on entertainment, popcorn on the couch kind of entertainment yesterday and today as well. 5 minutes now for
Content
Zuziner.
creators की अगर हम बात करें भाई, Magnus is right up there. I have to on the board, off the board, like while he leaves the board, while he arrives to the board, I mean सबसे ज़्यादा content तो Magnus ही देता है ना? If you think about it.
Exactly. Gukesh will be back tomorrow, chat. So day 2 of GCT when he plays Sindarov, by the way. Do not miss that game. That's going to be round 2 of GCT tomorrow. I think we'll start streaming at 5:30 and 6:30 will be that game. I think 6:15.
Yep. Absolutely. And chat is asking what's going on with Arjun. Arjun has won his game just now. He defeated Jorden, so that's great news. He could be the tournament leader. But we are waiting for Yagiz's game as well. If he draws, then they would share the spot. If Yagiz loses, then Arjun could be a sole leader as well, which is crazy. And another question is that I saw something a question about if you're at the level of 1750 or 1700, should you study openings or endgames, or what would I do? I would study endgames for sure, because that sets the basics of chess, and then you would slowly move towards the opening. Oh, bishop takes e4 taken by
Ah,
Zhu. That's a mistake. Oof.
wow. She doesn't
Magnus
find it. In
effect.
fact, she captures with the wrong piece, and now Magnus is again better. Seems like
कभी कभी moments आते हैं when you look back and you think like, how could I capture this piece? And I think Zoo will go back and she will look at this and she will ask herself, how could I capture bishop takes e4 here? Because knight takes e4 makes sense because the bishop is so powerful. I mean, the knight is not as powerful here. It's kind of superfluous as it's out of place, but I think she will regret this for sure. But okay, Ruke F8.
Sahaj bhai,
7 minutes
look
for
at this.
Magnus.
The best move for Magnus is bishop h6. And chat, question to you: can you guess the best move for black now? Any guesses?
उसके बाद वाले भी best moves देख लो आप भाई.
Exactly. So this game is anything but over. At least that's what I can understand, chat. The best move here is actually queen to c7,
Bishop
attacking
h6, queen
g3.
c7.
And
And
if
if you
bishop
played king
f4,
j2,
oof, that is resigns, yeah. And if you play
hmm,
bishop f4, then talking about sacrificing your rook, Sahaj, why we have another
channel
opportunity.
in this. Now you have to channel your inner Levy for sure and sacrifice the rook. Takes, and then you bring the bishop, and the king is a bit unsafe. Also, if this happens, this would have only been move 30. Magnus would ideally be around 2 to 3 minutes around this position, still having to play 10 moves before the 30 minutes are added. That's risky.
This is an absolute treat, man. Again, love the position. What does Magnus do? So bishop h6 is the best, but it's definitely risky. What else is an option here? Um, Maybe queen d2, especially because after queen d2, the best move is rook f3, which black has kind of. Oh, there's also rook f2, by the way, though.
Rook
Ooh.
f2, I think, is more likely than rook. I think she won't play rook f3 anymore because she denied
Hmm.
it like earlier, right?
Yeah. But it's a risk, yeah. If Magnus sees it, does he take that risk? Because if rook f3 happens, then you're basically struggling. This is so tough, man. I love this game. I
Very.
absolutely love this game.
Why each game of Magnus has been like, I think, a treat to watch. This is what I was saying yesterday. Why I think Magnus, I think Chad will agree with me as well on this. Like, I really, really want Magnus to play more and more and more classical chess, whether it's an open event, even. It doesn't have to be these, like, just, wherever it is, this Magnus should just play more because it's such a treat to watch his games.
Yes, rook f1 is not a threat, I think, Vasu, because there's a rook on e1. I can just actually, you mean knight e2 check you want to play, yeah? Is that the plan? So rook f1 check, rook f1, but there's rook f8 mate at the end. That will be nice. Can you show
Yeah,
that right
rook
now?
f1, rook f1, rook f1, knight e2, king g2, knight c1. Goodbye. That's checkmate.
So,
And by the way, he played bishop h6, so he saw all of this. Magnus did
oof.
see all of this.
And by the way, now queen c7 only move or Zoo can resign. That's the only move in the position. This is kind of forcing Zoo to find the rook sacrifice. She has to do it. She has to give Levy that thumbnail. Otherwise, she's going to lose.
Yeah, queen c7 only move. I'm sure she saw this because if you go bishop g7, then that brings the queen to g5, and then wo queen c7 wale plans possible nahi honge, but I can take this pawn on g4, defend the pawn. So time is of the essence. Play queen c7, sacrifice the rook.
Come on.
Very, very difficult, but still Magnus is better though. Even in this scenario, after queen c7, queen g5 check, rook g7, very crazy line. He has to go queen d2 apparently. Very, very
I
crazy
like
line, but
how
still Magnus is better.
I like how Sejba just played queen g5, then rook blocked, not the bishop, and the queen white didn't take, and the queen just came back. I love how I know queen g is hanging, but like these moves are just ridiculous as a principle. Yeah, like they don't make sense. So Magnus, by the way, has 5 minutes now and 3 minutes
Yeah,
for
you
Zujiner.
are right, bhai. Sometimes I
Come
should
on.
also slow down, but okay, in this case, I didn't play bishop g7 because there's queen g4 hanging.
Y-
You remember we spoke
Yeah.
about this before. So
Yeah,
rook
yeah,
g7 ke baad bishop g7, queen g3 is the plan. Next time I'll
no,
like
exactly. Like these
Yeah.
moves are quite crazy, right? Like they don't seem to obey the normal laws of physics. And by the way, less than 3 minutes for Zuzhin, and now she looks at the clock, looks at the board.
Tough, tough,
Queen
tough.
C7.
Okay, how many people in the chat think that Zhu Junior is gonna find Queen C7? Type yes or no. How many of you are thinking Queen C7 shown in the blue arrow? Is
She's
it
playing
gonna
it.
happen?
I think she played it.
Wow,
She
never
played
mind.
it.
The answer is yes. Let's go.
Let's
She plays
go.
it crazy. By the way, so many people said no. That's on the Chess 24 page. I'm seeing so many
Yeah,
no's.
yeah.
Wow.
And now people saying yes, as if, like we can't go scroll up and see. But fair enough, chat. You
Ah,
want to change your opinion. I get that. But you know what? Now the question is, does Magnus play bishop f4 and allow the exchange sacrifice?
and bishop f4 में भी rook f4 मर रहा है. Queen g5 check पे rook g7 आ रहा है. And in both cases, there is a sacrifice. And I think finding queen g5 check, rook g7 and queen d2 is
Much tougher, I
very,
think.
very, very difficult. Very
Uh,
difficult, yeah.
this is not going to happen.
Bishop
He's not
क्योंकि
allowed queen
rook अभी
g3.
भी मर रहा है. That's the problem.
I mean, there is no way you allow queen g3, Sahaj. I mean, Magnus can do that, but for any other human, I think allowing queen g3 feels like you're basically giving up the advantage.
Yeah, but
So
that
at least if
human
not
is
you're lost.
Magnus right now. That
Yeah, yeah. So
human
he
is
could do it,
Magnus.
but he could do it. But I think most people, I think, wouldn't even consider this move. And
There are
I'm
many moments like we've been commentating together for such a long time now, and there are many moments where we ask ourselves in some endgame that could Magnus win this? We don't have to ask that
yeah.
right now. We can see it ourselves. Could he win this or not?
Harneet asked in the chat, who wants Zoo to win? I think it will be inspiring for a lot of people if Zoo does win, but it's not going to be easy for sure. Magnus, by the way, did lose yesterday, but he had like seconds on the clock and it was a tricky end game. This one, I think, still feels more stable to me, at least in terms of consolidating this game. But there are tactics in the air, of course. We saw that rook f1 tactic, for example, could work in some cases. There's a knight on c3, double rooks on the f file. And 3 minutes for Magnus to play 12 moves.
Yeah, absolutely. चैट में दे भाई अब तो जो सजेशंस आते थे अर्जुन एंड गुकेश का वो मैग्नस के लिए आने लग गए हैं भाई. मैग्नस इज टेकिंग टू मेनी रिस्क्स. भाई चैट आप भी ना भाई कैसे हो यार आप भी चैट.
If Magnus loses this, he
Just
cannot win
in
this event, by the way, I think. He cannot win
just
this
in
event.
future chat, like it is in chess, I think advice can be like very nuanced, and it should only be given before the thing has happened, not after. तो कोई भी बोल सकता है यार ये करना चाहिए था, वो तो प्लेयर को खुद भी पता रहेगा.
Yep. Guki played some great chess at the end and got that important win. Sindarov also won, so it's going to be a clash, mouth-watering clash tomorrow in round 5 between those two. But the Magnus
Absolutely.
now
But this
has
is a
less.
mouth-watering clash as it is, bhai, right now.
He
This
has
is
less
very,
time
very
than Zhu
interesting,
now.
bhai.
He has less time than Zhu now. He has 2 minutes 30 seconds compared to 3 minutes for Zuzina here. It's getting tense. 12 moves to go to the time control. So I think your question was pretty, fair about whether we will even reach 40 moves here. I'm not convinced we will.
I don't think we will. Yeah, I think it's even if we do, it's gonna be like super. Oh, by the way, Queen G5 check played.
Finds.
Let's go, Magnus. Rook
Wow.
G7 only move now. मतलब Queen
And
G5 दिख गई मतलब Queen D2 भी दिख गई for sure. He saw it.
huh, but okay, there's no way she plays bishop g7, right? She will play rook g7. I mean, it should be an automatic move. Bishop
Bishop G7,
g7
Queen G4 तो looks completely lost. Okay, Rook G7 played.
played.
Let's go.
Magnus can apparently take on g7. At least my engine is assuring me he can. I am not convinced though. I refuse to be convinced here. But he can apparently take on g7.
It is possible. It is possible. But I think see, the difference is if you play Bishop G7 now, after this check, my Bishop will be defending here, which is not a good defender.
Oh,
Oh,
he
he plays
takes.
Bishop G7.
He
Wow.
takes.
Queen D2 was the move. He doesn't see it. And Queen G2 lana tha. Bhai, crazy.
Bhai,
Now
it
it's
is
completely equal
objectively
now.
yeah, it is objectively equal, and I'm not even sure practically who's better. The White King is bare open, Sahaj bhai. I mean, this could go either way.
I think Magnus in this moment should actually repeat once King H1, King G1 because it's move 30. He has 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a tough game. If you place King H1, King G1 once, then it's going to be move 32. Oh, bhai, he doesn't
No,
do
he
it.
doesn't. He doesn't repeat.
Bhai, risky decision, I think. Very risky decision to not play King H1 there.
Wow, man, this is a treat to watch. And chat after Bishop G7, what can Magnus do? Does he play Rook F1? I mean, to avoid any Rook F2 ideas for black, that feels tempting to me.
Rook F2 पे तो भाई Bishop D4 check and then Bishop F2 or Bishop E5 check. So first you
No,
take
like,
the
like
Bishop and
first,
then
first takes. Now Rook F1 to avoid Rook F2, like was from white, I think, was the plan.
okay, like Tiku bhai, I'm not so sure that this is a draw anymore. I feel like Zoo can win this game.
But Rook F1, what do you do as black?
Then Knight E2 check, Knight F4, Queen, Knight, Bishop, this Rook, this Pawn. I mean, that's so many pieces, and he has such little time on the clock. I mean, it's at least it's possible, right? It's very
So you
it's
mean Rook F?
one bad move could mean that
Yeah,
you're getting some into some tactics. It's possible.
that is true. And oh man, this is tough. 2 minutes for Magnus to play 9 moves. By the way, chat, huge update. Yagiz has blundered the game away. And if Andy Woodward plays well, he's going to win, and Arjun will be the sole leader after round 5 at the TePe Sigeman Tournament. So we'll cover that later. I mean, it was a shocking blunder, by the way, by Yagiz. But right now, we'll stick to Magnus because it's
Yeah,
such
for
a
sure.
mouth-watering clash. 1.5
Arjun
minutes.
also is having like a great event. Yeah, so far draw against Magnus, Erdogmus, Abdusattorov defeated Jorden and Nils. I mean, very good. Black se sare draw, white se sare wins. Yeah, very good, very
A
consistent.
dream event for Arjun so far. Let's hope he can convert this tournament to his liking. Meanwhile, Magnus puts the rook down. He has 1 minute and 20 seconds now.
By the way, only two moves here for Magnus that don't lose. Yeah, this King H1 and Rook F1. That's it. Besides this, whatever Magnus plays, it could be losing for him.
Okay, King H1, I'm guessing is to avoid 92 check, but looks very weird to me. I think Rook F1 would be my move. I really want to get that rook trade off if it's possible.
The Rook F1 is the move, but Knight E2, Knight F4 looks very scary. Yeah, this Knight is not doing anything right now, but on F4, it's
Knight F4.
so dangerous.
Oh my God.
Then you have to play like Rook G1, which is horrible.
Bro,
40
he has
seconds
40
for
seconds.
Magnus.
He's about to play the rook, I think. Rook F1 on the board.
He's moving the king. He's moving the
He's
king.
playing the king, I think. No, rook.
Yeah,
I think he's playing the rook.
it's the king, bhai. It's the king. He's playing King H1, I think. Yeah, King
It's the
H1 played.
Okay. Hey, Rook F2? What's the move?
Only move.
Hi, this is an
Rook
insane game, chat. And can we just have... Wow.
Chat, black to play. Very, very difficult move. But black to play and don't lose. Think about white's plan and try to create hindrance to it, basically. There are two ideas. One is more accurate than the other.
Oh, this
King
is
F8. Wow, that was super quick, by nicely done. Nice. Are you a title player or I mean,
Or are you
definitely
still using
you're high rated, yeah, for sure. King F8. Sorry.
Are you a title player or are you using stockfish? Yeah, I mean, only two options.
नहीं वो टिक्कू थोड़ी है वो
नहीं भाई मैं दोनों हूँ. I am
भाई
both.
मजाक कर रहा हूँ 2200 yeah I
That makes
thought
sense.
so
That makes
that was super quick bhai, well done. By the way, King F8, I'm not sure if I explained why, because there's Bishop D5 check. So just to get away from it, it's nice prophylaxis there.
Yep.
Played
Rook F2. By the way, Rook G1 only move. Played.
King F8. Now this is the critical move.
Wow. And of course, King H8 doesn't work because then Queen H5 and then the discovered check. So you have to put the king on F8. That is the only move in the position. You can also play E6, but that's worse somehow for some reason. King F8 is the
E6
only move
feels more logical. Can we agree?
Exactly. I feel like you have to free the bishop Sahaj by somehow. Maybe that's the logic behind playing F8.
And also, king h8, you mentioned this, but just want to show it with arrows as well. This queen h5 check, and I can force you to go to g8 again, and then this check loses the queen. So king not on h8, but on f8 rather.
Wonder is saying classical is a dead format. I think it might be, there might be a shift towards rapid and blitz, but it's still the most prestigious format that gets you the world
I'm
championship.
s-
And I would say
I'm
classical
sorry,
is a
but
format.
I'm sorry, but how are people saying classical chess is dead when literally
No, I think
the
there's a
goat of
there's
chess is now literally in this situation second time in a row?
Yeah, and I think
How?
the game we saw
How?
yesterday was the best advertisement for classical chess I've seen in the last 2 years. So I think what a game, and today itself is a treat to watch. By the way, do you think, chat, Zhu Jina finds King F8 the only move maintaining equality here? Chat, yes or no? Saj, bhai, what's your thought process here?
I think she sees bishop d5 check, but I think she's debating between e6 and king f8, and I think she might choose e6 because king f8 mein you are getting into this file and you might be afraid of rook f1 because I can take and play rook f1 again. यहाँ पे knight e2 देखना है उसको. Takes rook f1 पे knight g3 check and that's hard.
Oof,
That's
that's
very
tough.
hard
That's
to
so tough.
see.
And she's 1 minute on the clock. If she finds King F8, I'm going to be a Zhu Jina fan forever. If she
भाई फिर
finds King
उसका भी
F8.
पिक्चर लगाना पड़ेगा आपको फिर जैसे
अग्रीड। मैं
मैग्नस
कल
का.
मैं खुद जाके खींच के आऊंगा भाई वहां पे टेपे सिगमेंट टूर्नामेंट में अगर ऐसा जरूरत पड़ा तो बट आई फील आई एम
But
गोना बी
you'll put
जूनियर
a
फैन
picture
फॉरएवर।
if Zujiner plays king f8, you'll have a photo frame of her like behind on one of those walls. Yeah,
अच्छा,
you
यू मीन
you said it
पीछे
now.
मतलब कल आप कैमरा पे कह रहे हो लाइक फॉर द
नहीं नहीं
कैमरा
नहीं
टुमारो आई
लाइक
थॉट।
एक वो फोटो फ्रेम तो बनता है भाई.
इफ शी विंस डन। इफ शी विंस द गेम डन।
भाई विंस तो
प्रॉमिस।
मैं खुद ही कर दूंगा ये तो.
नहीं बट देखो आई आई
Oh, she chooses
ओ
e6. Oh,
E6 ओके ओके स्टिल अ गुड
that's
मूव स्टिल अ
logical.
गुड मूव
By
स्टिल अ
the way,
गुड
rook
मूव।
f1 only move or Magnus is lost? Only move for Magnus.
एंड द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन टू मी इज रुक F1 के बाद सहज भाई डू यू सी ब्लैक्स
Uh
मूव?
huh. Bhai, I see that. I see knight. No, no, wait. Knight e2, rook f2, queen f2. For some reason, the rook can go anywhere. Yeah, rook can go to d1, b1, and a1. But for some reason, rook a1 is the best, which is okay. Okay. By the way, 38 seconds for Magnus.
By the way, instead of knight e2, there's knight d1 as well as an option after rook
I
f1.
saw that. I just completely ignored that because I was like, how am I? How is this even explainable? Rook d1 पे क्या हो क्या? By rook f5, what? You are joking me. Rook f5 in this
Rook
position.
f1 played on the board. Why knight d1
Rook
is apparently
f5. Wow.
better according to my engine. Apart, like instead of knight e2, knight d1 is the best move actually. Does your engine
Knight
say the
e2 is
same or?
better for me. Knight e2 is better. zero
Ooh,
point 0.7 for
why?
knight e2 plus 1 for knight d1 basically.
It's not just Magnus and Zuzina, it's our engines fighting, and she finds knight e2.
Yep, nice move there. By the way, Gukesh के बारे में पूछ रहे हैं. Gukesh scored 1.5 out of 3. He scored a nice win at the end against Duda. Also, he was putting pressure against Firouzja as well. So it was a good day overall. But some time pressure issues. That's I think why that 1 point was lost.
Yep, and
But
Arjun also
overall, I
won, so
think he
that was
played
a
really well. Yeah, Arjun also won. Great.
huge win for Arjun as well against Jorden, who defeated Magnus. By the way, he
What?
finds Rook A1. What? भाई गोट है, भाई गोट है.
Okay, like,
देखो भाई गोट खड़ा है.
sir.
बैठा है, सॉरी.
Okay, bhai, sir. Okay, like I'm not sure if chat remembers. It was like 10 seconds ago. I said B1, A1 or B1, D1 or A1 में से A1 is the best, and somehow he plays Rook A1. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like chat instinct. Like this is goat instinct. I feel this is what I think the जितना भी आप train कर लो, this instinct is very very difficult to have. This is something I think you have naturally.
And now, by the way, only move for black is King F8 or she's busted. King F8 is the only move.
Not
And I think
happening,
Rook
bhai. I
A1
think
does make some sense because whenever black takes on C2, for example, the rook on B1 won't be hanging. I mean, I'm just trying to justify it somehow at this point, but what an insane move. And King F8, the only
आपने
move. She
फॉलो
didn't
अप
find.
देखा है भाई. फॉलो अप
भाई
देखो
मुझे
भाई. उस
देखना ही नहीं
उससे
है.
मेन लाइन का फॉलो अप देखो भाई. मजा आ जाएगा आपको. क्वीन सैक इनकमिंग. टेल मी यू सी इट. So I'll just
Okay,
show
there
it to
is
you.
no
By the way,
way. There
15
is no
seconds.
way.
Okay, yeah,
What?
but it's 15 seconds for her, so she has to play fast. Let's stay here. 6 seconds. 5. That's okay. Knight. Oh, blunder
Oh,
from
blunder now.
Zugener. She could not find the right way forward, and now the game is lost. There is no bishop e5 check, sadly, because the knight on c4 does a wonderful job of guarding that square. You could play knight f5 to put pressure on h4, but the rook is just going to be in time.
Bye.
बच गए
Magnus is
भाई.
winning. And he's going to be half a point behind Arjun now, in tight place with Erdogmus. I think if Erdogmus loses. Wow. Oh, Erdogmus is equal now. He drew. Blunder from Andy Woodward. So two people in the lead then.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also like हम लोग वो classical chess की बात कर रहे थे, कि इतना सब कुछ change हो रहा है and everything. I mean, Magnus is also kind of, let's say, not cruising, yeah, like how he was, like how he used to cruise. I mean, against Jordan he was struggling, against Arjun, like with white it was like a more or less a simple draw. Maybe chess is changing a lot in this sense, Tiku bhai.
Agreed. I think it's become somehow tougher, yeah, in every respect,
I
because
think it's
people are
just
going.
way more, I think,
Sage bhai,
theory influence. Yeah.
देखा क्या? Rook on A1 now best because Rook is not
चैट में कोई
hanging.
पूछ रहा था ना कि रुक A1 पे क्यों चाहिए था, चैट, दिस इज योर आंसर. 5 moves later you understand the rook is not attacked anymore. Okay, this is just a coincidence, but it's the instinct was that at some moment black is going to attack my rook, so I'm going to put it as far as away as possible. Basically, that's what the
Ah,
instinct was.
somebody said it's not a dogmas, it's a dogmush क्या? Dogmush की mush.
Erdogmus. हाँ, मैं
A
actually Erdogmus
dogmush.
ही बोलता था पहले, but because I actually, someone in Turkey actually told this to me, but like we've been saying it a lot, and I just started saying as well. Didn't realize, but yeah.
Dogmush. Okay. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. By the way, Rook E1 played, so E6 pawn now under pressure. But now I think it's all defense for black. That's a sign maybe things have gone wrong. I think Zoo might just even resign in a couple of moves here.
Yeah, I think we're not reaching the. I mean, actually, this is the 40th move, but then you can. Okay, the position is simple enough. Yeah, it definitely is a
Yeah.
win for Magnus. This is now over. Knight d8. Yeah, that's admitting the position is not good. A move like that is never ever good to play.
Gukesh and Sindarov is tomorrow. Today, I think they didn't play each other. They're going to play each other tomorrow in round 2. So it's going to be an important clash. Sindarov had 2 draws and 1 win today. Gukesh had 1 draw, 1 win, 1 loss. So it's going to be exciting. Zuzina played very well. Yeah, I think you should be very proud of how she played. I mean, an impressive game. Strategically got a better position. Of course, Magnus took a lot of risk, but she played a nice game today, I think.
I feel this game. I mean, of course, I think great game by Zujiner there, and I think also this games like that really help you um, become better chess player overall, for sure.
I think
So
Zujiner at least gained like 25 rating points today. I feel like this game was
easy,
just
bhai, easily. Very, very well, I think. Yeah, she's a dangerous player for sure. Oh, 40th and 40 moves done. Magnus gets up.
and I just want to share at least a short experience. So when I played the Simul against Magnus, we had a chess.com rated event the same night I played Magnus. So I think 3 out of 3, played a 2550 Grandmaster, defeated him in the opening, like in 20 moves as black, then played a 2650 Grandmaster, was dead drawn, lost like in time pressure. So just playing Magnus, I mean, gives you so much confidence. ये 2500 क्या चीज है? 2550 GM भाई, मतलब इसको तो देख लेंगे. Like, and he was shocked यार कि
भाई
भाई हार
मुझे
कैसे गया वो?
मुझे क्यों तोड़ा भाई? मुझे
Hey,
क्यों
not
तोड़ा?
you, भाई. It was like a chesscom
I am
employee only.
also like
No, I'm saying if you play Magnus, the kind of confidence you get just by playing him and kind of holding him for a while is just incredible. So
Hmm.
all the
But I
other
mean, I
games
think
improve for you.
it's kind of showing to an extent that chess is changing, and even someone as strong as Magnus can also struggle. in a classical game as well. I think that's what it's proving against Jordan. Also, he was defending for a long time. This, I wouldn't say it was a clean game whatsoever. Of course, like this is how chess games generally go, but I think it's becoming more and more and more complex towards the end. Like as the game progresses. Sehaj got humbled. भाई मैग्नस तो अब जीत गया, फिर मैं humble कैसे हुआ?
हाँ, मुझे याद लगा सर कुछ बोलना है आपको स्ट्रीम के बाद। कुछ चीज बतानी है, याद लाना मुझे पॉसिबल इफ आई फॉरगेट।
हाँ हाँ, बताना भाई।
कुछ ऐसा क्रेजी नहीं है, कुछ डिफरेंट है। बाय द वे,
समझ तो
डॉगमस
आ रहा
गेम।
है मेरे को, आई थिंक मेरे को समझ आ रहा है मुझे, आई थिंक।
अच्छा
बट
अच्छा।
या, यू कैन से इट्स फाइन, वी
By
कैन
the
डू
way,
इट।
any chances for Andy Woodward in the end game? If we can have like a 10-second look, Suresh bhai?
यस फॉर श्योर। भाई अभी तो इसकी लॉस थी। It was this position. It was just for one move. It was lost. Yeah, b4 was a blunder in this position. Pawn takes, queen takes, and now he plays queen to e5. How do you explain this? By anyone who studied any end games in their lives will say queen e5 is a beautiful move. It's like the most logical move in the world, and yet it's a blunder. What is this? So, because it's centralizing, you're planning for h5 and all of this, but he plays queen e5, allows a3, takes, and now white plays h5, and this is what he missed. Black to play, okay, it's a blue arrow, so I can't even ask. Queen c1, and the idea is if you take, then of course king takes, and otherwise there is just queen h6, yeah, and that saves the day. But my question is, takes. Abhi pawn to nahi mar raha, right? So why did I have
No,
to play queen c1? So
no,
let's
but I
say if
think
I played, you could play h6 basically.
he basically, even in that earlier position, he had to play h5, I think, and that would have been just winning.
Hmm. Why? But look at this in
So,
this position. Like you might think that he's planning to take on g6, but the plan is h6 actually, and
hmm.
Erdogmus actually defends it by playing queen c1. So now the position is draw, but I would say more or less a dead draw, basically.
Yeah. So he's going to hold an important draw, yeah? Will maintain his lead. Erdogmus, right?
Erdo Erdogmus, yes. So I'm gonna go back to
Erdogmus.
Magnus's board because I feel like a
Yeah.
resignation is incoming here.
There it
There it
is.
is.
Wow. I think I can only summarize the game in one word. Magnus must be relieved. But Sehaj, bhai, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong on this, but Magnus must be surprised by how tough it was. Like, he must be genuinely surprised because it came so close, I think, at one point, in fact, multiple points. Zoo was just better in the position in the game, actually.
But I think this is how games go, yeah. Sometimes you're worse, sometimes you're better, sometimes you take risks, and so on and so on and so on. But yeah, Magnus handled it really well. But yes, it is not easy. No player here in this event is easy. That's for sure.
And chat, this means I don't know if we can have the standings on screen once for the TePe Sigeman Tournament at least. But this means Magnus gains a point and is now on 3 points along with Nodirbek. Arjun is on 3.5. Erdogmus will gain a half a point, will go to 3.5, and Andy will go to 2.5. So with 2 rounds to go, if Arjun wins both, he's guaranteed first place. If he gets 1.5, he's at least guaranteed a tiebreak for first place. So Arjun in a great place because he's yet to. The two players remaining are the lowest two seeds of the event. It is Zujin and Andy Woodward for him. Not
And
easy.
do you know who the two opponents for Yagiz are?
Nodirbek and Magnus, kya?
Exactly, in that
Oh
order.
wow.
It's Nodirbek and Magnus. So
Oh
I mean,
wow.
I think here we can say okay, slightly tougher pairing for, of course, Erdogmus there, but okay, it's Magnus. Yeah, you can. That's it's more important than anything else. So of course, it's going to be a lot of fun to see this. But yeah, two leaders most likely. Yagiz draw करेगा. Arjun already जीत चुका है. But Arjun के
But
जीतने के chances tournament के ज़्यादा हैं.
Magnus has Andy Woodward and Erdogmus also. So looking at it logically, knowing he has to win both games to have a chance, Magnus could potentially win. There's a genuine chance he can win both. So he would go to 5 points. So Arjun, to let's say have clear first, needs to win both. If he gets 1.5, I don't think he's getting clear first fit. Tiebreak ho sakta hai Sahaj by one. I think there might be a tiebreak. We'll have to check the tiebreak regulations. But it's going to be a very, very close finish at this event, which has been an absolute treat. Thanks to Magnus and thanks to Arjun, for me at least.
Yeah, for sure. Special thanks to Magnus, I would say. Last two
Yeah.
rounds were back to back, which is crazy. But yeah, still 2 rounds to go. Magnus still not one of the leaders, Tikuvai.
Yeah. And maybe before we end the stream chat, we can have just a 30-second look at the remaining game. That is Andy Woodward versus Erdogmus. If we can take a look, Sahaj, by I think it's a dead draw because it's not easy, for example, right? I mean, if you go crazy, play pawn to g3, then suddenly I think this is where, Erdogmus takes the lead again. So I think this is a very comfortable draw.
I feel this
Would you
is
agree with it?
such a skill you have. No, like in a queen endgame, pawn up position, Tiku found the only way to lose. Like so, and that too in 1 second. Like, why is position? Kuch bhi karo, don't play g3. What? Is a
It's
skill,
it
bhai.
You
Crazy.
have to build the skill, right? It's not something you have naturally. You have to build it over time, blundering queens for years. It takes real efforts, why you will not understand it. Like you have to blunder, like you have to do the Botez gambit at least 10,000 hours of Botez gambit will get you here, I think. So yeah, I think this looks like a completely drawn position for me, and that means it's going to be exciting. I'm still not sure why gravity is shifting towards left. I'm guessing the camera is the culprit here. But Queen H8 played. Don't see many changes there in the position though.
Yeah, you will just give a couple of checks and that's it. I mean, the only way that Andy can win this if he somehow magically trades the queens off the board, which is, let's say, a difficult task for now. There is no place, कोई cross check नहीं है कहीं से. Maybe queen g5 वगैरह की कुछ check आ सकती है, but it's very very far from it. I feel like this is going to be a draw, bhai.
And the best case that even if Andy wins, it's only better for Arjun because then he's in sole lead anyways. So
Solely.
chat, this is looking amazing. I would say overall a very good day for Indian players. Arjun won. Gukesh also had a good win at the end. Tomorrow, it is of course a crucial game for Arjun, and I think he plays Andy Woodward with the black pieces. But even more importantly, it's going to be Gukesh versus Sindarov. Sahaj Bhai face to face in front of a chessboard. The first time after the candidates, क्या चलेगा दोनों के दिमाग में? What do you think they're thinking while playing the game, before playing the game?
I mean, it's gonna be, I think, a big fight between the two of them because they know what's at stake and they know the importance of kind of, winning the games leading up to the big match. So it will be exciting. Gukesh also playing with the black pieces, so he has easier preparation, so to say. मजा आएगा भाई.
Chat, you cannot miss tomorrow. You cannot miss tomorrow. Subscribe to the channel. And we're going to see you tomorrow at the same time, again, an hour early because we'll be streaming the GCT event. And of course, good luck to Arjun, good luck to Gukesh, good luck to Magnus, to every player. Let's hope we get at least one game, just like we had yesterday between Magnus and Jorden. And of course, today, Magnus against Zeus. So Magnus promising us treats every single game. So thank you, chat. Thank you, Sahaj bhai. Thank you, Sahaj bhai, for the amazing stream today. Overall, बहुत मजा आया. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night's sleep. Take care and good night. Bye bye.